Oh! Whoa, 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 wow. What is up, chat? Did somebody say video games? UFC Freedom 250 is facing a 60% chance of thunderstorms. A single lightning strike within 8 miles will trigger an automatic 30-minute freeze on the entire event. Why? Did somebody tell them that it's the amps that kill, not the volts, so it shouldn't matter, right? Oh, ho, ho, oh, big meme, big meme, big meme. Has your Trump phone came in yet? I'll be the first one to get his Trump phone when they release it. Wait, is the Trump phone out? What?
This is printer paper. This is printer paper, and look at the toner. Proudly assembled in the USA. Are you sure?
Oh, these must be in the same key. I just got mine for a second. Wait, isn't all paper printer paper if you think hard enough about it?
This is printer paper. This is printer paper, and look at the toner. Proudly assembled in the USA. Are you sure? I think the fingerprint sensor is broken from the factory. 10, 30, 50, 100.
Not sandpaper.
I put $100 down.
What do you think
on the
sandpaper
Trump Mobile
comes from?
T1 almost
the sandpaper
Not
printer.
Because I wanted it. I mean, I wanted to make the video that I figured I'd get to make. The one in which a $500 made-in-USA smartphone turned out to be nothing more than...
Can I not turn down the volume while I'm in-game? Oh my god. Hold on.
Well, a scam held together with patriotism and golden pain. Basically, I paid for the memes because my wallet fell. Because everybody with even a passing understanding of electronics and the global supply chain knew the problem on day one. You can't make a smartphone on US soil at any price in 2026.
Oh, it's a hater.
And at $500, you likely couldn't even assemble one here with globally sourced components. And that was really the tell. The phone, it was never the point. Standing up the Trump mobile brand was. After a year of changing renders and specs and ship dates and being shady to the press, the phone I was sure would never arrive just showed up at my door. It seems that I'm one of the very first paying customers on Earth to have the Trump T1 in hand, which has nothing to do with luck, nor being one of the elite invited to stand up on stage holding a binder full of blank paper like a soy boy beta cuck. No, getting one of these is about trying really, really hard every single day to convince a company to please, for the love of all that is good and holy, take my money. And like all great American sagas, well, it begins at the bottom of a Gmail spam folder. You see, Trump Mobile posted on X that orders were going out a couple of weeks ago. My order was 421, so I figured I'd be pretty near the front of the line, and I started checking my inbox daily, but I was getting nothing. So I finally dug into the spam folder, even though I'd marked everything from Trump Mobile to come in as priority, and, well, there it was from the day before. An invite telling me that my T1 was ready and that I owed the remaining balance. Now, before any MAGA numbnuts fire up the Gmail censors conservatives cannon, this is an own goal of historic stupidity. The first email had its DMARC records configured incorrectly. That's the setting that proves an email came from where it claims to come from, something they teach you on baby's first day of IT admin. I think they figured this out because a few days later, a corrected follow-up arrived, but it still landed in spam. Why? Well, because it authenticated against info.americafirst-patriots.com instead of trumpmobile.com, a hallmark of phishing. It went out over bulk blast infrastructure, a hallmark of phishing. It screamed at you to pay now, a hallmark of phishing, and ran every link through a tracking redirect, a hallmark of phishing. Gmail just did exactly what it was designed to do, put the most likely trash in the trash.
Oh.
But I found it, so I clicked through, and I can't log in. And I know my credentials are right because I use a password manager, but figuring maybe they rehashed everything after the data leak, I go to reset the password, I create a new one, that all happens successfully, but then I meet the login flow, surely built by the lowest bidder 11 time zones away, username and password, then there's a consent box, and then a two-factor field below it, and the code that it is alleged to have emailed me, yeah, it's not. It's not in my spam, it's not in my inbox, it's not in all mail, it does not exist. So, well, I wait, thinking demand to buy this phone is surely sky high. So I take a shower, I figure it'll be there when I get out, but 10 minutes later, yeah, it's still no email. So I try again, I request a new one, and again, the void. The two-factor code that Trump Mobile swears it sent me simply does not and will never exist. Which I guess leaves me one option, the one thing that no human being wants to do in 2026.
Hi, this is Alexandria with Trump Mobile. How can I help you today?
Hi, Alexandria. I am having trouble logging into my account. The two-factor passcode is not being delivered to my email address.
Oh, it seems your account is showing as inactive. What's your Trump Mobile phone number?
I don't have one.
Wait, hold on. I'm questioning the legality of this. It sounds like he wrote down the call and then had somebody else read the script from the call or something. Could you do that? Let's say I wanted to record something, like a call with somebody, but they didn't consent to the recording in a two-party state. Could I just write the script for it and then fake the call with somebody else and then say it was them? Would you be allowed to do that? That's kind of tricky. I don't know.
Pre-ordered the phone like a year ago, and I'm hoping to make payment so that I can begin service.
Oh, so you don't have a 47 plan?
No.
We'll need to activate a phone number on your account so you can log into the dashboard.
Okay.
I'll need to take payment for the first month now at $47.45, plus tax brings your total to $52.37. I'm ready for your card number whenever you are.
Okay, so to pay for my phone, I need to get into my dashboard, but to get into my dashboard, I have to pay for a plan over the phone.
Problem?
Luckily, it seems that my month doesn't begin until the SIM is inserted into the new phone, which is good, so I just pay once. But can I just say $52 for this plan is a ripoff? I mean, I pay $39 to US Mobile for truly unlimited, uncapped high-speed data, higher network priority, and free international data as opposed to just calling. Then again, I don't get the included telehealth like I do on Trump Mobile, which uses your phone's camera to somehow show you your blood pressure. Yeah, that sounds legit.
Based?
But there's more.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, I need to reset the password to your dashboard. Is there one you'd like to use?
Like, you just want me to tell you a password on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Problem?
Okay. How about 4258 capital L pound?
It requires 8 to 12 characters, one symbol, and it must start with a capital letter.
No way.
Okay. Capital L, I guess. OP 4258 pound.
Sorry, pound isn't an accepted symbol.
All right.
I have to understand. Somebody at one point, I will read about this. What is up with the weird password requirements that are like insanely rigid, but like they try to be big? Like, have you ever had one before where they're like, you have to have like one special character, or you have to have one number, but it has to be on the final digit, or it has to start with a certain capital letter, or you can use like all special characters except for like 2 of them, or
Percent is fine.
That isn't either. How about an exclamation point?
Sure.
Yeah, well, that worked, but no password reset prompt was shown to me upon login. So somewhere out there, a very nice lady named Alexandria still has my account password. In any case, I reached the nondescript dashboard, which is most likely a hand-me-down backend from Liberty Mobile, which is the MVNO that Trump Mobile rides on, and I find device purchase history, where I can finally make the remainder of my payment on this motherfriggin' phone. I enter my card number, I agree to payment terms, but I do not click the marketing opt-in to which, quote, consent is not a condition of any purchase, end quote. And yet, it totally is. This field is required or they will not let you buy the phone. I don't even care anymore. They leaked all my data out to the internet, whatever. I clicked the button and, oh, well, look at that. A text message from Chase flagging a transaction from TMI hardware as potentially fraudulent. My bank does this like once every 2 years, and transactions of this price are not uncommon. So clearly they have had issues with TMI hardware before. In any case, yes, it's me, and it clears. Then silence. Except, not really, because complete your order emails keep arriving for an order that I have completed. and an order for which I was charged. Hello?
Hi, this is Christian, the sales director at Trump Mobile. Is this Quinn? I'm just calling to see if any customers would like to complete their pre-orders for the T1 smartphone.
Hi, Christian. Yeah, I bought the phone like a week and a half ago.
Let me log into your account here. Oh, great news. It seems like it shipped out a couple days ago, and it's out for delivery today, so it should be in your hands very soon.
What?
Did you not get a tracking number?
No, I haven't gotten almost any communication at all from Trump Mobile except for the original pre-order completion, but even that landed in my spam box.
Shoot. Yeah, I've heard that's been happening a lot, but in any case, I hope you enjoy the phone. We've been really receptive to feedback here and would love to hear any thoughts you have. This is my phone number, so reach out with any questions or thoughts you have, and hope you enjoy it.
Say what you will about this disaster of a service, but every support representative I've spoken to at the company has been lovely. I cannot wait to open this because this is already amateur hour. I tore part of the label off because I thought this was from eBay because, well, it was dropped off at a UPS store in person by hand, which nobody's doing if they're doing volume. And then also the label is cut out of paper that they printed on like an inkjet printer. It gets even better because they told me that they were going to ship a SIM card with the package, but look at this. I received a handwritten letter, hand-addressed envelope that I thought was a birthday
personal
card.
service.
Like, what else would it be? Nope. It's my Trump Mobile SIM card. This is the 47 plan. Oh, beautiful. 5G network. Welcome. I've got my whole guy. Oh, that's quite advanced. Look at that. That's impressive. And there's my SIM card. That's completely white, unlabeled, nondescript. Nothing much to it. Okay, well, I've got my SIM, and now I guess we just have to open the phone itself. So we'll crack open this box. Like I mentioned, I started to open it because I was like, well, I don't know what this is, and then only to realize, wait, that's the Trump phone. Okay. Protective case inside lid. T1 quick start guide. This is printer paper. This is printer paper, and look at the toner. They're running out of toner. This was literally printed on an inkjet printer. Look how pixelated the flag is over here. They've ran out of ink near the end. T1 quick start guide. And here's my packing slip. Was this typed out on Microsoft Word? What is this? Oh my gosh. This is great. And there's another
kind of a
SIM
hater,
card.
right?
Why'd I get two? And here's the box. Trump Mobile, it's incredibly nondescript. We've got T1 on the bottom. On the back, we've got the American flag with not enough stripes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 stripes.
So, problem?
The original 11 colonies. Do we have 50 stars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, so there's 50 stars. Oh, you know what? I think that this is negative space, and then the Trump Mobile word mark is supposed to be the 13th stripe.
There we go.
It looks stupid because it's much higher width than the rest of the stripes. But I think that's what they're going for. Proudly assembled in the USA. Are you sure? What does assembly mean? We put it in the box with the micro USB cable? So they added a stick, they printed these out on paper, and then they're like, well, we use like 2 cents of ink. We can't reprint this. So they added a little sticker that says protective case inside lid. And sure enough, here it is. Wait. I thought the T1 logo was going to be on the case. No, it's on the bag. And okay, a nice clear case that will surely never yellow. And here it is.
Isn't T1, wasn't that like a brand of phone or something? Am I making this up? Am I thinking HTC one maybe?
Wow, it is
Or
ugly.
T1 Mobile? Oh yeah, how are they? Wow, whatever.
Look at that. I haven't touched the back of the phone yet, but there's a little fingerprint on there. That is a little fingerprint. See that next to the second camera lens? I wonder if it's from the little kid that had to assemble this in the USA.
Based.
Bad joke.
Making jobs
okay,
for people?
So
okay.
The color is just not consistent anywhere. This could maybe kind of be gold, though it is pretty yellow. But the plastic surrounding the camera rings and this little thing, like it's just straight up. No, those are even different. So you've got legitimate yellow around the camera lenses. You've got like kind of bronzy yellow in this plastic surround ring. The back casing is like this reflective yellow, and then this anodized aluminum is just straight up not gold. No, it's not even really yellow. It's like orangey. It's ugly. Like this is a really ugly phone. And it's Trump that famously said, no matter how hard you try, you can't make a paint that looks like gold.
Never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that.
If you're gonna do this at all, why not just go all out? I mean, I've got some gold-plated golf balls right here. They were $50 on Amazon, which is pretty outrageous, like 13 bucks a piece. And I don't think they're Pro V1Xs. So I think most of the cost is in the gold, but these are legitimately gold-plated, and the surface area of these balls is way higher than what this phone would be. And, 50 bucks. So if you're paying $500 for this phone, why not just make it legitimately gold? At least that would be kind of cool, because do these things look similar to you at all? No, they don't, because one is gold and one is not. One is yellow, and it's the Trump phone. We've got our SGG quick charger, and it's gallium nitride, or so it claims, but it's only 33 watts max, and that's a pretty big charger. And look at this, Trump user manual SGG.
The watts don't matter, it's about the amps, by the way. The nice thing about products like this is that if you're hanging out with somebody and they pull out their Trump phone, it's just like an instant retard marker. Like, I like products like this because it just lets me know immediately the type of person you are.
I mean, hey, it's been a while since they've given such detailed instructions with the smartphone, and I appreciate it. That's good. Oh, I think this was made for old people. How to make a call. From the home screen, tap the phone icon, then tap the dial pad icon, enter the name, enter the number or the first letter of the contact's name and select the contact, tap the call icon. This is like baby's first smartphone. Oh, yeah, look at that. Woo! A Trump Mobile gold USB-C to USB-C cable. It is nylon, and wow, it is not a good cable. Look how inflexible that is. Ah, now I know why they include a case. This is plastic. This is not glass. So it probably scratches pretty easy. So we're gonna put this on there.
It's called being economic.
Oh, yeah.
Economical.
T1, okay, custom splash screen powered by Android. Trump Mobile, it's animated. All right, they put some work into this.
All vibe coded,
Oh, and
guaranteed.
look at that, it's like a flag waving in the wind. All right, so there is a SIM number on here. 774. Okay, so it's the one they mailed me. It's not the one they included with the phone. I don't think, anyway. Either right side up or upside down, according to the quick start guide. Okay. I'll tell you this, the display is actually really quite nice. I mean, here's an iPhone 17e, which I'm using as part of my 30-day Apple challenge. And while the color accuracy and the color cast on the Trump mobile phone is not as good, the display resolution looks great. The refresh rate is better. I can tell already it's a high refresh rate display, which the iPhone 17e is not. And it is now getting my phone ready. Okay, so there is a fingerprint reader on board, and I thought it might be in the power button because that's what it appears to be on their promotional images. But it's definitely not. It's just going to be in screen. So let's see if it's a decent in-screen fingerprint. And yeah. Oh. Start. I think the fingerprint sensor is broken from the factory. It just immediately errors out. Look at that. Trump Mobile, baby. We've got a wallpaper. Does it come with Truth Social installed?
Oh my God,
It
please.
does!
Oh, yes! All right, I'm buying it.
Oh, that's so funny. There you go. Hey, the man knows how to improve his brand. Welcome to Trump Mobile. Your number is closed. Welcome to Trump Mobile. What the what's going on? What? Okay. Messages. What is happening? Look at this. I open up the app and it just quits. Okay. It looks like the app is staying open now. Cool. There's my phone number. And there's the just welcome. System updates. Your system is updated as of February 5th. Should we check to see if there's any system updates? There are not.
The phone
Let's try
detected
one last time
that
to
he
set
is
up my
a
fingerprint.
libtard,
The
so
whole
it's
phone is
sabotaging
set
him.
up. I'll push agree and start. Yeah, no, it's just fully broken. I wonder if it's like a signing issue and the OS isn't properly signed or something, but the fingerprint reader straight up does not work. It's not me. It's fully updated. All the Google Play services are up to date. It's just broken. Okay, cool. I have to type my password every time because the fingerprint sensor doesn't work. Great. Okay, we're in developer options and wow, check that out. You can just straight up unlock the bootloader. Heck yeah. You can't do that on like most Android phones nowadays. Am I gonna end up liking the Trump T1? This is like an old school Android phone. I gotta go to XDA developers and download the latest cyanogen mod for my Trump phone. This is crazy. I do have to say it feels really pretty nice and it feels really quick because there's not much to this Android OS. It's pretty bone stock. The oleophobic coating sucks on the screen. I have fingerprints all over the place. But other than that, how's the camera? 1x, 2x?
Whoa.
That is the other camera though. And then you've got a 0.6, which would be this bottom camera right here. So there's your ultra wide.
Wow.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow.
Love that. There's a timestamp in the bottom, and then on the left bottom it says T1. Heck yeah, man. All right, hardware. So we've got a Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Not bad. Older chip, couple years old, but not bad, not bad. And then we've got a 1080 by 2436 display with 120 hertz refresh rate.
Wow.
That's pretty good. And 12 gigs of memory. Wow.
Wow.
And 512 gigs of storage.
Wow.
These specs are a lot better than I thought they would be. 12 gigs of memory is not bad at all. Okay, so it does say it has a 5,000 milliamp hour battery. Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, I might not have a fingerprint sensor, but do you know what I do have? A flashing green status LED. When was the last time you saw a status LED
To
on
let you know
an
Trump
Android
is
phone? That
tracking you.
fabulous.
He's keeping you
a
safe.
Genuinely great feature. Why am I starting to like this phone?
It's just a stock
I'll tell you what I
fucking
don't like,
Android,
the
whatever.
fingerprints. But that is no challenge for Copeland Supply's Cloth Pro Max. That's right, my proprietary triple blend loop pile hybrid cleaning cloth that is just gonna solve all our problems. Here, look at this. You ready?
Oh
2
my
wipes.
God. One.
1, 2.
Damn.
And whoa, she's perfect. Get yourself a Cloth Pro Max today. You can get yours for 10% off using coupon code SNAZZY, or actually, I can do you one better. I haven't set up my voicemail inbox in a while. Hola, y gracias por llamar Quinn.
What?
If you want to save
And it teaches them how to speak
15%
Spanish?
on your Cloth Pro Max, use coupon code. For almost a year, the internet was certain that the Trump T1 was just a rebadged T-Mobile Revel Pro 5G. This phone, one I picked up on Amazon for $126, manufactured by Chinese ODM Wingtech.
Well, that can't be true because the Trump phone was like 400 or 500 bucks, right?
The thing is it's not.
Whoa!
The rumor's origin, best I can tell, traces back to the T1's original unveiling, where analyst Max Weinbach declared that the phone was the Revel in a custom body. How Max came to that conclusion, I don't know. I generally think he's pretty well sourced, so I presume that may have originally been the plan, but this initial render ain't what we got. And these two phones have, thankfully, absolutely nothing in common. The real Trump phone is much better. Fingerprint sensor aside. I mean, the displays are entirely different. The headphone jacks are on opposite sides of the phone. The camera arrangement is different. The camera themselves are different. The hardware inside is different. This has got 8 gigs of memory. The Trump phone's got 12. This has got a Snapdragon 6 Gen 1, and this is a 7
Headphone
Gen 3.
jack?
I mean, they're just not the same. As soon as I saw the crappy AI unveil video for the T1 drop, I thought to myself, oh, that's just an HTC U24 Pro, a mid-range smartphone from a couple of years ago that frankly wasn't that great and was HTC in name only. I mean, the resemblance between these two devices is uncanny.
Whoa.
They've got identical speaker grills. Their headphone jacks are in the same place. They've got the same case shape. The camera position is even identical, even though the back cover is slightly different. But I guess that's what I'm getting to. The Trump T1 is not just U24, but gold. They've done some stuff. This is a completely custom back cover. And while that's not typically very difficult difficult to do. They did move the flash, which is also not that difficult to do, but moving the MEMS mic is less common because it needs calibration for proper noise canceling. Did the Trump T1 phone do that? Are these identical? The only thing that causes me to doubt that, despite them having the same SoC, the same amount of memory, similar storage options, is the battery. The Trump mobile phone claims a 5,000 milliamp hour battery that is capable of 30 watt charging, and the U24 Pro claims a smaller 4,600 milliamp hour battery, but capable of much faster 60 watt charging. And while even the boxes look identical, sure enough, you take a look at this little tiny power adapter that comes with the U24, and despite looking basically the same size as the Trump mobile one, is able to output double the wattage. So is the Trump one also capable of that and the specs are just wrong? I wouldn't put it beyond this phone. Or are they quite literally different inside? I guess there's only one way to find out. But before that, a charging speed test. We'll use the cable that came with the U24 Pro, because presumably that can push the full 60 watts. We'll plug it in, because this is a low state of charge, 30%. We should be able to pull the full 60 if it can do that. We're slowly climbing. Let me turn the display off. And here we go. Here we go. 26. Yeah, so I'm not feeling too confident that this can do 60 watts. It probably is 30. All right, I've already got the U24 open. It's now the Trump phone's turn. I'm just gonna put it on this very, very toasty resistive heating mat, which will loosen the adhesive at the bottom of the phone such that we can get a little bit of a point of entry with one of these spudgers and maybe with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol. A little too overeager.
Dramatic.
Needs more time in the oven.
Okay.
Still a little tight over here, so we're gonna give this golden phone a shower. And these things look pretty darn near identical. The Trump phone, interestingly, is using screws to hold on this back cover plate as opposed to plastic welding, but other than that, they look pretty much the same. The microphone has moved location, as has the flash, but interestingly, the flash assembly is not attached to this back cover. It's just the diffuser. And when you look at the flash LED itself, they're identical on both phones. The U24's is right here, and the Trump...
I don't know who he is, but no, Oliver Tree has died. Just so you know, okay? Helicopter, rip. The same one that got Kobe, I heard.
Phones is right here. So it really just comes down to what type of plastic are you shooting the flash through. They both have the same NFC placement. They both have the same camera placement. They have both the same Qi placement for your wireless charging coil and this same bottom plate. But that's not all that is to be discovered in this phone. So let's dig a little bit deeper. Ta-da! As suspected, they're exactly the same.
What?
Same board, same layout, same components. The only difference is the battery. Here's the HTC, here's the Trump. They look basically identical, save for the actual flash placement, which I didn't need to loosen, because check this out. They use contactless connector. That's pretty nice. Little pogo pins on here. That's advanced. Don't break these, or you are in for a bad time. Trust me on that one. Okay, so yeah, we are definitely using different batteries here. We've got BTE 4602 and BTE 5007. The HTC has a 4550 milliamp hour battery, so that's a 17.23 watt hour.
Oh, well, in that case,
and the Trump phone
rest in peace.
has a 5000 milliamp hour battery at 19.35 watt hours. So you do get a larger battery in the Trump phone, but it does not charge as quickly. We've got two battery connectors, which is interesting. Sometimes you'll see that in cells that charge really quickly. There'll be two cells in parallel. There's no pull tabs on these, which is kind of annoying. But luckily the adhesive is not too strong, and nothing squirting some of this down there can't resolve for the rest of it, eh? Okay, there you go. Since the battery's out, I wanted to check on something, not to discover, but to repair. Potentially the fingerprint sensor. Oh, by the way, if you ever want to remove these little water detection stickers without being detected, you pour some really high concentrated isopropyl alcohol on it. It dissolves the adhesive. It doesn't turn the sticker red, and you can pull it right out in one piece.
What?
Generally.
That's
sometimes,
crazy.
usually. Aha. And while right here on this board, we've got our SIM tray, we've got our USB-C. There's no charging logic on this daughter board. It goes straight to the main board. And then, yeah, like I mentioned, microphone, antennas, and our connectors here. But, crucially, right here is our fingerprint sensor. So if we pull this up, sometimes you can see that there's like plastic sticker underneath still, but no. So as you can see, where it shines through the display looks good. There's no protective film that would prevent it from working. And if we look at the sensor itself, I mean, that looks just fine.
Yeah, it looks good to me, for sure.
I think we either have a defective sensor or more likely, there's something going on in software that prevents this from working with the secure enclave or equivalent. Many have suggested this phone is 100% spying on you. And look, while I love a good conspiracy, I just don't think so. Not because I have some deep faith in Trump Mobile's corporate ethics, but because I don't think anybody over there is competent enough to do something so malicious. Now, if Trump Mobile had gone with some ultra-cheap adversarial Chinese ODM that's shoving mystery firmware without their knowledge onto the device, then yeah, maybe it would be a concern. But this is just an HTC phone wearing a novelty campaign hat. That said, as Nancy Reagan's husband once said, trust but verify, and the throat goat knows best. So the easiest way to do this without rooting the phone is to run a local VPN-style packet capture app like PCAP Droid. What this does is it lets us see what the apps and system services are making network connections to, and what DNS requests are being made, and what IPs it's talking to, and in many cases, the TLS host names, even if we can't actually see the HTTPS traffic. And as you can see, both here on device and also on the computer doing actual packet inspection during Wireshark, the traffic is just totally benign. We've got Google, we've got normal Android services, it's going to the Play Store. When Truth Social is open, it's going to Truth Social, but when the app is closed, it's not sending any traffic. This is just normal stuff. It's talking to CDNs, the update servers, and yeah, it's pretty boring. No spying here. So, I guess that brings up the question, where does this leave us? Well, without recommendation, because while the Trump mobile phone is not a $130 wing tech selling for $500, it's not a particularly great deal. Not because it's way more expensive than the U24 Pro. It's not. It's only a $50 premium, but because, well, the U24 Pro is not a very good phone either. Take this, the Samsung Galaxy S25 FE, for example. This is a $500 phone in the US, and it's not even particularly competent when compared to the likes of Oppo, OnePlus, and others. And yet, this device easily outperforms the Trump phone in all benchmarks. It has significantly better cameras. It has a thinner chassis. It has a fingerprint sensor that works. It has better software, and it will get software updates into the future and more. Then again, nobody looking to buy this phone is really cross-shopping. They're the likes to read a manual on how to make a phone call from their new smart telephone. And maybe not even those guys are actually buying this thing, given that the director of sales called me directly asking me to please buy the phone. Sorry, Eric. Sorry, Don Jr. You're going to have to find yourselves a different grift. This isn't going to make your billions. Thank you so much for watching. Save money on a Cloth Pro Max by using that discount code below, or call that number to get the best deal. And as always, stay snazzy.
Wow. On the morning of the twin prime conjecture, bro. Have you watched the Backrooms movie yet? No. Eventually, I'm watching that, and then the that Obsession one soon, though.
It's okay. We can engage.
Voosh mentioned you in this, does he? Oh.
It's like my favorite break from the news, you know? How's Voosh still at 599K? There's like a fluctuation in algorithmic attention that you get. Sometimes with like no apparent change in my behavior, it'll be like 10K a month. Sometimes it'll be fucking 0, you know? I wouldn't stick around much either if he just kept saying the world's going to end every stream or every other video, true or not. Still doesn't help that he's still widely hated by the online left. That's true. People need to scream this and be louder. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think he hates his job. They love to say this shit about me, man. It doesn't matter how much fun I'm having.
Not the subredditors.
He yelled at us about debates.
It's all right, Voosh. You and me, we're like one. I banned like 50 people for my sub this morning, so we're mind melded, brother.
And put up all this bullshit about it that was categorically untrue. He doesn't do research streams anymore. Doesn't do it. I have to wonder sometimes what these guys thought. Like, research stream was like, I'm gonna sit down and learn about like this old country for a while. I don't really know what that has to do with the the financial markets or actually, I mean, I actually have done a bunch of reading on monetary theory off stream, but that shit is not good stream content. By which I mean, like, my understanding of the subject would be worse if I engaged with it on stream, because rather than me just sitting down and reading and being like, how interesting, I have to be like, whoa, and engage with it for the performance of, you know, for live streaming. He just does his punditry, and then logs off like he's a newscaster, clock into his 9 to 5. I don't understand the criticism here. Voosh hates his job.
Is he skinwalking you too? Voosh? I don't think has ever skinwalked me. I'm just annoyed because he just made false, retarded fuck claims about me. Although at this point, there weren't even like, in the grand scheme of things, it was just like about, fuck, what was it even about? It was like political beliefs and shit, which technically compared to Hassan is much better because Hassan just called me a pedophile. But what are you going to do?
Begins it and then he ends it. Voosh fucking hates his job. You can tell because he stopped streaming sometimes.
Oh,
I've been streaming less than I want to lately because of the fucking internet stuff, but I think it's on the up and up now. It's not what drew a lot of us to him to begin with, but bro's lost that sauce and gets fucking pissed mad anytime someone tries to tell him. My opinion, I guess, and it could be like, I guess, contrarian to the interests of some people, if you're still a debate lost causer, you're not actually a fan. How can you be a fan? That's crazy. They're like watching Northern Lion and getting mad that he doesn't play Super Auto Pets anymore or whatever, except it's even further in the past. It's like years more in the past. You know what I mean? Like actual fake fan. Holy shit. You're like a revanchist, man. It's been 20 years. I feel the problem right now with his content is he has the same perspective on things for a while. You can predict his conclusion on things way easier. That is true. But in fairness, the problem is that like the problems in the world right now are very, very, very uncomplicated. There used to be this like big culture war debate over like, is transgenderism harmful? Does transitioning harm people or whatever? Like you had to engage with the nuance, but there's no effort in the opposition. There's not really like an argument from their end. So how do you make an argument on your end? Like the argument on their end is like, haha, fuck you. We hate life. We hate everything. You know what I mean? How do you argue with that?
Also, it's epic to hate everything.
The problems are, it's very simple, you know? Capital allocation has led to a dynamic financially and culturally where like 5 people control everything and they're incredibly evil and nobody can stop them because all of the institutions that were meant to rotted away decades ago and didn't actually have a response to what happens when the oligarchs realize that they have no chains on them. So until then, it's just a matter of like inevitably their incompetence will bring ruin.
Did you guys all watch Hey Arnold? It kind of does feel a little bit lately. It feels this way with the financial markets too. Like, what if I do just IPO a company based on total future earnings that would have to be 4 times the entire US economy on a market that doesn't exist yet, using technology that doesn't exist yet? But I'm like such a fucking meme and I'm so epic I can actually do it. And at the same time, like break every part of the government intentionally and not give a fuck.
Hey, Stoop, can you, baby? Where's your diapers? When no baby Stoop can't afford to leave a Stoop. Come here, fat boy. I'm gonna roll you downtown.
And they just realized they could just jump off and it doesn't even matter. Fuck. Is Metaloid here? Fuck, never mind. Okay.
You know? And so, like, I suppose it is predictable. It's just like, that's, yeah. Difficult to, you hate chat, not your job? I don't hate chat. I like bantering with chat. It's legitimately, like, the most fun part of every stream. You know? When was the last time you watched a debate and changed your mind? Well, there are no more debates, is the thing. Like, nowadays, the online debate culture is made up of, like, what if a retard went on Jubilee? Or what if a person who knows what they're talking about went on Jubilee and just got docked at by 20 groypers? You know what I mean? Like, there's literally no... And a lot of those groypers are paid for by Jubilee. Like, they're not even real people. They're held on retainer to maintain the Like, debate culture now is Pierce Morgan, who flips a coin every morning and decides, like,
does he want to be
which
evil,
position
or
he's
does he want
going to take. And he does it to maximize the
viewership,
views on, like, disagreeable engagement for the incoherent, screeching panel of guests he has, where he, like, balances out the correct and incorrect positions to maximize engagement. There's no real... like everything is kayfabe or however it's pronounced now. There's no like actual effort to change anyone's mind. You're pretty much locked in for cultural reasons at this point. It doesn't really have anything to do with like the value of the position. Would you debate Ezra Klein types? Yeah, it'd be fun to debate Ezra Klein types, I think. But I feel like, I don't know. I don't really want to garner a reputation for one of those types of leftists who only goes after liberal Democrats, I think, even though like a lot of my criticisms get levied in that direction because the Republicans are so unabashedly evil that it feels like there's no point in trying to debate them. You just have to beat them, you know? Debate Mehdi Hasan? Like, okay, I really like Mehdi Hasan, but you've seen his debates, right? It's like, here's the 50th consecutive debate where he just repeats, hey, every institution on earth recognizes Israel's doing a genocide. And then the person he's arguing with is like, nuh-uh. It's like anti-Semitic to point that out. Like, what? Like, what's, like, okay. We just want you to get destroyed in a debate for once, okay? I get destroyed in a debate every time I open up my Reddit, okay?
True.
I mean, Voosh literally just reacts. Many of his explanations are wrong, but then he refuses to update priors. Hold on. Ooh. Let's see if they're going to explain how I'm wrong. Let's as always, let's see. Right now, he's filling the role of an end-of-the-world doomsday pundit. Man, I feel like oftentimes these guys are projecting their insincerity, or maybe what they're projecting is their view that everything is entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, they view this as a pastime or a hobby or whatever. So if I believe a thing, it takes the role of doing the bit. Or maybe it's like they don't want to accept that things might be as bad as I think they are. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to believe that someone who they at least somewhat respect intellectually could think that things are that bad. You know, it has to be like a YouTube bit. It has to be like an arc or something. You have to frame everything through the lens of a narrative rather than just me legitimately thinking that the brakes are off, you know? I enjoyed his content a lot more when it was witty and interesting instead of everyone is literal demons, the world's literally ending. Well, also, every time I go deeper than surface level, I expose the fact I don't know how most things work. Bro. I'm not seeing an explanation on what I'm wrong on. If I was on Reddit and I was making an argument against a person, against somebody who liked me, I would explain how he's wrong.
Loser. Like,
I wouldn't just say he's wrong. Loser you would have mentality. To say what they're wrong on. You've been calling conservatives evil since day one? Yeah, if anything, I was like ahead of the game on that. Like I was pointing out that they had an explicitly eliminationist ideology years ago. And I ended up being right on everything. Like back when a lot of people thought that conservatives were still capable of being moved over, or they had some like complex internal, like wrong, inconsistent, but still like real internal world. Like I feel like I was consistent. Their internality is totally fake. There's a complete disconnect between their faculties and the positions they hold. It's all just fronting. You know? Yeah, I used to get in trouble for calling these people Nazis, and now they're all fucking Nazis, man. I mean, how else do you describe Republicans other than evil demons who want us dead? Yeah. It's very emotionally fun to refer to them this way. That's true. But at this point, everyone Voosh even mildly disagrees with is a demon, not just Republicans. That's just not true. The only group of people that I regularly call demons outside of Republicans are liberal Zionists, because they're explicitly like pro-genocide, and they are in favor of losing to Republicans and keeping America strangled by corporations if it means not going back on Israel. Like I don't do the like demonic so on and so forth bit with people who aren't militantly Zionists.
I feel like me and Voosh duo debating would go hard. That'd be crazy. Could you imagine? Could you even imagine that?
But today's video about screwworms was an excellent example. The Texas AG guy in the news was saying what Voosh was saying, but Voosh acted like bro was saying stupid shit because he didn't want to listen to a Texas AG guy.
Uh-oh.
No, he wasn't. The Texas AG guy was arguing against the reestablishment of the program that was dropping. He was arguing that it's worthless because the sterilized flies just mate with each other, and they don't mate with the non-sterilized flies down near the Panama Canal, except it literally worked for decades. Like, he was saying, he wasn't just saying that it doesn't work now that containment's been breached. He was denying the validity of the project in its entirety. What?
You what? Apparently the way, somebody emailed me about this, but I just never talked about it because I don't care, because I hope we all died of some fucking stupid disease. Apparently for the screw worms, the way that we dealt with this a long time ago, like in the 40s, that can't possibly be right. But maybe it was that long ago, was apparently we made a bunch of screw flies that were, it's like they're infertile. And I guess like the females or something die after they mate or something. So you would send all these males out that were infertile, and then they would mate with the females, and then they would die, but they wouldn't have any babies. And that was like a really good way to control the screw fly population or something like that. One of the worries now, though, is that we had we've done this for so long that now the population, like the environment now has changed quite significantly. Like there's greater populations of deer and all this other bullshit. And so people are worried that if these screw flies come back, it's going to be like fucking like GG. They're just going to have like a whole environment to ravage with a whole bunch of creatures that now have no defenses against these things at all. And it's going to be open season. Yeah. What is this? No, this one's on Biden, if anything. True. It is definitely Biden's fault. Wait, quick schizo break?
Well, quite different personalities, at least.
But they changed everything.
Different kinds of geniuses, for sure.
Okay, so I want to know. So I went to the Arcos Park with the Science Museum and the... You guys are behind like monoclonal antibodies. You're Caffarelli's and you've had a huge impact in the sciences. Act it. Why? What's wrong with you? You know. So okay, yes, I understand it. Soccer, football is a religion. I get it. We've all seen the visuals. It's amazing.
What?
And it's not no. It's yes and.
Well, quite different personalities, at least.
But they changed everything.
Different kinds of geniuses, for sure.
Okay, so I want to know. So I went to the Arcos Park with the Science Museum and the...
I don't get it.
You guys are behind like monoclonal antibodies. You're Caffarelli's and you've had a huge...
An underrated Eric Weinstein insanism is that whenever he talks to anyone with a thick accent, he reflexively goes into ethnic Eric mode and starts subconsciously doing an accent of his own. Oh, at the end here?
Okay, yes, I understand it. Soccer, football is a religion. I get it.
Football is a religion.
We've all seen the...
King. Yeah, that's actually a positive adaptive quality that demonstrates awareness, and most people with those accents appreciate. True. When people in Spanish have an accent, I just start screaming, gay, 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 and then me and my friends will beat them up because we're white Americans.
The Redditor thinks because the Texas AG guy was criticizing the feds, it means he was agreeing with you, but he wasn't. He was criticizing the feds because the feds weren't implementing the kind of program that he wanted to see, but he was still denying the validity, the effectiveness of the sterilized fly dropping program that worked for decades. Like he explicitly said, I remember him saying it. He said the sterilized female flies just end up mating with the sterilized male flies. He said repeating the same thing and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. But the thing that
Here's the deal, okay? You know what? I don't believe that people have autism, okay? I don't know if I believe in autism at all. Lauren De Laguna, I think, said this. When people have autism, but for some reason their autistic traits only come out when it's like socially beneficial to them to like demean or besmirch or attack somebody else, I don't believe in that, okay? Now, if Voosh says he has autism, who remembers the tactical N-word deployment? Now that might genuinely be an autistic person. I believe that. I can buy that one, okay? That makes sense to me. You know what? 100%. And if you don't know, don't worry about it.
One repeated is the thing that worked for 60 years. This is what I mean, man. How you people
come on,
are
man.
Lucky I don't have more of an ego than I do, because I can't, my psyche has to wear the effect of like people continuously disagreeing with me and then being wrong, like
Same.
Arrogantly wrong.
True.
You know?
I know that feel.
It's
Every
a high that I ride nonstop, and yet somehow I have like the thinnest like grasp on reality, you know? Your recollection is correct. That's a fucking first, right? I swear I heard him say you have to bring the whole program back, not just the sterile flies. No. He was shit-talking the sterile flies bit.
True.
The thing that worked. The thing that was effective. He was shit-talking that bit. He was saying we needed to do more than that, but he was also devaluing that program that was working for 60 years. But he was also advocating for a different program. But I think it's pretty dumb to continue to shit-talk the program that worked for 60 years, because it could work again. You just need to continue to do it, you know?
True.
It's clear Voosh was overreactive and didn't hear the screwworm guys out. No! Man, how uncharitable do you have to be to, like, take a deliberately antagonistic attitude towards me when the person who you're being more charitable towards is the Republican Texas agriculture commissioner? You can be uncharitable towards me, but the person you're doing it in favor of is like obviously an idiot. Didn't that guy want the glue paper plan? Yeah, that's what he was advocating for. I did some research about the other thing he was advocating for because I was curious. It did turn out that the other program he was saying was what they used before they started dropping the flies. Okay, that's good. I'm not anti that plan because I'm not like an expert on that plan.
Know what the other plan is.
Don't you think it would make sense? Listen, the current screwworm plague is being caused by us no longer dropping sterilized flies into Panama because Elon Musk's Doge boys were like, this is gay. This is gay. Why are we making flies trans? And they stopped it. So wouldn't it make sense if you were the agricultural commissioner of Texas to say, we need to bring that program back? But he didn't say that. He actually said the program is ineffective because the sterilized female flies just mate with the sterilized male flies. And also, it is the definition of insanity to keep repeating the same thing and expect different results. So, this was the angle along which I was criticizing him, which, you know, I feel like... No, Kowalski, he didn't. If that was what he said, if he said we need to bring back the program Doge Cut, but also do a new program in addition to it, then I wouldn't have criticized him for it. Because it was like, I feel like we're all misremembering. He wasn't saying the new restart of the program was bad. Are we really getting into this? Okay, you know what? No. Fine. Okay.
You got one guy to do a whole new stream segment.
Then, sure, we'll just go back and look. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If he defended the reintroduction of the program, then that's on me. Okay, hold on. Texas Agriculture Commissioner. Okay, let's just... This is the video, okay? This is the argument being cited to attack me here, I guess, and to say that I'm obtuse and I don't listen and I'm arrogant and I just disagree with everything or whatever. Okay.
A rift between the Agriculture Department and Texas's Agriculture Commissioner is intensifying over the federal secretary said.
Well, that was uncalled for.
Wait a second. Wait, hello? Is that Anthony Hopkins? Am I crazy? From Westworld? That absolutely is Anthony Hopkins from Westworld. We're getting trolled right now live.
Secretary said.
Well, that was uncalled for.
He's even trying to sound like him.
Rather childish and unstatesmanlike. I find it kind of comical that she thinks I'm unserious. That's like calling it Hercules weak. I'm very serious about this. I'm the most serious person, much more serious than the USDA is about stopping this threat. So I'm putting everything I've got into it. My entire agency is ready to do this on our own if USDA decides that they don't want to move forward and stop this pest. We have the tools to stop it. We need to implement them and use them.
So before we talk about why farmers are also serious about this, why they're telling you they are, let's talk about the solution that you propose. The U.S. cattle industry began sounding the alarm over screwworms when they were detected in Mexico in 2024. The USDA has been deploying sterile male flies to stop screwworms from returning. But you're proposing something instead. What is that, and why is what the USDA is doing not enough?
Yeah.
Well, what they're doing is the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's a definition of insanity.
Oh,
they're
my
releasing
God!
100 million sterile flies a week. Been doing that for 18 months, so we've released over 7 billion sterile flies. Yet we have more cases today than when we started, and they've marched from southern Mexico 1,100 miles into Texas and New Mexico. It's not working, folks. We have a tool. The USDA has it. They come up with it. They've deployed it. They've used it in the past, called the SWAS system. That's Screwworm Adult Suppression System. It's basically a fly bait. You put the fly bait out and past, it's killed from 80 to 95% of the screwworm flies. You follow up with sterile flies. The reason the sterile flies don't work is that they release 100 million flies, but half of them are females. The ideal is to get the male to
Does this, I mean, again, like this, to me, this reads as a charitability thing. Does this not sound like he is poo-pooing the project in its entirety? Like the idea, the whole reason this started was because the federal government for over half a century was deploying the sterile flies.
Okay.
And so explicitly, like in order to restabilize the situation, that is something we will need to do. But, and this is my read on it, like being, I get, like this is my guess. He understands that. However, he doesn't want to directly challenge Doge or Elon or the president or whatever else. So he isn't explicitly defending the practice. But when he says like the sterile fly thing doesn't work, it does sound to me like he's kind of decrying the overall practice. He's referring specifically to the past 18 months of deployment. But does this not sound like a general attack on the practice?
I mean, it kind of, that's what I get, no? I feel like
He's wrong about that too. It's only sterile males. Okay, well, I didn't investigate the sexing of the flies. They were...
Oh, I sexted them. Just kidding. They're all underage.
The sterile male to mate with a fertile female, and there's no offspring. Well, they don't mate with the fertile females. There's a fertile sterilized female right beside them, so they just mate with each other. Maybe 1 in 100,000 actually goes out and finds a fertile female to mate with. So it's not working.
Why do you think the federal government doesn't want to deploy the SWAS method?
I've asked them. They don't have a good answer. It's their program. It's not mine. The very first time I brought it up to Brooke Rollins, she said,
it sounds like he's attacking doing the flies only, which is what they've been doing recently. It doesn't sound to you a little bit like he's
This guy just said that maybe 1 out of 100,000 of the flies actually goes out and does anything. It sounds to me like he's throwing the whole thing under the bus. I don't have any dog in this race, but I mean, I feel like Voosh's take was correct against his audience. It sounds retarded. It sounds like he's saying it doesn't do fuck all.
Like generally attacking the sterile flies thing, like the whole expecting different results, same outcome, or sorry, expecting different results after the same behavior. And also the whole like sterile male flies work.
Why does he call
only
it? Why does he say sterile?
This doesn't sound like more of a considering the fact the reason all of this happened was because the Republican administration defunded the program of dropping sterilized flies down in Panama. Doesn't this kind of sound like, at the most charitable, a deliberate avoidance of endorsing the program that the Trump administration cut?
Yep.
I feel like we're getting to like shockingly in the weeds here. Like this is a level of charitability. We know this guy is evil. He's a Republican. I guess that's the kind of lazy thinking that the Redditor got mad at me over, but I don't really understand the issue here. I feel like my interpretation of his priorities and his rhetoric here is pretty on point.
You're on point, Voosh. Don't let him distract you.
Because it's environmentally insensitive. I said, well, what does that mean? I don't get it. She said, well, it might kill some good flies. I said, well, I don't know what a good fly is, but let's say we kill the good flies. You've got a $1 billion fly factory. Let's go make some more flies and turn them loose. Let's get after the number one thing.
Is that like this is your goat? The program that would get rid of flying insects in general, that would potentially do a lot of damage to the local ecosystem by getting rid of flies. I don't know what a good fly is. You got a fly factory. Why can't you just make more flies? This is your goat?
True. I mean,
is to eradicate the screwworm fly.
What's at stake here?
Can't you?
What's that?
What's at stake here? What are farmers telling you?
Well, it's a over $30 billion industry in Texas, just our livestock industry. But we have a wildlife industry that's huge. We have over 1 million acres under high fence. So, but it's not. Look, it's just not ag culture. This mainly, and you had it on the screen, there was a dog. Most of these cases recently, a lot of them anyway, are dogs, pets, cats. You know, just a bite from a tick is enough to attract a screwworm fly and infect your pet. The 275 human cases in Mexico, 2 of them died. So this could affect any and everybody. It's not just ranchers that, with cattle. It's sheep, pork, goats, pigs, feral hogs, it's wildlife, it's chickens, it's poultry, it's anything that has warm blood in it is susceptible to this pest.
Okay, Commissioner Sid Miller.
Hey, wasn't somebody in chat saying that he explicitly defends reintroducing? I swear to God, like a minute ago, somebody in chat was like, no. At the end of the video, he defends reintroducing the program to Panama. Did I miss that while listening?
No, Voosh.
Explicitly?
Your audience
did I
is being
miss it a second
retarded.
time? Did he say that?
They're trying to
and I missed it
mislead
again?
you. They're one-guying you for no reason.
Like, wouldn't it make sense for him, the agriculture secretary, to be like, and I think we need to bring back that program that what Doge cut, because it was clear that the screwworm cases got a lot worse after we stopped sending sterilized flies down to Panama.
Yep, he's
or
right.
Whatever.
He's
Wouldn't
right.
that, like, I don't know. I guess I'm sorry I'm being uncharitable to him. There were 2 interviews we watched. Dude, do we have to watch both? Come on, what? The screwworm broke through the gap in Panama. The Biden admin had been running a screening program in Mexico to keep it under control. The program all got scrapped by Doge. So there's a second functioning program that he's not referring to here? Yeah, I'm sorry. I stand by my...
Did you pick up the
I
Fury
can't
ring?
believe we're doing
Wait,
this right
what?
now.
Did I?
This guy's a fucking idiot. He's an idiot. Everything he said here was stupid.
True.
The definition of insanity bit, why can't the fly factory just produce more flies to get rid? I don't know what a good fly is, but like we can just put that. Like, he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're doing this right now.
Don't let them bait you, Voosh.
He's not an idiot. He's a liar. Okay, well, he can be both. I'm fighting uphill with you guys, man. Jesus. What have I done to earn this contempt?
It's
Oh,
just
wait,
Reddit.
hold on.
It's
From
just
the guy
Reddit.
who said I'm wrong multiple times in the same post. He's wrong. His explanations are wrong. Confidently spout untrue statements. And then the example that he provided, the one with the screwworm guy in Texas, was wrong. And then, hold on. Any specific examples of a mild disagreement leading to one being called a demon? Nah. I'm not here to put it in a bunch of time and effort compiling a list just to be ignored. Good for if you don't see it, good for you or whatever. You said that he's wrong and did
That's my favorite rage baiter is when you ask a fan, you're like, or an anti-fan or whatever, you're like, what can you give me an example of like what the fuck you're even talking about? It's like, nah, I'm not gonna waste my time. You either know or you don't know, you little simp fuck. I love that one. That's probably my favorite one actually. What? Fucking okay, dude.
bad thing. Can you provide an example of him doing the thing you're saying he's doing?
Nah,
I'd rather like, you know, I'm gonna like argue about it, like in kind of like in a general way. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna argue about it,
but I don't
like
have time to find an
like
example.
I'm more of an ideas arguer,
but 400,
not really a specifics
400 posts
arguer.
though. 400 posts though.
You guys. I've been following for 7 years now. Wow. Yeah, I wonder if you have any examples at the top of your mind. Oh, hold on. He didn't just change his views on a lot of stuff, actively reversed course in a bunch of shit. That sucks, and it's fine people call it out now. Okay, let's engage. Hold on. His views on China. He used to unequivocally correctly state they were an evil fascist country and even watched that CCP versus Mediasan debate and talked about how evil the CCP is. Okay. Now he can't go 2 videos without saying we need to be more authoritarian to get stuff done the way China does. No. It's not the midwit.
You ever see when somebody makes a... You guys don't understand this from the streamer perspective. Sometimes you see a thing where somebody says it and they're like, you can see how they think they're cooking. The worst thing isn't when you can see how they think they're cooking. It's when you can see how, you know how other people think that that person is cooking, but it's really not. But like to even begin to counter it is just too much. Just let him cook.
Crap. It is, man, it all does come down to charitability, doesn't it? Like, it all does come down to it, right? Like I say, the CCP is objectively more interested in maintaining their civilization than America's leaders are its, which is a fact. And that gets read as China isn't evil. Like, the Chinese government is super fucking evil. They disappear people. It's undemocratic, surveillance, et cetera, et cetera. I've never walked back any of this. There's by the Uyghur Muslims in the Xinjiang province are still getting like hyper surveilled and having like and getting arrested for fucking having beards or whatever, like shit like that, right?
Well,
I've never walked back
having
any
a beard
of that.
illegal?
The element of I guess specific praise that I've levied here, and I feel like I've been really specific in my language, is that like the American leadership does not believe in the continuity of America as anything other than a vessel for private investment. America, it doesn't matter if we have roads, bridges, healthcare, full grocery stores, none of that matters. Like the fundamentals of maintaining like a basic society, right? Nowadays, at least, they just care about maintaining speculative investment vehicles. Whereas in China, right, the Chinese Communist Party has deliberately restricted some of the more speculative aspects of their economy in an effort to maintain basic production, which is why they're able.
Wait. Okay, you know what? I'm dropping my second. This isn't really an anti-capitalist take. It's just something that doesn't sit right with me, okay? There are a few ways that you can raise money as a company, okay? You can sell shit, right? Increase your revenue. You can borrow money, okay? You can take on debt. Or, if you must, you can sell equity, right? This is when you sell stock in your company. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about different classes of shares with different voting rights. So this came up yesterday with Elon, but Elon is not the only person who does this. I believe Mark Zuckerberg has done this as well with Facebook. Like, I think Zuckerberg has like 52% of all the voting power of the company with like 12% of the shares or something. The numbers might not be right, but it's something similar to that, where different classes of shares will give you dramatically different voting rights. I feel like it's kind of a cheat, because you're like, I'm going to give you some equity in my company, and equity implies ownership, but you don't actually have any real ownership. You're kind of just like along for the ride with no voting rights, which is kind of like the whole point of having equity in a company, or part of it at least. I don't know. It seems kind of weird. Whatever.
To build more way faster than us. That's how they were able to massively invest in solar and bring the price down through subsidies. It's how they're able to build so many big towns and cities and subway, so on, so quickly. So like that is the shift here, you know? He even rejected ever saying China was fascist when I added him in chat about it. I think that I've always been particular about China being selectively fascist. The government uses fascist rhetoric, and there are elements of them of the government that is fascistic. It is not a total.
How are we defining fascism here? I don't even know. Single party, authoritarian? I don't know. Do I get mentioned at all in this? Why the fuck was this linked to me?
Fascist state. But yeah, I guess like the specific angle I take on that can kind of vary a little bit day to day. I think that for the most part, I've been consistent about it. Yeah, it's definitely not a fascist state in the way that like Nazi Germany or Stalin's
fuck am I doing
Soviet Union was, for sure. It doesn't maintain the same kind of like permanent zeal. It doesn't have the same like everybody is a blood cell in the great body that is the state. But sometimes the rhetoric of China, of the Chinese government, does like really overlap with it, which makes me think that China wants to be more fascist. My belief is that if they could, the CCP would make China more fascist than it is. But the reason why they haven't is because China's really fucking difficult to control, you know? Like, under Stalin, the Soviet Union held a tight rein over its like major productive facilities, its cities, not every reach of Siberia. And Nazi Germany was relatively small. The population of Nazi Germany was, peaked at 80 million people. That's actually bigger than I thought. They had a larger, 80 million people, which is somewhat less than 1.4 billion. I think. I haven't done the math on that. I think that China is just difficult to control. I think that if the Chinese government had a better hold on its population, I think they'd be able to a little bit more like, they'd be able to.
Oh, just kidding. Thank you, Voosh.
His anti-electoralism views where he used to 100%. Okay, all of my positions on electoralism have been so substantiated. You can disagree with me on them, but the idea that I just turned around on it without explaining why is just not defensible. I have spent, at this point, genuinely hundreds of hours explaining how my views on electoralism have flipped, due in large part to my belief in like how long we have and the nature of these systems. I have spent so much time trying to explain my thoughts and feelings, and it's okay to disagree with them, right? It's totally okay to disagree with them. I don't think I'm like infallible, but I have explained why, and I didn't just flip on it.
Okay, fuck you, whoever baited me into watching this. Somebody asked, is this slopulism, or is this how money works? Generic picture, 1.7 million subs. Okay, it's either a standard, decent explainer channel, or it is AI slop.
The amount of money spent on lobbying hit a record $5.24 billion at the federal level alone. And well, I don't know if you realized, but there weren't even any major federal elections in 2025.
Damn.
When you factor in the upcoming midterms, state and local level lobbying, in addition to all of the money spent outside of officially disclosed channels, the volume of cash that is, enabling the lawmaking process is going to eclipse 11 figures within America alone this year. And by all accounts, it's going to be a great investment. A Cambridge University report found that out of 1,779 policy issues passed during their study, the preferences of economic elites and special business interests had a significant influence on policy outcomes, which wasn't really the shocking part. The shocking part was that the preferences of average citizens had effectively no measurable influence, even in large groups that were extremely politically active. Oh.
Okay, I'm good. This, Jillian's and page study is, people have gone back and forth on this a lot. That interpretation is incredibly dramatic and not really true, but there's like a billion other videos and stuff on these, on this research. To be citing this research this recently, and then that's your takeaway from it, means you're retarded. I'm good. Ooh. Cat in the Hat.
Of course.
What?
What up, niggas?
What? React to that video. A-Truck reacts to a lot of his stuff. It's just that's just slopulous trash. Why? No, because I'm gonna have to be. I need to pay attention more if I'm gonna do this.
Last year, the amount of money spent on
I think the takeaway from that Jillian's and Page study was that like the elites and the average people get their beliefs like in policy like about 50-50, like it's split 50-50. And then I think when there's a disagreement, I think it tends to go a little bit more towards the population, I think. I don't remember, but it's nowhere near as dramatic as this guy made that sound.
Lobbying hit a record $5.24 billion at the federal level alone. And well, I don't know if you realized, but there weren't even any major federal elections in 2025. When you factor in the upcoming midterms, state and local level lobbying, in addition to all of the money spent outside of officially disclosed channels, the volume of cash that is, enabling the lawmaking process is going to eclipse 11 figures within America alone this year. And by all accounts, it's going to be a great investment. A Cambridge University report found that out of 1,779 policy issues passed during their study, the preferences of economic elites and
I also don't like calling that a report. Sounds weird. I don't know why I don't like that word report instead of study. Unless this is like a different thing that Jones and Page published, but I don't think it is.
Special business interests had a significant influence on policy outcomes, which wasn't really the shocking part. The shocking part was that the preferences of average citizens had effectively no measurable influence, even in large groups that were extremely politically active. Oh, and this study was done in 2014, when total political spending was less than a quarter of what it is today. Part of the reason why that spending has become so ludicrous is not because the money is being used to circumvent the will of the people. That battle was won long ago. It's instead becoming a spending battle between other lobbyists to see whose special interest takes precedence over the lesser donors. Now, I know the problem of political lobbying is not exactly a surprise to anybody anymore. Even here on this channel, whenever we cover broken business models, from private equity, private credit, corporate farming subsidies, the gambling epidemic, data center subsidies, corporate consolidation, healthcare, the housing market, how you fund a retirement, and all the way down to something as mundane as how we collect economic data, political lobbying is, at least part of, the reason why things have become so clearly messed up. But I promise you...
Can you explain the lobbying thing? I get that politicians need to get industry knowledge, but why is the money part needed? You know what? Fucking good question. Is there a video on that? What do lobbyists spend their money on? When somebody says you spent some money on lobbying, oh, how money works. Nice. How does lobbying really work? He's above the noise, so he should be able to tell us, right? Legal corruption?
Hey, you want to make a lot of money?
You know what?
Become a lobbyist. What up, world? Miles Best here, journalist, host, and someone who could use a little extra cash. Now, you've all heard about lobbyists, right? They get paid to schmooze with congressmen. Congressman, I know you want to pass this bill, man. Do you want a shrimpy? Yeah, I have a shrimpy. Yeah, you got to pass that bill, though. Oh, yeah, totally. That sounds like a great idea, actually. Yeah, that's right, Congressman. Pass that bill. Enjoy that shrimpy. Cheers. So maybe it's not exactly like that, but lobbying is a $3.7 billion industry, and your average lobbyist is taking home $112K a year. It's not too shabby. Now, my gut is telling me that all this money changing hands is a little fishy. What's that gut? Yeah, I hear you. And I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, just for you. So today we're asking, what the heck do lobbyists do, and are they really that bad? Okay. So long story short, lobbyists are just people who talk to politicians to try to get them to pass or oppose laws and other policies. Professional lobbyists do that on behalf of their clients. And those clients can range from big corporations, trade associations, unions, nonprofits. It's literally a lobbyist's job to influence government officials to get them to adopt policies that are favorable to their clients. And there are thousands of different groups that either have lobbyists working directly for them or hire lobbyists from big lobbying firms. Even reptiles have lobbyists. That's a true story. The U.S. Association for Reptile Keepers has spent $10,000 on lobbying so far in 2022. Now, the term goes way back to when people would literally wait in the lobbies of government offices to try to catch lawmakers' ears. At its core, it's a way for citizens to petition the government for a redress of grievances, which is a right that's protected by the First Amendment. Okay, so that's what lobbyists are, but are they bad? So
Is it really just the money? Maybe it is just the money paid to people who do the lobbying, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why I would have thought it would have been anything different.
So a lot of the critiques of lobbying come down to how money is involved in the process. It's totally legal for lobbyists to throw big fundraisers for politicians, and they themselves can actually personally donate to campaigns. It's insanely expensive to run for office. I mean, campaign spending for the 2022 midterm election cycle is projected to exceed $9.3 billion. That's like buying a quarter of Twitter. As Political reports, Representative Virginia Fox from North Carolina hosts a brunch bunch, which costs $1,000 to go to 1, $2,500 to go to 3, and $5,000 to go to 7. Seems like a sweet deal. Politicians raise money for their campaigns, and lobbyists get to build relationships with lawmakers. A win-win for lobbyists and politicians. And all this brings up some serious equity issues when it comes to who can afford to hire lobbyists, and ultimately, whose voice gets to influence government policy. Let me tell you a quick story. Once upon a time, polls showed that 80 to 90% of Americans favored allowing the federal government to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies for lower drug prices. I mean, the only thing that's more popular is The Rock. So, lucky for Americans, Congress was debating a bill which would do just that. Easy win, right? It didn't pass. It died on the Senate floor. Pharmaceutical companies spent big money lobbying Congress to fight this bill. I bet y'all didn't see that coming, huh? So, I looked up who the biggest spenders on lobbying were in 2021. Literally at the top, big business, as in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, a pro-business interest group. Next up, landowners. Coming in at number 2 is the National Association of Realtors, an organization who, according to its website, has 114 years of advocating and protecting the rights of property buyers and sellers in the U.S. and around the world. Number 3, Big Pharma, the pharmaceutical research and manufacturers of America. Also at the top of the list are big tech companies. Meta, the company formerly known as Facebook, and Amazon both spent over $19 million on lobbying. Who don't you see at the top? Lobbyists advocating for the people or the planet rather than a business's bottom line. Though, I will point out that AARP spent over $13 million lobbying in 2021. Dang.
Okay, all right. The only thing I don't like about when people say, like, most Americans wanted the government to be able to negotiate, with pharmaceutical companies to lower drug prices. Depending on how you pull an issue, some people can pull really high on stuff, but when you get into the nitty gritty of like, how does this actually work? People start to have big disagreements. I feel like the biggest example of this obviously was Brexit, right? Where there was a big vote on Brexit, and it was just an overall, it was like a vibe vote, but somehow it ended up in a referendum. And then people were like 51%, you know what, I'm kind of vibing this out. But then the huge disaster was like, okay, well, how the fuck should this actually look? And then it's like, had there been a more granular conversation about Brexit, it probably wouldn't have passed, would be my guess. Was it 52%? Sorry. People do this a lot with a thing. They'll be like, oh, like, you know, should the United States government do something about climate change? And like 90% of people are like, yeah, of course. I mean, it sounds like it, right? I mean, we probably should. But then it's like, okay, well, here's what we can do. And it's like, okay, well, hold on. All these things cost me some money. Fuck that. Then support drops quite a bit. Not to say that lobbyists never get something over the American people, or that the American people's opinions are perfectly expressed in Congress, or blah, blah, just, you know.
However bad you think it's gotten, it's worse. We tend to think that money in politics begins and ends with how much our elected officials can pump into silly campaign ads and how many lobbyists an industry group can pay to stock the halls of the Capitol. But even if we were to somehow reform this in its entirety tomorrow, we only need to look to other countries to see it's probably not going to fix all of our problems. Oh, and of course, this is all assuming that everybody was actually playing by those rules in the first place.
I don't trust anybody that uses this fucking stock music.
Probably not going to fix all of our problems. Oh, and of course, this is all assuming that everybody was actually playing by those rules in the first place.
But when it comes to money in politics, which groups give the most?
In 2025, OpenAI and Anthropic, valued at $830 billion and $380 billion respectively, escalated their federal lobbying efforts.
Hospitals, insurers, doctors, unions, and pharmaceutical companies spent a record $19 million lobbying Beacon Hill lawmakers last year.
National Association of Realtors at $54 million.
Lobbying Beacon Hill lawmakers. Pharmaceutical companies spent a record $19 million lobbying Beacon Hill lawmakers last year.
National Association of Realtors at $54 million. The Business Roundtable at $27 million.
The American political system is broken. It is corrupt. It is significantly owned by the billionaire class.
What? Okay, so there's a lot of money going into American politics. I know, that alone isn't surprising. But the headline spending numbers, adding up to a mere $10 billion and change, are really just the basic prices. The actual bill is a lot bigger, and most of it never shows up on the receipt of public disclosure. To see this, we should start with the most obvious sources of money and finance, and then work our way down to the most discreet. So yeah, kicking off with direct campaign contributions. Most people think that money in politics is only writing big checks to politicians so they can fund their increasingly expensive political campaigns. Now, elections have absolutely become more expensive. Advertising directed by staffers is almost unavoidable at this point. And presidential candidates in particular are increasingly flying private and running huge teams to manage longer and more grandiose campaigns. But despite what it may look like, there are actually pretty strict limits on how much any individual person can give to these candidates. Currently, the Federal Election Commission cap on contributions to any federal level elected official, including the president, is $3,500 per election. So the primary and the general election, meaning the absolute most a single person can give to a candidate in one election cycle, is $7,000. The rules on this are strict and they are actually enforced. Additionally, individual contributors have to be real natural people. So if you are thinking you could just route your contributions through 1,000 shell companies, congratulations, you are starting to think like a political lobbyist. But in this particular case, natural are actually enforced. Additionally, individual contributors have to be real natural people. So if you are thinking you could just route your contributions through 1,000 shell companies, congratulations, you are starting to think like a political lobbyist. But in this particular case, that is not allowed. Now, $7,000 from an individual is a lot of money for most people, but in the grand scheme of most election campaigns, it is really just a drop in the bucket, and is unlikely to be enough on its own to sway any policy at this level. Okay. You may occasionally hear the phrase, "I can't believe how little congresspeople will sell themselves out for," when news breaks that a couple paid $10,000 to a campaign and it looks like they got tailored legislative treatment. In reality, that is normally just what is being disclosed through official campaign contributions, and there is normally a lot more money involved behind the scenes. Direct contributions to a single campaign are just the most obvious, most regulated, most reported, and arguably least problematic way that money gets into politics. Most people cannot write $3,500 checks every election cycle, but enough people do make contributions that it is very difficult for any single wealthy donor to stand out based on their direct spending alone. Now, the one exception to the FEC cap is that candidates can put as much of their own money as they want into their own campaign, and significantly wealthy figures from both sides of the aisle like Michael Bloomberg and Donald Trump have both campaigned on their ability to do this. Bloomberg put roughly $936 million of his own money into his unsuccessful 2020 presidential campaign, which lasted about 100 days, making it by far the most expensive per-day campaign in American history. Trump contributed over $56 million into his own 2016 campaign and made it a big point that this would separate him from other politicians who need to keep their donors happy. Though, according to public disclosures, he didn't contribute any of his own money in 2020 or 2024. Now, get used to hearing this, but even through direct contributions, there are still some loopholes. Individual contribution limits are $7,000, but there is a very popular workaround called a joint fundraising committee, not to be confused with my fellow broke dorm room friends back in college who went by the same name. These allow a single donor to write one enormous check that gets split across a candidate, a national party, and multiple state parties all at once, filling up the limits across all of these categories in a single transaction. In the 2024 cycle, a single donor could legally contribute over $800,000 through one of these arrangements. It's not great, but this alone is far from the biggest reason why money in politics has gotten so out of control. The $7,000 cap only applies to direct contributions, and even with a multiple six-figure workaround, this money pales in comparison to what is now being contributed very openly by wealthy individuals through super PACs, which have no cap at all. Now, PACs, or political action committees, are organizations that can support a specific interest like a political campaign, and were really just meant as a way for supporters to organize and make their voices collectively heard. Regular PACs also have limits on how much they are allowed to spend. Super PACs are technically distinct from regular PACs. Legally, they aren't actually technically PACs at all. Instead, they are officially classified as independent expenditure-only committees, which might sound like nerdy legal technicalities, but it means that they can take in unlimited amounts of money and spend unlimited amounts of money on any issue they see fit, including the election of individuals or the passing of specific laws. This freedom to spend all they want comes on the one specific condition that they do not directly coordinate with the political campaign that they are supporting. And even this lowest of bars gets pretty openly ignored. These were the groups that were enabled by the Citizens United ruling in 2010, which established that political spending is protected free speech under the First Amendment. The idea is that people with specific political concerns should be allowed to use their free speech to push a political agenda, and spending is...
One thing that's been really hard to communicate, I've noticed this is like a hurdle for people, and hopefully it's not just like an IQ check, but it's this concept of like a lower level idea being used to protect like a higher level thing. So like the reason why we have this like lower level freedom of speech is because we want to have a higher level freedom of speech, right? We want to be able to say things without fear of persecution from the government, so that we feel like that, like in the lowercase level, so that we can feel like broadly we have ideas that can come from any part of society and spread through society freely without the government being able to dictate what those ideas are. But like, there's a big problem when you start to have trouble tying the smaller concept to the larger concept. People seem to not care if that larger concept is getting lost, and they still defend the lower concept. I feel like most of it is done in bad faith. But it's a very frustrating thing. This is all the First Amendment arguments we've been having lately, where people are like, oh, free speech, free speech, free speech. And it's like, is it really free speech if everybody's just fucking lying about everything and nobody knows what's true or false anymore, and everybody's just getting mind fucked by social media? Like, I don't know if that's like the freest speech. Yeah, it's I don't know how to get people to like understand the larger concept sometimes. Same thing. This also comes up a lot with like the snarker communities, where people are like, show me that guy doxing. Did that guy dox somebody? He's like, well, no, not him, but like he's part of a community, and all of these people together kind of like enable the thing to happen. Man, I don't know. It's annoying.
Concerns should be allowed to use their free speech to push a political agenda, and spending is part of that free speech. But to avoid it becoming just an end-around campaign finance limits, there should be no direct coordination with the campaign itself. This is broken pretty regularly, and to nobody's surprise, pretty flagrantly too. Elon Musk donated roughly $239 million to America PAC in 2024 to support Donald Trump's presidential campaign, making it one of the largest super PAC operations in history. And the no cooperation rule was, well, the FEC actually issued a ruling that allowed super PACs to coordinate directly with campaigns on door-to-door canvassing operations, which America PAC immediately took advantage of. The campaign's own political director
I don't know if this is like a quote from the article or his summary of it. I don't know why a super PAC would ever be allowed to campaign alongside an ordinary PAC for ground operations or door-to-door canvassing things for like get out the vote stuff. That seems like it would never be okay, but that's not good.
Which America PAC immediately took advantage of. The campaign's own...
The real problem is that campaign finance regulations are unprincipled and very arbitrary, which makes the whole system weird and difficult to justify. Close. The real problem is it is inconceivable to an American mind that you could ever judge a thing that is supposed to be speech. It is inconceivable to an American mind that there can ever be like a fact of the matter about anything. And that's one of the reasons why Citizens United is the most like harmonious thing when it comes to our Constitution and our laws in this country. Like, the question with Citizens United is like, should you be able to donate and have political speech or whatever around election cycles? It's like, sure, as long as you're not directly supporting like a particular candidate, you know, like that's fine. And like the actual adult answer should be, we could probably tell when you're like directly supporting a candidate, but like to the average American, so hold on, get ready. Hold on, guys, get ready for this one. Time to ask the killer question. Who's going to decide? Who's going to decide when you're breaking the rules then? Who's going to be the one to decide when you're actually... And that question is the thought-terminating question that literally cripples and destroys every possible step in the direction you could take towards regulating anything in the political finance environment. You just can't. Oh, so the government's going to tell us when somebody's breaking the rule on that? The government's going to tell us when you're lying? The government... Like there's no fact of the matter about any particular thing ever, and it's just mind-rotting. It's actually mind-rotting for Americans.
Political director publicly credited Musk's operation with conserving campaign funds by outsourcing field operations to the super PAC, which allowed Trump's campaign to redirect money into ad spending. Now, spending money on ads alone is obviously a big deal that can move elections. Even here on YouTube, the amount of money we make on the platform before major federal elections increases significantly because of how much is being spent on endless campaign ads. But these messages don't actually require that much coordination. The formula for political ads isn't exactly that hard to reverse engineer. Say bad things about the other guy and nice things about your guy. Which means in this space, most super PACs find it a lot easier to keep their legally mandated safe distance. But it's also not the only place where they spend their money.
But also, what average American is defending Citizens United? It's usually the brain-dead opinion in the opposite. No, I think the average American will defend Citizens United when their particular issues come into play. It's just that nobody ever really knows how it plays out. When people think of Citizens United, they think, oh, Elon Musk just donated $20 trillion for ad spend. That's what people think. But like, if you're coming up near an election and like the American Teachers Union wants to start running, you know, tens of thousands of dollars of ads in some state, and then people want to donate to the Teachers Union, and then people are like, hold on, they're not allowed to campaign for a particular candidate or endorse somebody with commercials. That counts as like a campaign contribution. Everybody would lose their fucking mind. So I do think it would affect both sides. It's just people tend to see it more on the conservative side because it's more visible. But I think everybody would generally wants to be able to throw money at the issues that they think are important, as long as it's not directly supporting a candidate, blah, blah. It's a complicated issue, I think. Holy... wait.
Collection and processing is a huge part of modern political campaigns. It's also really expensive and a lot harder to hand over without crossing the line of direct collaboration. But even here, there are plenty of groups that, bend these rules. When J.D. Vance was first running for senator in my home state of Ohio, he was heavily supported by one of Peter Thiel's super PACs named Protect Ohio Values. It turns out Thiel has a thing for spending lots of money to collect data on potential voters. Anyway, The only problem was he couldn't just hand that data over to Vance's campaign without it breaking the arm's distance rule of super PACs. So instead, they just uploaded the data to an obscure blog for his campaign team to stumble upon with the hope that nobody else would find it tucked away in an obscure corner of the internet.
Like, everybody knows what you're doing here. This is stupid. But, like, this is a thing that people do. Remember this? We saw this a long time ago. Was this in 2016? Wait. Fuck. Whatever. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Wait. Oh, was this? Oh, it might be this whole channel. Ted Cruz, 197 subs. So this is just like a random YouTube channel. Ted Cruz's campaign just dumped like 15 hours of random footage. I think some of it might not even have audio. Yeah, they're just like, oh, we just dumped this random footage on this YouTube channel. And, okay, yeah, they understood this here. According to the CNN Post, many candidates quietly post raw videos on public websites as a way to share material illegally. Or, I'm sorry, as a way to share material legally with super PACs. Because if it's posted here and the super PAC runs into it, then, oh, nice, it's ungraded, not even color graded either. Then the super PACs can take it from here and then use it, and they're not directly collaborating. And it's kind of like everybody knows what you're doing here, you know? Hey, quick question. Do you get more out of people watching your YouTube videos that you edit or watching you live stream? If I have an hour to spend on either, which is best? Whatever you prefer to engage with, my friend. But probably watching me on Kick. But you should just do what makes you happy, okay?
This was, of course, challenged for being a pretty blatant...
What you should do, actually, is think about a thing where you think you have an edge. Go to polymarket.gg/destinygg for your promo. I'm just kidding. I don't have a promo code.
Flouting.
If I get one, though, I'm going to spam it every fucking day to you motherfuckers.
Of the rules. But the case was ultimately dismissed. Now, of course, hopefully it should go without saying that this happens just as much on both sides of the aisle. Democratic-aligned super PACs spent comparable amounts in 2024. Future Forward, a pro-Harris super PAC, raised over $700 million, and their coordination was probably a little bit too close for the spirit of these rules as well. In total, outside spending by super PACs and other independent groups exceeded $4.5 billion in the 2024 cycle, more than double what it was in 2016.
Is Facebook and Instagram monetization decent money? I'm not really monetized on Instagram yet. The Facebook one is decent, and the Spotify one is decent, so we're doing okay. And then I'm still waiting on YouTube. It takes them like 2 months to go over the fucking monetization request, so...
Collectively, super PACs alongside direct campaign finance is likely...
What about TikTok? I don't know TikTok.
...to exceed $10 billion at the federal level this year. It's not great, but at least we know it's actually happening. Because, well, the money we can actually see is far from the biggest problem. So it's time to learn how money works to find out just how deep this goes, why even the most aggressive campaign finance reform probably can't fix it, and why nobody really seems to want to try. If you have watched this channel for any amount of time, you already know that most companies do not actually care about your privacy.
Wait, what's the point of that
They
chest?
sell your data, they lose your data, and they treat it
Well,
like a
how can I
line
protect
item
my
on a balance
data?
sheet.
What do I do about
Which is why
it?
this video is sponsored by Cape.
What?
We have worked with Cape before, and they have shipped a few new features worth catching you up on. Cape is a privacy-focused mobile carrier that gives you unlimited talk, text, and data, plus a stack of security features no other carrier includes.
Feel free to ban, but do you feel anything that Mr. Moot turned down a massive gambling sponsor due to being immoral when it would hugely improve his life, and yet you've accepted one? So here's what I'll say, but this is actually what I was referring to with the Washington earlier, okay? When I've always said in the past, I don't like gambling, okay? I don't like games against the house when it comes to like blackjack or pie gow or whatever the fuck craps or whatever. So I don't think I would ever take a gambling sponsorship insofar as that goes. That's what I've always said, okay? Now people are going to extend this to prediction markets or whatever. Personally, I don't know. The average person should be spending a fuck ton of money on prediction markets. And there's definitely, like, in a way, they are gambling for sure. But also, like, poker is gambling, and I really like poker, and I have taken poker sponsorships before, and I will take poker sponsorships. So I don't know if I would now, but the extending it to every possible fucking thing, like we've clicked on prediction markets before. I don't have like a massive moral opposition to fucking prediction markets. I've never in my life said I have. The gambling thing has always just been the house games against the casino thing, the push the button and the slot machine go burr or whatever, and then make money or lose money. That's how I've always felt about that. But listen, hey, whatever makes you feel better.
They recently rolled out an IMSI rotation, which swaps the static subscriber ID your phone broadcasts every 24 hours so carriers and advertisers cannot track you in real time. They have also launched secondary numbers, 2 extra real phone lines built into your plan so you can hand them out for banking or shopping and keep your main line private. And finally, disappearing call logs, which auto-deletes your call and text metadata after 24 hours so there is nothing to leak or sell. Use code HowManyWorks33.
Wait, how would that even work?
Private. And finally, disappearing call logs, which auto-deletes your call and text metadata after 24 hours so there is nothing to leak or sell. Use code HowManyWorks33 for 33% off your first 6 months of Cape. Cape is available on Apple.
How are you even able to do that? Wait, what?
Okay. Google Play, and the Crescent Store. Link in my description. Okay, so campaign donations and super PACs are really just scratching the surface of these issues. The problem is that when you look deeper, it gets much worse. The first level down is what is, not at all sinisterly, known as dark money. Dark money is politically motivated spending that gets redirected through various organizations to push an agenda without any clear disclosure and without any clear source. These are typically structured as 501c4 nonprofits, which under IRS rules are allowed to engage in political activity so long as it is not their primary purpose. This means they can spend up to 49% of their budget on politics and never have to disclose a single donor. The Brennan Center estimates that over $1 billion in dark money was spent in federal elections between 2010 and 2024. And those are just the expenditures that could be tracked. And well, by definition, the thing that makes dark money dark is that most of it can't be. A major example that we have covered just recently is Build America AI, which is a dark money organization pushing the idea that America needs to beat China in AI, which very clearly feeds into the business interests of hyperscalers and AI labs that need red tape cut, land allotted for their data centers, and maybe some bailout money in case investor hype dies down.
Okay, this is what I hate about the AI talks right now, okay? Even though I don't know anything about AI, okay? But this is what it feels like when I watch people talk about it. You have people on the left who... I can't tell when I listen to like AOC or Bernie or whatever if these people just want to shut down basically all AI research in the US or they want to like inhibit it to the point to where it's impossible for us to compete with the rest of the world on it. When I say the rest of the world, I basically mean China, right? Because that's our real adversary, which is like not good, right? We should be industry leaders when it comes to AI related stuff. I would say that should be, every American should feel that way. But then on the other side, for the people that are pushing the AI, it feels like it's literally them saying, like, it would just be better if America built Skynet first, okay? So that if the world is going to get exploded, hopefully everybody else gets blown up before we do. I don't know. It feels like the other people on the other side of it are literally fucking evil.
Down. Now, obviously, this is not great. But at least in this case, their completely transparent motives make them pretty transparent. But the whole point of a dark money group is that you cannot trace the money back to the people who benefit from the policy changes. And this has a few other advantages too. Under federal law, foreign nationals are banned from donating to American political campaigns or PACs. But because 501c4 nonprofits don't have to disclose their donors, there is effectively no mechanism to enforce this for dark money groups. A foreign government or foreign corporation can donate to a 501c4, which then spends that money on American ads with a...
If it's not too much trouble, can you explain your rationale for limiting financing of campaigns? Okay, so yes, very easily, but then you follow it up with, if possible, can you delineate it from other comparable ways of influencing elections? That's much harder. It's a very good question that nobody ever really wants to deal with. So there's always going to be some form of unbalanced influence in society, and people are always very keen to talk about the financial influence. However, when it comes to social influence, there is no real way to limit that. So one way you kind of see this inverted in kind of a funny way. So in today's society, it's basically like, oh, like whoever has the money is in control of everything, and that's kind of bullshit, which I think people over-exaggerate it. But I mean, I'm sympathetic to the idea that somebody's voice means more than mine just because they have, 100 times my money. I don't know if that's fair, right? I can understand why that wouldn't feel fair to people. But if you go to like the Game of Thrones universe, and maybe this even was how it was, in the past, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe, where you have all of these great families and you've got like kings and queens, and these are the people that have the influence. There are people in society that are looked down upon because they don't have like family names, but they have influence through a lot of money, right? So like Littlefinger was one of these people, or the Bank of Bravos, or where was the fucking Iron Bank or whatever at? And these are people who, in an ordinary, I guess, Game of Thrones world, would never have influence ever because they just don't come from great houses, right? So their voice means nothing. But because they were able to earn money through some way, they are able to have some influence now. So it's like, in that way, I don't know, maybe having some financial levers to being able to wield more influence is like a balancing thing. The reality is, in some ways, like, society's never going to be perfect. Like, we're not going to be an anarcho thing where there's literally no unjust hierarchies anywhere and every single person has an equal voice for everything. So it's just trying to like balance things out as much as you can. Like, it's probably not okay if one person has the ability to, spend enough to fund an entire election. But then on the other hand, if you say no money at all and it's just the most popular people that everybody knows, it's also probably not okay. So what are you going to do?
Political agenda, and nobody would ever know. The FEC has acknowledged this loophole exists, yet they have not closed it. And then there are the corporate interests that just throw away the middleman altogether. There is really nothing money on American ads with a political agenda, and nobody would ever know. The FEC has acknowledged this loophole exists, yet they have not closed it. And then there are the corporate interests.
I really don't like this term called loophole because, Jesus Christ. Because loophole implies a thing that if you see it, it would be like very easy to close because it's a loophole. You close loopholes. That's all you do. But usually loopholes are like the intentional set of policies that are there for a particular reason. And so if you wanted to get rid of it, you would have to actually undo that particular policy. But it's like a harder conversation to have. And that kind of triggers me sometimes because it's like, whatever. Explain why, like, I'm a retard. Well, like, people will say, like, oh, like, it's a loophole that you can donate a bunch of money to charity and then get it written off on your taxes. Like, oh, that's a big loophole. And it's like, well, that's not a loophole. That's, like, how the tax code is written because we want it so that people can donate money to charity. We want to encourage that behavior. That's not a loophole. That's just what it is. So if you want to get rid of that thing, then you would just have to get rid of charitable donations, right? That's just, like, one example of this. Are you unsympathetic to the idea of changing perspective and saying maybe our influence on elections shouldn't be equal? Maybe your voice should have more weight in elections than mine. I mean, like, you can make that argument, but that, unfortunately, now I am going to do the American thing of like, well, who decides which voices should have more weight? I don't know if I've heard of a good system of figuring that out.
That just throw away the middleman altogether. There is really nothing stopping a major company from just running its own ads pushing a very specific political message. This is happening a lot at the moment with companies claiming that their AI data centers are going to be great for local economies, running ads in swing districts about job creation and infrastructure investment that look a lot like political endorsements but technically aren't.
So when work started to slow down, we searched for new opportunities.
Did you find what you find?
Which opened a data center in our town.
Oh my
So
God,
long
they
as
saved the
avoid
town.
FEC trigger words like vote for or vote against and don't mention specific legislation, it's really hard to regulate this as political spending over a company just expressing its own interests as protected speech. But it gets worse. Everything we just covered, all of that is really just the price of admission. The thing that actually moves the needle once the politicians are in Washington is lobbying. And lobbying is a very different animal from campaign spending. Lobbyists are, in theory, just concerned citizens with very specific interests about very specific policies. In reality, they are primarily highly paid field experts from elite law firms funded by industry groups to support a very specific agenda.
Usually when I hear this convo, it's the lefties trying to kneecap the Dems when it comes to raising money, dark money APAC, while Republicans scoop that shit up without a worry. True. If you ever want to trigger the fuck out of everybody, okay, if you want a boiling hot take, do you want to know why Mamdani has had such a good run so far as mayor of New York City? I think there is a very simple answer to that, but I think it's a very unsatisfying one. Like, all of the statements about Mamdani has like done such a great job governing New York City and blah, blah, blah. This is not really true. I mean, like, I'm not saying he's done a bad job, but like he's been mayor for a few months or whatever, several months or whatever. Well, no, actually, no, wait, that's not fair. Hold on, wait. My brain might be. Is it 6 months or a year and 6 months or 7 months or a year and 7 months? Hold on, just making sure I'm not mind fucking myself. Okay, yeah, 6 months. Okay, sorry. Just making sure I'm not mind fucking myself. And this wasn't like a year. It's not like he's been mayor for long enough to have made like any significant impact on anything or just that, right? To say that like, oh, he's had a successful mayorship or whatever, you know, he's done so well. Like his advertising has been pretty good and he's really good at talking about things. And I think that his communication is top notch. But the real reason I think why he is so successful is because, or why he appears to be so successful is because the far left doesn't attack him because they kind of need him as like their proof of concept. So he's like their main ally. And conservatives don't attack him that much now that the election is over because it's New York City. They're never going to win an election there. So Mamdani actually gets to define himself based on his communication to the public, and he doesn't constantly have two other massive factions in U.S. media trying to define him as something that he doesn't want to be defined as. So like the far left is not saying Mamdani's this evil person who's a fucking sellout, cuck, whatever, and the right is like we're never gonna fucking be mayors in New York City. Who the fuck cares, you know? They fought about it during the election or whatever, and try to make a broader point about it. But once the election's over, they're like largely disinterested, and so that gets this lets Mamdani make an ad about filling in potholes, and that's it. And people look at it and like, oh, that's cool. Whereas if Mamdani was like a lib left filling in potholes, your Hassans, your Emma Vigilans, your Matt Bernsteins, all these people are like, wow, people in New York City are starving to death. They're homeless. They can't afford their homes. They're crazy. They don't have health care. And all you're doing is out here smiling and filling in potholes. Seriously? How about instead of potholes, we get a working subway system so the roads aren't constantly being destroyed by people that have to drive cars to work? Have you ever thought about that, Mamdani? How about instead of smiling around and going to, what was it, baseball? Baseball games. Is that what it was? Whatever, baseball, NBA? I don't know where you saw Speed last. Instead of going to sports games, why don't you fucking do something about the people on the streets who need you, Mamdani? Right, you never hear that from the far left. And then conservatives, again, it's New York City. Then what the fuck are they going to say about it? They're not ever going to be in power there, so. Not to take away anything from Mamdani, because I do think he's done really well in communicating, but yeah.
Now, to play devil's advocate a little bit here, a lot of lawmakers are not experts in the things they are creating laws on. So being able to consult with a diverse pool of industry specialists could theoretically avoid designing laws that are just dumb for their specific application. Laws on technology probably shouldn't be exclusively written by an 80-year-old senator who doesn't know the difference between a coding language and their high school transcripts. And that kind of makes sense. But the problem is that almost all of the work of actually drafting legislation
There's
gets
one more
passed
step.
off to these lobbyists
No.
who get to word things exactly how they
No,
want.
there should be
and
one more
ensure
step.
It won't get held up in courts because they are the legal experts. Congressional staffers have openly described how lobbyists will...
This is on the politician to have a competent group of staffers that are capable of interfacing with these lobbyists and making sure that whatever the lobbyists are suggesting to you is in line with the vision of your candidate that you are a staffer for. That should be the relationship that's going on here, unless you just suck at having good staffers.
Hand them fully written legislative text ready to be introduced. And because the staffers are overworked and under-resourced, they will sometimes file it with barely any changes. So really...
Oh, hire more staffers, losers. Hey, just watched the reaction vid on the penguins, and at some point I realized Hassan showed a clip of you on stream. Wasn't that forbidden by Twitch rules to show banned streamers? A long time ago it used to be forbidden because people who were friends of mine or fans of mine or whatever would watch stuff on stream and they would get banned for it. But then eventually Hassan wanted to start reacting to me more, and then they allowed it so that he could do that. I wish I was joking, but I'm really not joking.
In a lot of cases, the lobbying firms are the lawmakers. The lawmakers themselves are just the rubber stamp. Now, there is the widely held assumption that this corporate-funded lobbying is working exclusively to cut red tape and remove regulations. In reality, it is often exactly the opposite. They want to introduce regulation in exactly the right areas to block potential new challengers from entering their market. The pharmaceutical industry is particularly good at this. They spent over $370 million on lobbying in 2024 alone, more than any other industry that year. And a huge chunk of that went towards ensuring that drug pricing regulations are written in a way that protects their existing patent portfolios while making it harder for generic competitors to enter the market. The old team at Micro did a great video on this, explaining how internet providers lobbied against municipalities looking to roll out their own broadband and actually deliver a competitive service. In both cases, getting the right kind of laws passed was a lot more profitable than having no regulations at all. There are now over 14,000 registered lobbyists in Washington alone, which works out to roughly 26 lobbyists for every single elected official in Congress. Dang. And if you include the people doing lobbying adjacent work who don't formally register, some estimates put the real number closer to 100,000. And all of this is just the federal level. State legislatures are arguably worse because they get a fraction of the media scrutiny. State-level lobbying disclosure requirements are weaker, staffs are smaller, and individual lobbyists can have an outsized influence on a state representative who might only have 1 or 2 aides and no research budget to independently verify what the lobbyist is telling them. Of course, these people also coordinate the efforts of everything we've already talked about. They can suggest that a given company or industry group would really like this type of legislation, and that conveniently, they are looking to spend a lot of money advertising this issue. A study looking at 93 multinational corporations that lobbied for a single tax provision, the American Jobs Creation Act of 2004, found that those firms spent a combined $283 million on lobbying and received $62.5 billion in tax savings, working out to a return of $220 for every single dollar spent. Those returns have to come from somewhere, and that somewhere is the $5 billion in tax savings.
This paper we use audited corporate tax disclosures relating to a tax holiday on repatriated earnings created by the American Jobs Creation Act of 2004 to examine the return on lobbying. We find firms lobbying for this provision have a return in excess of repatriating firms are more profitable overall, but like profitability is not a predictor of repatriation amount. Rather, industry and firm size are more cash on hand. Approximately ability to repatriate is not associated with Fuck. What does repatriate mean in this context? I would have to look up what what this American Jobs Creation Act actually did.
Working out to a return of $220 for every single dollar spent. Those returns have to come from somewhere, and that somewhere is the tax base, the consumer, or the competitor who got regulated out of the market. Now, there is one other reason why lobbying has become such an effective tool against lawmakers. And this other reason also explains one of the other logical questions you may have had so far, which is, why do lawmakers let this happen? Yes, they want their re-election funding, but there are alternative systems to get it. And by just taking a step back, if nobody else had lobbyists to answer to or super PAC money funding their campaigns, it means they wouldn't need it either. They could change these laws because, well, that's literally their job. And so far, it looks like the only reason they don't want to is because the other guy won't do it first. Beyond the weird prisoner's dilemma they have backed themselves into here, it must be recognized that for these lawmakers constantly begging for campaign funding.
I wish, this is another thing that I hate about these fucking video type things. It's like, can we not bring up like the both sides of anything? Like, lobbying is probably a somewhat important thing because not every person in Congress is going to know about every issue related to their constituency. Like, it is okay to have people who can go to a congressman and say like, hey, like Louis, is it Louis or Louis? Louis Rossman. Louis Rossman? Is it Louis? It's Louis Rossman. I would argue he's a kind of a lobbyist, right? He's going to congressman. He is arguing that there is legislation that should be put in place to make it so that companies can't fuck you over with like whatever DRM or whatever related technologies. Like, that kind of thing I think is important. It's not bad. Like, it's okay for that to happen, you know? Maybe lobbying is too much, or maybe it goes too far in some areas or whatever, but like the idea that, well, the reason why we don't want to get rid of lobbying is because congressmen don't want to lose their source of money and the other guy might, you know, keep the lobbying and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, I mean, there are pros and cons to this, right?
Themselves into here, it must be recognized that for these lawmakers, constantly begging for campaign funding and playing nice with an army of lobbyists telling them how to do their job has got to be pretty demeaning. So, even if they don't do it for the good of their constituents, surely they would be motivated to reform these laws just to make their own job less humiliating, right? Well, there is one good reason why they don't.
Oh, wait, never mind.
And that is the revolving door.
Oh, never mind.
Elected officials at the federal level are paid well by the standards of average Americans. but not by the standards of the people they interact with on a daily basis. A member of Congress earns $174,000 a year. The median partner at a top lobbying firm in DC earns well over $1 million. A huge unspoken way that money gets into politics is the promise of a cushy job for when they retire or get voted out. This extends well beyond elected officials as well. In our video on corporate consolidation, we found that almost all of the previous FTC chairpersons over the last 2 decades, with the exception of Lena Khan, went on to get high-profile roles at M&A law firms, specifically working on the kinds of deals that the FTC should probably be blocking. So yeah, the person whose job it is to block anti-competitive mergers knows that in 2 years, they will probably be working for the firms doing those mergers. That creates an incentive that no amount of campaign finance reform can fix. Now, the #1 most common career move for elected officials after leaving politics is to become a political lobbyist. In 2025 alone, 866 members of Congress and congressional staffers made the move from Capitol Hill to K Street, a 60% increase over the year before and a new record.
Really?
In total, roughly half of all former lawmakers end up working as political lobbyists. Jack Abramoff, one of the few lobbyists who has actually been convicted for pushing these flexible laws too far, put it pretty bluntly when he admitted that he would tell a congressional staffer, "When you're done working on the Hill, we'd very much like you to consider coming to work for us." And that was most of his job done. Every request from our office, every request of our clients, everything that we want, they're gonna do. And not only that, they're gonna think of things we can't think of to do it. Former representatives and staffers are the perfect candidates to become lobbyists because they know their way around the Capitol, but also because they are a walking billboard showing every current staffer that playing along with the lobbyists is the path to a 7-figure salary as a lobbyist. Now, to be fair, there are cooling off periods in place. Former members of Congress are technically barred from lobbying for 1 to 2 years after leaving office. But these rules are trivially easy to get around. You can do strategic consulting or government relations advisory work, which is, and I cannot stress this enough, exactly the same thing without technically registering as a lobbyist until this period is up. And well, even if you did somehow fully enforce the cooling off period and close every loophole, it still wouldn't fix the core problem. Because the incentive is baked into the system the moment a staffer realizes that the people they are writing laws for are also the people who are going to sign their next paycheck. But the revolving door at least involves people who used to work in government. The next channel of influence doesn't even require that. Obviously, certain owners of major news outlets have certain political leanings, and they can put weight on candidates to support their incentives or face unfavorable coverage. Now, this one is really hard to quantify, because media influence doesn't show up in any spending report. There is no FEC filing for choose not to cover the story or ran 17 segments on this topic instead of that one. And no, this is not a segue to a ground news ad. But the effects are very real.
What?
The media landscape has become so partisan that this is arguably even more important in primaries than in general elections, because the threat of poor coverage from a politically aligned outlet can end a primary campaign before it starts. If you are running as a Republican and can't get onto Fox News, you're kind of cooked. Hypothetically, of course. Social media platforms are now owned by people with very specific political and business interests, and the editorial decisions about what gets amplified, what gets suppressed, and what gets labeled as misinformation are being made by the same people who are pushing for specific policy outcomes. Even companies that are not traditional media can also influence this by suggesting they would feel more comfortable advertising on networks that did or did not push a certain political agenda. I can say from personal experience that even down here at Little Old Works Media Group, we have lost sponsors because we pointed out things like the lunacy surrounding current AI spending and the push for bailouts. This is becoming a very real pressure even at this level. And for better or worse, influencers and independent creators are becoming a political force.
Why not call that out? Or say, why not say something about that? I don't know. I feel like the money is so huge today and all of these I shouldn't say backdoors, I guess, and all the sponsorships. I don't know if people care that much if you have a negative feeling about any of it. Like you said, like I think they just want their company names out there because they're so pervasive at this point. It doesn't really matter if you say bad things about them or not.
And then there's the one that nobody really needs to talk about for very long because it is exactly what it sounds like.
Bribery?
Straight up bribes.
Whoa!
Now, this kind of direct corruption isn't as necessary as it used to be because of all of the other legal channels we just went through. But it does still happen, and enforcement is, to put it generously, relaxed. Senator Bob Menendez was convicted on 16 federal charges in 2024 for accepting gold bars, cash, and a Mercedes-Benz in exchange for official acts. And his colleagues in the Senate only moved to expel him after the conviction, at which point he resigned before a vote could take place. And Menendez isn't alone. In 2024, Business Insider found that over 100 members of Congress or their spouses made stock trades in industries directly affected by their committee work. A senator sitting on the Armed Services Committee buying defense stocks before a major procurement announcement is, well, exactly what it looks like. And the Stock Act that was supposed to prevent this is enforced with fines of $200. $200 on a trade that could net hundreds of thousands is not a deterrent. The uncomfortable truth is that when you line up all 7 of these channels together, the direct contributions, the super PACs, the dark money, the corporate ads, the lobbyists, the revolving door, the media influence, and yeah, the bribes, what you are looking at is a system where the legal options are so effective that the illegal ones are almost redundant. Now, some people have accused me of being a bit of a gloomy goose, so I want to talk about some actual, genuine, real good news here. At a state level, there has been some progress to circumvent the super PAC funding enabled by the Citizens United ruling in several states. And at least in state legislatures, it has received unanimous support from both sides of the aisle. This won't fix all of these problems, and the legal techniques they are using won't work at the federal level without a new Supreme Court ruling. But this is still a step in the right direction. Like always, the big Glizzard beat me to covering this particular topic, so I will leave a link to his video in the description alongside some other articles. Unfortunately, the federal level is going to need a little bit more work. The obvious fix is to close the revolving door, remove the financial incentive for lawmakers to play along, and maybe, hot take alert, actually pay elected officials enough that a lobbying salary isn't a 6-fold raise. Yes, that would cost more money in government salaries, but it would be a drop in the bucket compared to how much money is lost through poor policy. Those 93 companies that spent $283 million on lobbying and got $62.5 billion back did not create that money out of thin air. That money came from somewhere, and that somewhere is the tax base, workers' paychecks, and consumers' wallets. There have been efforts. The For the People Act passed in the House in 2019 and again in 2021 with provisions to require dark money disclosures and tighten revolving door restrictions. It died in the Senate both times. The Disclose Act, which would have required 501c4 groups to name donors who give them over $10,000, has been introduced in every Congress since 2010. It has never passed. But the only people who could pass these reforms are the exact same people who benefit from the current system. You are essentially asking politicians to vote themselves a stricter set of rules and a permanent ban on the career they were planning to retire into. Now, if you want to see all of these systems actually put together, go and watch this next video to find out why we are already subsidizing AI data centers. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works. Thanks to Simply Safe for sponsoring this video. There's no...
Okay, I don't know what the point. I feel like this was every single lobbying bad rehash video I've ever seen in my entire life. Not that it's the worst thing, but... Also, if I was to give a piece of life advice to somebody, stay away from helicopters, man. They don't seem very safe. That... Was it... Who was the one? It was the vice president or something of Iran died in that helicopter crash. You had Kobe. Now Oliver. I don't know, man. Or was it the regular president or whatever? You see people fighting about those activists getting jail time for attacking police with sledgehammers. Oh wait, in this was in the UK, right? Oh no, is Mehdi defending them? No. Well, hold on. This freak with 1.3 million followers wants to execute a group of young people who took direct action to prevent a genocide? Bruh. I don't know if Mehdi is against holding these people accountable or if he just doesn't like the virtue signaling from the other side, maybe. Maybe he just doesn't like the virtue signaling from the other side, maybe. This is a pretty crazy video. It was a little uncomfortable, I think. We watched this on stream, right? Good one. No? We didn't watch it on stream? I'm almost positive we did, no?
Disciplining method where you
HUZZAH SLOP. Hell yeah.
Can try to cut the head of the snake. But meanwhile, while they're fucking calling me an extremist.
Yeah.
We got a hype train going. 4 minutes. You already know what the deal is. Is a hype train. Support the
Jader, why don't I have hype trains?
Broadcasting Service. Support the the People's Broadcasting Service. Almost said the wrong name.
The People's.
If you support the show, you support independent media. And if we get to level 10 hype train, you can do that by subscribing. There's no ads on the broadcast. If you subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime or gift subs for others so they too can enjoy the show and be able to send me links and whatnot.
Wait, did the fire do
Then
damage?
at level 10 hype train, you already know what's up. You already know what we'll be doing. Obviously, we'll be carrying the motherfucking flame.
Wait, no, it says immune.
After seeing how many after seeing Will Neff's level 21 hype train yesterday.
He had a level 21 hype train?
23 hype train yesterday.
What were you guys doing?
I'm expecting much better performance from you motherfuckers.
Yeah,
okay?
come on, guys.
HaSlop Jr., thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Oh, my Lord. You say you're a socialist and you have enough money, but why are you enticing your viewers to donate money and instead take a Moist Critical posture where he doesn't take money anymore from donations? I don't know. Maybe because when Moist Critical makes one YouTube video, he makes $10 million off of that fucking YouTube video. And subscriptions are the only long-standing method of
supporting the
gaining
revolution.
revenue for myself and my entire fucking operations. And I can't just like fucking travel all around the country and you know, pay for the hardware, pay for everything else
Hardware?
without
How much are you
any revenue
spending?
streams whatsoever.
Bruh, you don't spend any money. You don't spend any money on anything. What are you spending money on? The hardware? What are you buying? What is he spending money on? Oh, his Knicks tickets. True.
Unless I take the pre-existing
The
amount of money
suits.
that I have and just like dump it into the fucking stock market, which is something that I'm not doing.
There is no shot that this motherfucker has all of his money in like a fucking bank account. That would be so fucking stupid. Is this guy immune to all magic? I don't believe that. I don't believe that his money is just sitting in a savings account. Bullshit.
Moist Critical also literally owns multiple businesses. Like, what are you talking about? If only you had a DSA maroon hat, yeah, I'd rock it right now, but I can't. You know? Also, the fucking federal government is up my ass at this point.
Oh
So,
my
you know, I'm going
God.
to have to fucking hire lawyers and whatnot.
You don't have one yet?
I don't... Like, there are a million different revenue streams that I could partake in, which I choose not to. This is it. The only thing is just voluntary subscription.
What? A million revenue? But he chooses not to. Which one says he chose it not to? He did advertisements. He took sponsorships from games. He sells merchandise. He has subscriptions in chat. He has YouTube ad revenue. What are all these other revenue streams he could be exploring that he's not exploring? I don't understand. Doesn't he basically do everything? Yeah, he's a podcast that he monetizes. Does the podcast sell merch? Patreon? Not for his stream. There's no way he has a Patreon for his stream. That's got to be just for the podcast, right? This podcast, $190,000 a month on this Patreon. Bruh. Like, what are all these other... Now that's split 4 ways, but like, what are all these other revenue streams that he's not exploring?
Okay? Voluntary subscriptions. You don't even need to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. People choose to do so to support the fucking show. Here's what it is. Okay? I don't run ads. I don't take sponsorships.
He doesn't run ads
I don't
anymore.
even fucking
He used to take sponsors. Does he
strike down
not anymore?
channels that are generating revenue off of my content. I don't care about any of that shit. I'm like, yo, go ahead. Have fun with it. My merchandise that I sell is just for the fans only. There's not like a profit margin there that's significant because obviously it's made in the United States of America and union made at the same time. So I also own and operate a fucking cooperative corporation on top of everything else where it's equal say and equal pay distribution amongst everyone that's involved in it. you're gonna have a very hard time finding someone that is operating their business in this manner. And there's no reason to do this. It's not even like technically unethical
because there's no ethical
half of the shit
consumption
that
in
I
capitalism.
Just choose not to fucking partake in. But yeah, I hope that's explanatory. I hope that explains. In any case, oh, we're already halfway there. We're already halfway there at 70% of level 9 hype train. At level 10, we will carry the motherfucking flame. Oh my God. Zaza Bert, what are you doing? Zaza Bert.
Oh my God, he gets triggered for 3 more minutes?
Zaza Bert, what are you doing? And we have reached level 10. Blonde Bob! Blonde Bob, holy moly.
Oh my God, Blonde Bob.
With 100 community gifted subs, Blonde
Holy.
motherfucking Bob.
K from YouTube has left
one
us?
again.
He
Spark it
stood
up.
unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn.
I don't do this for my subs.
Truth where the cost was high. He lived for Jesus,
Unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. Level 15. 100 gifted.
Did he beat the level 21 Will Neff hype train? That's what I gotta know. There's new HUZZAH. Vox had a Hassan hater on and he did all the stuff he told people not to do. Yeah, we did that yesterday, buddy. Oh, definitely not Russian operative Ryan Grimm. More evidence that Francis Collins and Fauci actively but secretly participated in producing the early consensus that they had nothing to do with creating COVID and that anyone who suggested otherwise wasn't trusting the science. Man, do I just need to get caught with... No, I'm just kidding. Lacari came back. After 2 years and over 400,000 attempts, Geometry Dash streamer Doggy fails at 97% on Grief, a level said to be the hardest ever completed in the game's history. What? How long does it take to go through the level? We're getting, hold on. Really? Can I just say how disappointing it was to find out that this game doesn't actually have the, like the rhythm doesn't match the music at all? What the fuck? That's crazy. 97%. Ooh. He mad. Do you think he's upset? Or do you think he just doesn't give a shit? True. Wait, what is Lacari's channel's name? Lacari Twitch.tv. Is this... Hello? Why would this not show it as the first result? Bro, how fucked is Google? Did we just give up on our search engines? Is it all just about the fucking stupid AI bots now? That's kind of crazy. This isn't even Lacari's channel. Holy shit. I understand it's fucking retard. Remove the period at twitch.tv, but whatever. I used to be able to typo shit and have all sorts of shit fucked up before, and it would show you exactly what you want. What are you fucking retards? You have to type the exact same. If you have a blah 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 blah. Yeah, welcome to 2001 search engines, I guess. I feel like in the past, I could type some shit like Luca Ravi Twitch, and like it would be the first result. That's where he does his comeback.
That comes along with it, you can type exclamation point forensics in the chat alongside the game.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to go buy a Red Bull. Give me like 3 minutes. 1 sec.
Yo, it's really nice to see all you guys again. Sorry, give me a second. A little emotional. I do want to say, a lot's happened. And before we start the stream, though, I do want to address some things. I want to talk about, where I've been, what happened in January, and, kind of what I've been doing and stuff. So I want to start off by saying the way I handled that situation in January was terrible. I ended up showing you guys a link that suggested some pretty questionable content. And you were all definitely right to be concerned about that. I should have taken the situation seriously, but in the moment, I panicked. I ended up making a bunch of stupid excuses and downplaying the situation. For that, I take full accountability. I'm sorry. It was very dishonest and I fucked up. I was torrenting a 2D hentai game and the text documents came in a zip file alongside the game. Inside the link was malware, scams used to steal credit card information, and pornographic videos ripped from Pornhub. I want to make this clear. I don't condone or consume exploitative or illegal material of any sort. Now, this is a very serious situation. So, I submitted all of my hardware to Exhibit A Computer Forensics for a full independent investigation. As you can see, the report is on the screen now. The key finding is that no illegal material was found on any of my devices. If you guys want access to the report and the FAQ that comes along with it, you can type exclamation point forensics in the chat. So, sorry. Beyond the incident itself, I also had personal problems I needed to address. A lot of stress and anxiety. I had trouble sleeping, and I was using my hentai addiction to try to cope with that all. I was severely addicted to hentai games, and I would
Just
download
a reminder,
and collect them.
I said this was a nothing burger, and he'd be right back,
Every night after
and nothing
stream.
would happen, and nobody would care. And I'm fucking
20
right
at a
again.
And this time away has really given me the chance to get my shit together.
I can't
I
stop being
completed
right.
a 30-day outpatient program, and I've been seeing a therapist.
Show me your
consistently
notepad.
for the
Well,
past
actually,
6
Lacari
months.
got caught. I got rid of that. I turned
I
that shit
genuinely want
off.
to be better and do better.
Lacari is a fucking hero, man.
I'm working really hard to build healthier routines. I've been, well, first off, I started a keto diet with my mom So that's good. And I've been working out consistently with my nephew, helping him out with his football stuff. He's got into football, and me and my brother, he's going to the same school as my brother and stuff, so that's cool. But other than that, sorry, a second. Other than that, you know, a lot of you guys have been here for like 5-10 years. You've been watching and supporting my stream for a very long time. And it makes me really happy you guys are still here. It makes me happy to see you guys here. And sorry, I didn't expect to get emotional. But to say the least, it's really put into perspective how lucky I am to be able to entertain all of you guys for a living. With that said, I do want to focus on moving forward with the changes I've made. I want to stay consistent. And I actually want to be a better person this time. I'm going to continue to work on myself and become better. I want to build a stronger community, stronger than the one we had before, so we can play games like we used to, have fun and meme in the chat, and just shoot the shit. So, thank you guys for sticking around and giving me a chance. I know it may take a while, but I do want to build a stronger community for you guys moving forward. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and then we'll start the stream. I'm sorry. I missed you guys a lot.
Nah.
Sorry. Ugh.
Wait, it's over? Oh, he's AFK. Oh, hey, Destiny.dg/store. There's like 2 to, god damn it, hold on. There's like 20 plushies left. Bye. They're gonna run out and you're not gonna get one. That's GG. That's over. Once they're out, they're out. Hold on.
All right. Maybe it wasn't 5 minutes, but
Nuke. Askers.
Sorry about that.
Uh,
All right. Anyways, we're gonna start the stream.
The code for a huge discount. Moot loves me.
It's actually been a fucking long time.
Huge discount code.
I don't even know where to start.
No, I'm not
honest.
nuking them.
I don't even know where to start or what to say or anything like that. But what you guys been playing recently? What have you guys been doing? I haven't played League for like 6 months. I don't know if we want to get back into that right away. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I want to get back into that. But man, you guys are stupid as fuck, dude. Like, when I started the stream, I was just reading the fucking chat. You motherfuckers haven't changed at all, have you? You guys are still the exact same motherfuckers. You guys act the same fucking way. Like 6 months ago, you guys are fucking still acting like this. It's funny. I don't know. I like it. It's a good thing. But it is really good to see all of you guys again. I'm serious. And, you know, forcing and all that shit. The usual stuff. Well, fuck. Like, is there like... So what are game... Like, what are the single player games looking like now? I don't have alerts on right now, but, you know. So, but like... Are there any, like, good single-player games coming out or some shit? Like, I don't know. I think it's time to do some fucking variety. I'm gonna be honest. Or some shit. I don't know. Oh. Weathering Waves. Yeah, bro. I don't know. I don't know about that, dude. I don't know if we jump right back into that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about that shit, bro. Oh no, it's been a minute, man. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really have a plan for what I was gonna play. I just fucking I was thinking like do a short stream, we talk. I talk to you guys, let you know I'm not fucking dead or some shit. Or like somewhere, you know. Let you guys know I'm fucking here and stuff, so that's cool. Oh, yo, Nix, yo, Lofty. What up? Long time no see. Yo, Plea! Yo, Plea still here. It's fucking Plea. Holy shit, bro. What's up, man? Oh, God. You died? Yeah, I did fucking die. I think it's like I just put this shit on, but I mean, it's kind of fitting, actually. Replay Runa. Bro, we're not gonna... Dude, Library of Runa was like 200 fucking hours, man. We're not gonna replay that shit. Yo, we might as well wait for the remake, bro. Wait for fucking Roland remake. Shit comes back, we'll hit that shit up. So I did see a little bit of like the game expo or whatever the fuck. I did watch a little bit of that. I saw like the new Fire Emblem. I don't know how good it's gonna be, but you know, I like Fire Emblem. That looks cool. Epic 7. Yeah, Epic 7, yay, all that shit. Imagine we come back, I'm just playing fucking Epic 7. Fucking queue up some art.
I'm back. Did we miss? Was that all of it?
Yeah, you just cried.
Oh. Well, look who it is. Who finally clocked the fuck in?
Yeah, I'm a busy man. We went and saw a place.
Place!
Yeah, we won't be going with
Did you...
No, we didn't like it too much.
Wow. Why?
Not enough natural light.
The forensic files he had done to prove his innocence. What?
Where's your forensic files?
True. This is what Joan wanted, you know?
I think you should just leave your computer open to anybody on the internet to look through.
True. Make like a public login or whatever for a remote.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm wanting to see. Dan says the forensic report is worthless. Well, Dan never lies.
Why would he say that? Oh, because he hates Lacari.
Jews. Oh.
What?
So are you going to say that I was right about everything about Lacari? How nobody would care and he'd just come back after a few months off?
Fuck. What did I say? What was my position?
You said he was going to be permabanned. You said he was done.
Well, I probably didn't say that, so fuck you. Boom! How long did he take off?
Like 3 months.
Was it really?
I think so. When did Lacari leak his notepad? 4 months ago he leaked it? January 22nd? Or 5 months, I guess?
You know what I hate? When people want to have a talk and they want to schedule like 2 weeks into the future. Why?
Oh, true. You want to talk to me? Let's talk today.
Yeah, or tomorrow maybe.
Sure.
Even Wick, that next
Worst
thing we
case,
scheduled
weekend.
for. Yeah. Even for Wick, the next thing we scheduled, it was like 2 days ago. It was like, we should have a chat about this thing, you and Hutch or whatever. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, all right, I'm scheduling it for Wednesday the 17th. Why? What are you doing for the next 5 days? That's so pressing.
Well, he takes a lot of time off.
Why?
This doesn't got the grind set in him.
True. I think that's his issue. He's not a grinder.
He ain't grinding.
Like you and me are grinding.
Like us.
Like us. Wait, did Lacari ever even get banned from Twitch?
He did.
For how long?
For a week, I think.
Sorry.
I saw your tweet
That's
where
all
you were
good.
looking. You had a little Pepe looking in. What do you want me to say?
How it's so obvious. I feel like, especially after the unban and the reban, I feel like I'm okay with how everything that came out from that, because I feel like at least people know now. It's like, okay, yeah, it's personal, definitely.
Mm-hmm. You take Ubers every once in a while, right?
Yeah. Why?
What's the worst car to get?
Well, there's like a meta to Ubering to make money, right?
Okay.
So usually you see like the same cars. Like you see Teslas pretty often. You see
Yeah, so what's the worst one?
the worst one is when you get a person who obviously doesn't Uber much and they pick you up in like a fucking like a Chevy Silverado, like a truck or something. You have to crawl up it, like just dumb shit like that.
Okay, sure. Okay, sure. I guess
Those are my worst ones.
I don't think I've ever seen that. My
Oh.
worst one is a fucking Tesla, and I feel like I get them all the time.
Why? Because of the door handles?
No, I genuinely believe that the ride is bumpier, or Tesla drivers are just shittier in general. I don't know what it is. I get so nauseous in Teslas. I can't believe you get picked up in a truck. That's great. That's fucking crazy.
It was on like it was some fucking, I was in like Texas or some shit or something, or Louisiana, got an Uber.
Yeah, actually,
it was like an
I have
out there
gotten
town.
picked up in a truck in Texas. Yeah.
I think especially for the early Teslas, although maybe all Teslas are still considered early Teslas, I don't know. I mean, they really focused on like the powertrain.
Tech. Yeah.
So the everything else is going to be pretty shitty.
Yeah, we rode in one today, and man, I don't know if it's the roads or no, it's not. It's the Tesla. I felt like I was on a wooden roller coaster.
Kind of sound like you're just being a hater, Moot.
I'm a huge hater.
So, what'd you guys do this morning?
Just went and saw a place.
Oh, you weren't with Dan at all?
No. We learned that we need a lot of natural light, or my wife will be depressed.
Okay. Do they have windows in Canada, or?
They do. Just not enough in that place, particularly.
Okay.
You wouldn't get it. You could live in a fucking cave.
I wish I could
You're a
live in
cave dweller.
Oh my god, that would be sick as fuck.
No windows in igloos, true.
Bro.
You see, we got a peace deal, and then we didn't, and then
another one.
We were gonna sign, and then I don't know. Or did we sign it? Trump was saying we were gonna sign like 3 hours ago.
Who knows, bro?
All right, did you say your prayer for the White House thing to get rained out today?
Will it?
I fucking hope
Couldn't
so.
they put like a
I think
roof
there's
over
good
it, or?
chance. They're too retarded to do that, I think.
Okay.
The Weather Channel said the UFC 250 is facing a chaotic weather setup on the White House South Lawn with a 60% chance of thunderstorms, heavy downpours, and wind gusts of up to 34 miles per hour,
Dang.
threatening to delay the outdoor fights. Please! A single lightning strike within 8 miles will trigger an automatic 30-minute freeze on the entire event.
Well. Oh yeah, I saw that. Wait, why does a lightning strike matter or whatever?
Because people always get afraid like lightning can strike you. I don't know. It's always in space. It's always in sports games.
Okay. Wait, do you know what is the survival rate of being struck by lightning?
I don't know, but I hear about enough people surviving. I feel like it's
Yeah,
pretty good.
saying
Let's
I
see.
don't know. I feel like I never hear about people dying. Like, oh, this guy got struck by lightning, he died. I feel like I don't hear that much.
The overall, okay, haven't fact checked it, but Gemini is saying the overall survival rate for lightning strikes is approximately 90%, and that's from the CDC.
Oh my God! Then who even cares?
CDC.gov. The average age of a person struck is 37.
Oh my fucking God! If I limit break this, will it actually do any damage, or will it still save me on? Oh my God! Wait, it's taking damage.
Males are 4 times as likely to get struck.
Based? Wait, that's not based. Wait, oh, no. Like, it's just probably because they're outside more, because the women are inside.
Yeah, probably.
Being cringe.
Cooking.
Instead of being outside, getting cooked by lightning.
Yeah, 90% of all lightning victims strikes survive. I mean, who cares then? Who fucking cares? Why do we shut down sports events?
The sporting event itself is probably more dangerous.
Probably, yeah, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think those are direct hits. I don't know. Okay, I'm not a fucking lightning expert, man.
Do you think if you get struck by lightning, is it really loud? Because, like, the thunder's right in your ear?
No, because the thunder, it doesn't... You're an idiot.
The thunder doesn't what? The sound doesn't start for a little bit? It has to load in?
No, the sound doesn't fucking happen where the lightning strike is.
Where does it happen?
I see you. You're smiling. I don't care.
Well, it happens around the lightning, no?
It happens in the fucking air.
Yeah, like the air where the lightning comes down and blows up around you.
Okay, so then do you think if you live next to a building, it will be... If you're on the bottom floor then, when the lightning happens and the lightning strikes next to the building, it will be louder
We already
than on
did
the top
this
floor?
game, boy.
It was
it was
different.
about the same.
No, because now you're saying that the sound happens on the ground.
It happens all around the lightning.
It happens all across the lightning, is what
Yes.
you're telling me.
Yeah.
I thought it was from angels bowling in heaven.
Good one. Oh, now he has to troll to escape the defeat that he just experienced at my hands. You fuck! Just for that, now we're gonna watch a Veritasium vid. Fuck you.
On the morning of the
Did you watch
17th
the
of
Hunter
April,
Biden thing yet?
2013,
Which Hunter Biden thing?
Newsom, Hunter Biden?
Yes! I've seen every Hunter Biden thing, okay?
You watched the whole thing with Gavin Newsom?
Yes, the whole thing.
When?
Yesterday.
Shit.
You mean?
Was it good?
It was okay.
I didn't get to see it.
But I mean, it's kind of on his spiel.
Did you visit Washington, D.C. when you were in 5th grade?
Probably not. Why?
That was a big thing for us.
Damn.
Journal Annals of Mathematics received a curious email.
Uh-oh.
It claimed to contain a 50-page proof relating to one of the oldest unsolved problems
From
in
Mr. Girl!
mathematics. A problem that great
I'll be back in an
mathematician
hour.
Edmund
Good.
Landau called unattackable. But this proof didn't come from a famous professor. It came from an unknown. Someone who had once spent years working at a Subway restaurant.
So they're like, okay, surely this isn't going to work out, but whatever, you know, we'll send it to a referee.
They expected to find a mistake in an afternoon, but they didn't. So they went through it again, closely studying the fragile parts where a proof like this normally falls apart. But still, nothing. Soon, they realized they were witnessing a breakthrough.
Hot damn, he did it.
So how did he do it? What did the experts miss, and what was the problem he was working on? He was working on a new way to attack one of the hardest unsolved problems in number theory.
What?
The twin prime conjecture.
I bet it's not even that hard.
Twin primes are prime numbers separated by just one number, like 11 and 13, or 17 and 19. As you go up the number line, primes become rarer, and twin primes become rarer still. But the twin prime conjecture claims that there are infinitely many of them. You never run out.
But is it true? Well, one way to approach this problem is to look at the gaps between consecutive primes as you go up the number line.
Now, at first, they seem chaotic, but if you average them out, a clear trend emerges. The average gap between two primes grows roughly as the natural logarithm of the number n. Whoa. So, for example, the average gap between primes around 100 is approximately 4.6.
That's crazy, if you really think about it.
The average gap between primes around 1,000 is 6.9. Logarithms grow very slowly, but they do keep growing forever. So, as n approaches infinity, the average gap between primes also goes to infinity, which is not particularly encouraging if you expect to always be able to find primes that are just 2 apart.
But if you start checking large numbers, then after 1,000,000, you quickly find the twin primes 1,037,000 and 1,039. Past 1 billion, there's 1,007,000 and 1,009,000. In fact, we have found a twin prime that's as large as 2,996,863,034,895 times 2 to the power of 1,290,000 plus or minus 1. That is a pair of numbers, each 388,342 digits long. If you wanted to print those in a book for some reason, you would need around 260 pages per number.
Sheesh.
All of this is to say that as far as we've looked, we've kept finding twin primes. But of course, that is not how you solve the twin prime conjecture, because you cannot physically check all the numbers out to infinity. So we need another way. And around 100 years ago, it felt like mathematicians were getting close with a more sophisticated method.
In 1923, English mathematicians Hardy and Littlewood figured out how you can estimate how many twin primes there should be. To do it, they started with one of the crowning achievements of number theory, the prime number theorem, which tells you that the odds of a large number near n being prime are roughly 1 over the natural logarithm of n. So let's do a quick example to see how they used this. Say you want to find the odds that 137,037 is prime. Well, you just plug that in and find that it has about an 8.5% chance of being prime. Of course, you could use the same trick to find the odds that 137,039 is prime, which is also around 8.5%. So what are the odds that both of them are prime?
Oh,
Well,
shit.
you just multiply those odds together. That gives you around a 0.7% chance.
Now, we are simplifying a little here because we're assuming that primes are independent, which they're not.
But putting that to one side, the odds of both a large number n and n plus 2 being prime is 1 over ln n times 1 over ln n plus 2. For large n, the plus 2 is
When I see his reactions, it kills me every time you fail.
The odds of
I do it for
any
you,
pair of
for
numbers
you,
of
for the
size
fans,
n being
you know?
a twin prime
Thank you.
are roughly 1 over ln n
Now
squared.
pay attention.
But of course, the problem with this approach is that the odds of a pair being a twin prime decrease as you go to larger numbers. So to count all twin primes up to n, we add up the odds at every single position. In other words, we integrate this expression from the first prime 2 up to that number. Now, Hardy and Littlewood refined this argument further to account for the fact that primes aren't really independent. But all that added is just this correction factor up front. So the final expression looks like this. Now let's plot how many twin primes this predicts up to 1 trillion. We see that it keeps growing, and if we fill in the actual count, you'll notice that it is extremely close. To the point where by 1 trillion, our estimate is only off by 0.001%.
Try not to say damn.
The only issue, though, is that this is just an estimate, or what mathematicians call a heuristic. It can tell you roughly how many twin primes to expect, but it can't guarantee that they never stop. As Terry Tao puts it, for all we know, there could be this vast conspiracy that every time a number n decides to be prime, it has some secret agreement with its neighbor n plus 2 saying, you're not allowed to be prime anymore. So what we need is a rigorous, airtight mathematical proof. But finding such a proof, it turns out, is extremely difficult. One of the first mathematicians to really try was a 29-year-old Norwegian, Viggo Brunn. Brunn was working during the early years of the First World War.
And with travel disrupted and Europe's mathematical centers largely out of reach, much of his work happened in quiet isolation back in Norway.
His goal was simple: to try and prove that the number or count of twin primes always increases. And to do this, he took a 2,000-year-old prime counting tool and tried to adapt it for twin primes. Now, the normal version of this tool is called the sieve of Eratosthenes, and it works something like this.
Say we want to find the primes up to 100. First, we remove 1, because that's not prime. Then we circle the first prime, that is 2, and we remove all of its multiples. We do the same for 3, circle it and remove its multiples. And then repeat that for 5 and 7.
And with these 4 very quick operations, every single number that's left on your 10 by 10 grid is a prime number.
Now, we stopped the sieve at 7, and we could keep going, sieve by 11 or 13, but it turns out that we don't have to. So why is that?
Well, the next prime is 11. So let's check the numbers below 100 that are divisible by 11. 22 is 2 times 11, but since it's divisible by 2, we already caught it. We also have 33, but that is divisible by 3. And a similar logic holds for 55 and 77. But what about 11 times 11? Well, notice that is 121, which is not in our range. So every multiple of 11 below 100 was already caught by a smaller prime. So sieving by 11 would cross out nothing new.
So Eratosthenes has this idea that you only need to sieve out the primes that are at most square root the size of the number.
But there's also a second way to visualize this sieve. Take the number line and let each prime send out a wave with the wavelength equal to the size of that number. So the wave from 2 lands on every second number, and the wave from 3 on every third, and so on. Now, notice that wherever a wave lands, that number has to be composite. But the numbers that escape every preceding wave, well, those have to be prime. And so you end up with this beautiful visualization of the sieve. And both of these methods make it incredibly easy to identify the primes.
But Bren didn't care about which primes were left, he just needed to know how many were left. And to do this, he counted all the numbers that were crossed out and then subtracted this from the total, since whatever is not crossed out
what does this have to do with
must
Subway?
be prime.
That's what I came to this video for.
So let's use this to find the number of primes below 100. We can keep a running count. So we'll start with 100.
We're going to throw out all the multiples of 2. Well, that's 50 numbers left, okay? Then we're going to throw away multiples of 3. Well, how many multiples of 3 are there less than 100? 100 divided by 3 is not a whole number. It's like 33 and a third, but we don't throw out fractions, so okay, forget that stupid little fraction.
We did the same for the multiples of 5 and 7, but now the count has gone negative. Well, it turns out that some numbers got crossed out twice, like 6, for example. It's a multiple of 2 and 3. So we crossed it out once when we removed multiples of 2, and again when we removed multiples of 3. So we have to add it back once. The same thing happens for multiples of 10, which is 2 times 5, 14, which is 2 times 7, 15, which is 3 times 5, and so on. So we add these overlaps back, and now the count rises to 28. But it's still not quite right.
Now we've triple added back in the multiples of 2 times 3 times 5. So that we need to subtract one more time.
The same thing happens for 42, which is 2 times 3 times 7, and 70, which is 2 times 5 times 7. There's a fourth triple too, 3 times 5 times 7, which is 105. But that's already bigger than 100, so it contributes nothing here.
Who knows?
But we'll write it in to keep the pattern complete. After the triples, we add back the quadruple, 2 times 3 times 5 times 7, which is 210. That's also bigger than 100, so it contributes 0 as well. And finally, we add back the 4 sieving primes themselves and subtract 1 because it was included in the count. So the count lands at 25 primes. This process of alternating between subtracting and adding numbers back in is called inclusion-exclusion. And it makes it super easy to find out how many primes there are up to some given number. Now, this equation still looks a little bit like a mess, but actually we can rearrange it into this form. now notice that every prime factor we added just adds an additional term in this series. We've got the 2 that goes over here, the 3 goes over here, 5 goes over here, and 7 goes over here. And if we were trying to find primes for some higher number and we wanted to add 11 as a prime factor, it would just add one additional 1 minus 1 over 11 term. Now, in general, if we keep the sieve going up to some prime p, which is less than the square root of n, then the count becomes approximately this.
But this is still just a count of primes. What Brun really wanted was the count of twin primes. And so this is the part where he adapted his sieve. To find a case where both n
Why would we link this? This is just a math video. It's not even physics. That could at least be kind of interesting. Whoa!
On the morning of the...
Hold on. I just saw a thumbnail that said the most accurate chess match in all of... The most accurate chess episode in TV history. That's a house episode. What?
I said good game.
Uh-oh, he's having a Magnus moment.
Welcome to part 1 of hopefully a series I'm going to be doing about chess episodes of some of my favorite TV shows. Now, nothing really grinds my gears quite as much as chess done poorly in media, whether it be a continuity error or just downright nonsense.
Do that, I'm gonna do that. If you do that, I'm gonna do that. If you do this, I'm gonna do that.
I love movies and I love TV shows.
Okay, well, isn't that Creed guy supposed to be kind of a scammer weirdo? So it's not supposed to be dumb?
And I love chess. You would think that chess episodes or chess segments or chess-themed shows would be my favorite, but it's quite the opposite. In fact, they're kind of the most irritating episodes to watch. I feel like watching
If you want to feel really irritated, most of you don't have to worry about this because you don't have, you know, the musical chops that professional musicians do. But if you pay attention and you know what it sounds like, most of the drumming in Whiplash is like not even remotely close to what's actually being played on the fucking audio, but that's okay.
Chess in media might be a similar feeling to watching a police show if you're an actual police officer, or watching House MD as a doctor. In this episode, we're going over an episode of House MD, the classic show, my favorite yaoi, and the episode we're watching today is Season 3, Episode 23, The Jerk. This is one of my favorite chess episodes of any TV show because it does get one thing right, aside from all of the continuity errors and just incorrect chess information. Now, what this episode does get right is embodying the true characteristics of the average chess player. So the episode opens up with a scene of a chess tournament. Now, I think they want us to believe that this is a true, genuine chess tournament, and if this is true, I already have a few issues in the first few seconds of this scene. It is an older tournament, as everyone is still using these analog clocks, but that makes sense a little bit for the
I'm getting tired of these fucking Zoomers who are out here on the internet acting like they're not actual literal children, okay? Please, calm down, all right?
time. We zoom in and we meet our main character, the Jerk. Immediately, he starts talking to his opponent, which first of all is just not allowed.
Do you want me to explain how you just lost? Or do you want to stare at the board your full 3 minutes?
So this is the first good look that we get at the position, and we can see where every single one of Black's pieces are, along with a few of the pawns in the center for White, and some clues on what's going on the queen side for White.
Come on, it's called speed chess.
Yeah, that's because he's high. Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Now we can see that White, for whatever reason, has a knight on h3, has castled. There seems to be a rook on f1, and there's no pawn on f2. So there's a semi-open f-file. White has two bishops pointing towards Black's king. So it looks like he takes something on f5. There's a bishop on d3. Bishop takes f5. Oh, the bishop's back on d3. We now get an aerial shot of the board and we can really see what's going on now. Black plays the move king h8, and they left this out, but then white played queen h5 and black played rook g8. This is now a forced win for white, so pause the video here if you want to find it. But yeah, black plays queen h8, then white plays rook h5, so they just completely left out queen h5, rook g8. If you saw it, what happened in between was queen takes h7, king takes h7, and rook h5. But then after rook h5, they show king takes h7, and they show rook h5 again, and then I don't know what position this is. This is like the starting position. And after king g7, for whatever reason, the move that is emphasized as the brutal move is bishop h6, even though, you know, if you sack the queen on h7, there's a reason for it, and both players would see it coming.
Okay, I thought this was gonna be saying good things about House, and now she's kind of shitting on House, so I really don't like this video very much.
Good game. I said good game.
Call 911. Get an ambulance.
Tell them to send two.
It's gonna explode.
So I'll admit, I thought this was pretty cool when I was a kid.
Yes,
where you
it
win
was.
the game and then also
True.
beat your opponent with the clock. So later at the hospital, they came to the conclusion that his hard personality and the way that he is a jerk is actually just a symptom, one of his symptoms of his mystery disease.
I like this kid. You haven't met him. I know you hate him. What more do I need to know? Anybody can get into a fight after losing. It takes real creativity to beat up someone you just beat.
His mother is so relieved by this, because that means that if he gets better from whatever illness this is, that means that he might not be a jerk. But will he still be good at chess if they cure it and he's not a jerk anymore? That's the question.
You mean the illness is affecting his personality?
If these treatments work, it could
change him?
Yeah.
Where do I
We
buy
then come
these?
back
Just
to the main meat of the episode. They ended up giving the kid magic mushrooms for his cluster headache, but this seems to fix at least one of his issues. However, while he's on the mushrooms, he ends up making a bit of inappropriate pass at Cameron, where she discovers that he has, what's the medical term?
Small
Tiny
balls.
balls. And they add this to his symptoms.
Yesterday, if it wasn't operating at capacity, it could have caused...
Whoa! Don't sneak up on a person like that.
Now, back to the chess. This is the probably more important game, because this is the chess game that...
Could you really tell? Where are my doctors? On visual exam, if a person has small balls? I feel like, isn't there like some variance in size? Would you really know? What if you like made that visual observation and I was like, oh, actually, well, we just found out they're not small. They're just, that's their normal size. Well, we weren't shown how small. Well, imagine if they're so small, they're like little fucking whatever. How would you even know? Because aren't they like in the sack? How would you know? Wouldn't you have to like palpate it or whatever?
House plays himself against the kid. I think that we're all expecting House to be very good at this game because he's
good at
so
everything.
smart, and chess makes you smart, right?
Yes.
I like that they actually do the like pick a hand method. That's something that chess players do quite a bit. Now, white opens with 1 f4 and black responds with c5. White plays knight f3 and House promptly says, the bird's opening. Passive approach. So yes, this is a bird's opening technically, but after the move d5, his opponent says the Sicilian defense. Now this is a very common misconception, is that if you play the move c5, it's a Sicilian. This is
It has to be in order. You can't just play c5 whenever, guys. Oh my god.
not true. The Sicilian is e4, c5.
Yeah.
You cannot play a Sicilian against 1 f4.
Duh.
So that was the first thing that really bothered me. The
Yikes.
second thing
I'm cringing.
is if you zoom in here, can you tell me what's wrong with this screenshot right here? Did you notice it? Yes,
Two
White's king
pawns?
and queen are set up backwards.
Oh, that
so
too.
this entire
Obvious
game
rookie
is thrown
mistake.
out the window. I had to use a board editor, and now it's chess 960. The trash talk was excellent, though.
I can walk.
I don't bleed out of my penis.
We
That
go
we
a
know
few
of.
moves into the future, and this took me a long time to figure out, but somehow the king and the queen switched back. And I thought I was crazy, but yeah, they set it up correctly, and then somewhere in between they switched the king and the queen, and then a third time switched back. So the game went f4, c5, knight f3, d5, e3, knight f6, b3, e6, bishop a3, bishop d6, bishop b5 check, knight c6, knight c3, castles, and rook b1. Quite a nonsense move if you ask me. There's absolutely no point to this move. I think a move like castling would make a lot more sense. But after the move e5 is just a blunder because it allows bishop takes c6. And after b takes c6, f takes e5 is just a fork. So this is a blunder, but it is blitz chess.
Yeah.
Opponent just plays f takes e5, knight takes e5, bishop comes back to e2, knight e4, knight takes d5, knight takes f3 check, bishop takes f3, and queen h4 check.
Will there be content today? Look at the title! I said I'm playing games today. Suck dick.
So it appears that
Nothing
something
today.
might happen with the classic, g3, something happens on g3 and we take, but with the bishop on f3, none of that's actually happening, and white's quite safe after the move g3. But House plays the move bishop takes g3 anyways, which is actually a decent move if followed up correctly. H takes g3, queen takes g3, king e2. Now black plays the move knight g5 here. After the move queen f1, which is the best move by far, we hear this.
Uh-oh.
Care to lay down your king?
Now I can only assume that what they mean by this is knight takes f3, and after queen takes f3, pinning the queen, like this, and you can pause the video here and try to find the mate. It's a forced mate in 5 here.
For who? Wait.
3, and after queen takes f3, pinning the queen, like this, and you can pause the video here and try to find the mate. It's a
For black?
forced mate in 5.
No, for white. Forced mate, they say. Let's see. Knight to the 7e, e7. Bloop. Then the king has to go over here. I wish I draw the arrows. Okay, that's 2 moves. Does that count as 2 moves or 1 move? Is it 5 per person or? And then he goes over here. And then There's definitely something else going on after that, but I can't move the pieces, so it's too hard.
Here.
Do you even play chess? I'm like at 1900 elo, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah, so it was knight e7
Yep.
check, king h8,
Rook
h7,
seven.
king h7,
Queen, bishop,
rook
work.
h1,
Yep.
and after
then
either queen h2 or
blocks,
queen h4,
then
or
queens
even, I guess,
at
queen
e3.
or bishop h5, this is checkmate. You
yep.
can just prolong the inevitable.
Got it.
And I believe this is this Anastasia's mate?
Yes.
This is Anastasia's mate.
Exactly. UkrainianAna, aka.
You can't win. You can pin my queen. My knight to e7. Your king to h8. Sacrifice rook takes pawn.
Yikes.
Bishop blocks. Queen to h5. Checkmate.
Yikes.
Save what's left of your dignity.
Your dignity.
Lay down your king.
And then he has a fucking loser attack. Yikes.
House then begins to obsess about this game for the rest of the episode, trying to figure out what went wrong. And somewhere in the process of postmortem of the game, of course, he also is trying to figure out what's going on with the kid, and he decides that the personality they were assuming was a symptom this whole time was actually just the way that he
What? He was just an asshole?
And once they stopped looking at that as a symptom of a disease and just, that's how chess players are, then they were able to figure out what was wrong with him. It had something to do with him being vegetarian for a long time, and then not being vegetarian, and then iron building up in his blood.
Stop it!
That hurts, right? Just odd, because I'm really enjoying this. Hold the pieces that way because you can't bend your thumb because your bones have formed abnormally. Thanks to all the crap that's been pushing its way in between them. Actually, this stuff isn't important at all.
Your doctor said he needs immunosuppressants.
They're idiots.
The point is he's going to be fine, and he's just a terrible person.
His personality issues?
Sorry. The iron's innocent on that count.
And then the final scene that is important is where House confronts the kid about the game, and he says this.
I wouldn't have taken your bishop. I'd have moved my queen to d6, diffusing the threat, then rook to e8, attacking the king's pawn.
Yikes, all wrong. Cringe, House.
Which is complete nonsense.
Yep.
Like, we can take a look at it, but that doesn't... It didn't mean anything.
I was bluffing. And that's why you lost.
LeMayo.
Jerk.
In conclusion, this is, I think, the best representation of chess players in media that I've seen. You know, they're not necessarily just really smart and classy, but usually they're just antisocial and narcissistic. Not all chess players, but, you know, back when I grew up and chess wasn't as popular, that's kind of how most chess players were. But yeah, I mean, I hope this was an enjoyable video. I have a few other episodes I want to do if this is a good video. There's an episode of Monk where the suspected killer is a chess grandmaster and there's like a blindfold simul, I think. Or maybe it's just a simul. There's an episode of Frasier. There's little snippets and things like The Office and Futurama that we could look at. But yeah, let me know if you liked it.
Okay, I don't know why I've done this. Listen. Eight minutes.
Hello everyone, I'm Magnus Carlsen from Norway.
5 years
Chess
ago.
World Champion since 2013. I'm going to break down a couple of games from the Queen's Gambit series.
Oh my
so,
god.
Please enjoy. At this moment, Borgev has generally done quite well. He has created something of an initiative on the king's side, and all his.
Okay, I don't know what they do for Queen's Gambit, but like, I feel like if you had a TV show that was about like chess, why not just copy like every game? I'm sure there's like iconic chess matches that everybody like knows about. Why not just like copy the board position, and then it would be like a little cute like shout out kind of thing. I was like, oh, if you know chess, you would know that this game was from blah blah blah. Like, wouldn't that just be like a thing? Why not just do that? I don't know.
His pieces are pretty actively placed, but Beth is also playing quite well, centralizing her pieces, bringing her knights into the game. But at the moment, he is the one who is pressing, and she is the one who has to concern herself with equalizing.
You can just run 2 stockfish games and get a really complex game going according to Radiant. I don't know if engines are even that good compared to the like better players, right? Doesn't the average engine max out at like 1700 ELO or something right now? Okay, we don't have to do Magnus. I don't know why I watched this. Ukraine's drone interceptors and the soldiers who fly them.
Flying over the skies of the Donbass is a Russian Molnia drone. Hot on its heels is a Ukrainian drone interceptor seeking to stop the cheap yet effective strike drone. Each pilot, sitting kilometers apart from each other, joysticks in hand, have engaged in an aerial duel, each seeking to stop the other from completing its mission. Throw into the mix anti-aircraft fire from the ground, and you have an incredibly dramatic scene that happens dozens, if not hundreds, of times a day. Drones in their military usage have forever changed war. And while it may have started with large American spy drones and ISIS terror groups using commercially available drones to drop grenades out of tin cans, the Russian
I remember
full-scale
when that
invasion of
used to be
Ukraine
the meta.
has
Holy
become the
shit.
crucible to forge this new age of warfare. In fact, drones have now become the largest scalable weapon in war, but the rest of the world seems to have just not caught on yet. We see large militaries like the IDF leaving their vehicles completely unprotected from Hezbollah FPV strikes. And we also see the largest, most powerful military in the world somehow unable to stop a single Shahed drone in broad daylight. And while it's true that Shahed drones can be pre-programmed to maneuver through the sky in complex motions, guys have been shooting these downs with Browning and Maxim machine guns out of the beds of trucks for years now, with some even taking Shaheds down with small arms fire.
How did it get up so
Drone
fast?
technology is an arms race, make no mistake about it. However, advances in speed, in maneuvering, and in production scale have forced ground teams to adapt. A bullet will always be a bullet at the end of the day. However, sometimes you need more. And these are the stories and experiences of Ukraine's drone fighter pilots.
Damn. That guy's plugged the fuck in.
Back in mid-2025, I embedded with the Phoenix Deftaga civilian militia force attached to the 113th Territorial Defense Brigade. This team, who took down Shaheds with machine guns and autocannons, was now being trained to fight in the sky.
Lift off. Maybe.
Yeah, sure. So we are currently engaging into drone warfare, full scale, I would say. It started, well, if you kind of look at it in retrospective, it started with just, small surveillance drones, then rather big ones. Then it became, utilization of FPV drones that are working on ground units. Now the time has come for the air defense. I'm currently being trained as a pilot and navigator, so I can switch between these two roles. Maybe supper, I don't know, if I'm in the mood. The point is...
Do you think we're ever near a world where Ender's Game happens in real life? Some kid and his friends are playing the crazy game in the final, third of the book or whatever, and then finally they, what do we do? And they have to blow up the nuclear reactor and it destroys the whole country, and why are you guys celebrating? And it's you've done it, son. You've destroyed all of China.
To overlap the defenses, to make them more robust, so to speak. So when the guns cannot reach the target, the drone can.
Training to fly a drone takes a lot of time and effort, but surprisingly, one of the best ways to train, especially early on, is through video game applications.
That's the reality, welcome to it. Right now, potentially, anybody can be a lethal weapon with the drone, right? That's the drone warfare, unfortunately. And yeah, you do have applications, let's say, on the different platforms, not just Steam, that allow you, to train for how to fly the drone itself, and the physics is really good. Plus, you can construct your own levels to practice. So, I think it's okay. It all depends on the person, how you utilize all your knowledge, and whether you get it from open source or games, and or maybe some library or some closed circuit, so to speak. It doesn't matter. It's your decision how you're going to use it. Comparing to real flights, it's pretty close. So that's the whole point, right? And plus, drones are actually, they cost money, okay? Money. If I crash the drone out in the field somewhere, it's going to cost to repair it. If I crash the drone in a simulator, that's fine. The main goal for the simulator is get you acquainted to the handling of the drone and work on your small motorics of your fingers, for example, so that you can be more precise with your movement and understand how actually drone flies, how it reacts to all your movement. Она уже подздыхает, но это, по идее, большая ее. Она медленно сюда, там все равно. Ну и да, если пиздовать. Дивись, весловий орієнтир, дивись, продовжуй. Ось це узеньке поле. Узеньке поле ловить. Все. Снейк. Матяш Андрей, позывной мародер. Ну, я сейчас, извините, что, конечно, по-русски, научен. Я сейчас перехватываю вражеский.
Do you think drone warfare is good if it discourages troops on the ground? I don't know. I'm solidly in that point in my life where I've realized time is a flat circle and everything kind of repeats itself. There was an anime growing up, a legend, a classic anime called Gundam Wing, which is not cringe and is just considered one of the crowning achievements I think, fuck, what was the name of that one guy? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember the director dude that I was trying to say watch it. I was going to make a joke, and now I forgot the name, so fuck me. But anyway, one of the, I think one of the big plot points of that anime, funnily enough, near the end is that they developed this system of basically they have giant mecha suits that all fight that have pilots in them, but at the end of the anime they figure out how to automate all of it, and then they have all, obviously because it's an anime, so while they're fighting they're all debating philosophy, and they're like, is it a real war if it's machines fighting instead of men fighting? And like obviously the people dying is not a nice thing to think about, but it does kind of make you think, like, I don't know, should it be the side with the most machines can win a war? Like, is that... I think if you think about it, there's definitely problems with that, but we'd have to dive a lot into the philosophy, fuck all that shit. It's probably not the best thing in the world. It's probably good that, like... You have to build towards it, but, like, let me put it this way. Might is right I think is a good thing. I think that's it. I actually think it's a good thing, and I think that the idea that a single actor or somebody who just has more robots could win is problematic. Okay? I'll just say that much. All right.
Беспилотники. Используя FPV-дроны, ну, можно сказать, полугражданские. Ну, конкретно сейчас Орлан из зала суперкамы. Ну, так как молнии сюда особо не долетают, плюс там ланцеты. Ну, если там где поближе, там молния. Но там уже еще сложнее, потому что там надо уже горизонты. Ты чуть ниже спустился, то есть, допустим, ну, вот как здесь, за соседний бугор молния летит невысоко, то есть за соседний бугор спустился, у тебя, соответственно, отвалилось все. Ну, там как бы и плюс, ну, надо подгадывать моменты, потому что они тоже сейчас перехватывают сигналы, все, он понимает, что за ним охотятся, он пытается уходить, ну, как бы там... Сейчас уже
You have to elaborate on that? No, it's up to you, the student, to figure out what me, the master, means, okay?
Залы идут с камерой заднего вида, то есть как бы уже понимают, что если за ними кто-то пристроился, он начинает маневрировать, крутиться, менять высоты, и как бы, ну, плюс FPV-шка не слишком долго летает, скажем, в воздухе. Если кто там часами может там, часами находиться и маневрировать, у него батарея позволяет, то тут как бы, ну, свои специфика проблемы.
There will be a lot of terminology about Russian drones that I think the majority of the public just doesn't know. So allow me to tell you a little bit about the different types of drones that Russia uses here in Ukraine. They can be broken up into 3 categories: recon, mid-range, and long-range. Recon drones are most commonly taken down by FPV-style interceptors, and they primarily operate during the day, or at least they used to, which is why ground teams couldn't risk shooting at them without breaking cover. Those like the Orlan, Zala, and Supercam are most common as they seek to gather information and plan out strike targets. Mid-range drones fly near frontline areas. One of the most effective is the Molnia, as it is so cheap and simple, often being far too expensive to hit with more advanced interceptors. While the Zala Lancet drones are far more precise and harder to hit due to their small form factor. The Shahed-style drone operates in all areas of Ukraine. It can hit every single region, and has required these drone interceptors to evolve into their current state. The newest challenge, though, are Shaheds equipped with jet engines. These are capable of outrunning any ground air defense system. However, they have been able to be intercepted by drones at their lower speeds. This is far from a complete list. However, this should give you an idea, a point of reference, when these soldiers are talking about what they are going after. Do you see a future to where you're hitting something like a Shahed drone coming in or anything larger?
Ну да, как бы технологии, я то есть, общаюсь с людьми, то есть как бы технологии идут вперед, то есть уже вроде как такие комплексы существуют, ну пока как бы мне не попадались ручками пощупать, но вроде как говорят, и ну, на некоторых направлениях уже слышно было, что и конкретно такими комплексами работает. То есть у меня побратим там, ну, занимается дронами, уже в гражданском списался, и как бы эту тему двигают, там Стерненко там вроде как какие-то системы донаводки проектирует, ну когда это все дойдет.
Wow, look, who? Oh my god, okay, fuck DGG chat. Look at this YouTuber here. Foolish, and his name is Foolish Philosopher. He said, I know you're simplifying for us, but that's not might is right. You're more hinting at a personal view that ultimately consensus is right, specifically consensus among humans. There, see, he's got it. I think that if we can imagine human beings to have a type of moral, I don't know, like there's like a thing, like a moral universe that humans prefer to exist in, that if you take a bunch of groups of humans and some of them accurately represent the desires of that world, and then others represent desires outside of that world. So you might have a group of humans that believe in like equal values and all this bullshit, and another group of humans that believe in eating children, and then another group of humans that believe in endless torture. That ideally, if human beings project a type of morality onto the world and prefer to live in that morality, that the people that resemble like that morality on the aggregate will congregate to an area, and then those people will have the might to conquer the other people. In an ideal, I'm kind of idealizing this, but like you would hope that that would be the way that it would go, right? So if we imagine the universe or not the universe, I guess, the planet of people that we live in now is like moving towards some like moral consensus because people tend to be okay with a moral thing and people's desires are more represented among governments and all this. Even to some extent, even like autocratic governments, right? That dictators can only hold power for so long. If they become so unpopular, they'll be couped or killed or whatever. That there might actually be some like moral goodness in the might is right argument. There might, maybe. I haven't thought about this too much, but I think about it a little bit. But if one person could show up with a fleet of robots who did believe that eating children was good, that person could exercise a might that is so much mightier than all the other humans just because he has robot armies at his disposal. And that would be a scary thing. I think that'd be a bad thing. I think it says something that so many more people were willing to die on the other side of Nazi Germany than for Nazi Germany. I think it says something that so many people are willing to fight on certain sides of conflicts than on another side, you know? And the access to infinite amounts of like robot bodies to fight wars maybe changes that in a fundamental way. Maybe that's not okay. Destiny, kind of like Pax Romana. Dude, exactly like Pax Romana. That's actually exactly the concept that I was thinking of. It was like this 200-year long period in ancient Rome. People called it like the Golden Age. It was characterized by prosperous stability, hegemonic power, regional expansion, and relative peace and order. Although it wasn't perfect, there were internal revolts and external wars, including the Roman-Persian wars, which, man, those were crazy. Also called the Roman-Iranian War. Okay, sorry.
Сам понимаешь, мы цыгане.
What is it like trying to hit a target mid-air instead of a stable position?
Поймать визуальный контакт.
Okay, wait. Also, because I get random clips on my YouTube of things when I'm working at night. Did people just not know how guns worked like 20 or 30 years ago? I'm not trying to say that every movie needs to be perfectly realistic and every magazine has to have exactly 30 rounds of ammo or whatever, but like, you ever notice that like just guns are just like crazy in every older movie? I don't even know how old is GoldenEye. 80s or 90s? How old is this? Hold on. GoldenEye release 97. No, that was a video game. Release date movie 95. I don't understand this whole I never watched this movie, I'm gonna be honest. I've only seen parts of it. In this opening scene, why is it that if you have a spy who's trying to like plant bombs everywhere and blow up all of your missiles, like who the fuck has ever like come out with your hands up? Why does he think he's gonna get like released back to the United States? Or they're gonna like let him go? What is the incentive here for him to be like, okay, you're right, I give up, LOL? Like,
and walk towards me.
Like, why would you ever do this? Like, okay, well, if I come towards him with all the soldiers here, he's gonna let me and my friend go.
Finish the job, James. Blow them all to hell.
Also, this guy reminds me so much of the guy in Game of Thrones, Robert Baratheon. Hold on, where's this? Not a single... Dude, how many rifles? And, like, he's just running, right? Like, really? Not one person can hit this shot? Best opening of a Bond film ever? Well, I don't want to be like a recent frog who just likes things from his generation, but I mean, Casino Royale's opening. Come on. Jesus. Sheesh. Watch this, okay? Every soldier is standing here. Nobody can aim or shoot at him at all, I guess. And then, here we go. What is this, an M249? No recoil, infinite bullets. Everybody's getting mowed down. I don't know. I feel like all these movies are like goofy such that it almost breaks the immersion. I don't know. Like, hold on. No one. Not one. He's running in a straight line. Nobody can just shoot him? Not one person? Also, this is insanely fucking wacky. This plane scene. Jumps out of the plane. No problem. Wait. Hold on. Nobody stops to shoot, but that's okay. What is, somebody do the math. How far would you have to fall? I feel like you could skydive and you would hit the ground faster than... Okay, anyway, sorry.
Потому что небо банально большое.
А ну, праву руку. От тобі ось сюди, отак. Чуть-чуть його наклони. Отак, о, і пішов. Бачиш, понятно? Ось я його веду постійно. Зараз будемо вертатися, я тобі покажу, що ми робимо, коли вертаємося. Плюс ще ж я отут дивився на предмет, це 470, поняв? Ну, висота. То я йому кажу не 1000 це в нас бо тестовий. Це ми тестуємо, це показуємо для всіх, щоб всім було понятно.
Ну, саме перше, як це? Це, я думаю, що після того, як ми зіб'ємо цель, якийсь полковник себе застрелить.
Москальський?
Так. Да. Полковник Москальський, коли ми зіб'ємо повітряну ціль. А взагалі, була така фраза на моєму початку безпілотних повітряних систем, да? Ніхто не достає цю повітряну цель. І прозвучала така фраза. Хлопчики, давайте піднімаємося, пробуємо її збити, тому що вона розвідає і може навредити нашим хлопцям. Ну, якби, ми ж всі робимо одну справу, правда? І от ми тут в небі для загальної справи. Ну, якщо балакати про повітря, коли ЗУшки не можуть працювати, то ми працюємо вмісто них. А коли ми є на даний час, мабуть, слабо розвиненими ночі в небі, то тоді нам допомагають ЗУшки, або ми їм. Ну, я тут не можу відповідати. Того, що ну, пуля – це пуля, а дрон – це дрон. Дрон – це сочетання того чи іншого, ну, дуже багато електроніки. Електроніка, ви ж розумієте, є проти цієї електроніки. Все одно придумають, все одно буде більша защита, все одно буде більше цього, а пуля летить і ніхто не встановить. Розвиток в небі стартував, мабуть, з середини 24-го, такий масштабний розвиток. І я думаю, що на кінець 25-го це вже будуть повномасштабні бої в повітрі.
If the team is unable to hit their aerial target, or another team has intercepted it first, the drone is then brought back to the position and the explosive disarmed. Especially for militia forces inside of Deftiga, the conservation of resources is something paramount. As each drone, each interceptor, can run for $500 to $600 minimum.
Fucking ice Poseidon out here.
Whole operation and
sorry.
You know all the activities. I think first of all everybody should be kind of getting ready for that because first of all we and all those people who are in here we are not immortal. Let's put it that way. And somebody will have to change us. That's the first thing. Second, these skills they also help you not just in military life but in civilian life. You can shoot nice photos for your family. Just don't fly into them. That's not how you do.
Що ще сказати? Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Over half a year had passed since I was one of, if not the first journalist to work with drone interceptor teams in a combat capacity. And that summer had turned into a mess of cold, ice, and melted slurry in Donetsk. We drive toward an upgraded FPV drone interceptor position with the 117th Territorial Defense.
Do you feel like the permanent scrutiny you get due to your court case and everything you say will ever fade even when it's over? I would go crazy if I constantly had to worry about that and greatly disrupt my expression. Fuck no. I don't give a fuck, okay? I'm buying Epstein's Island next. It is annoying, but like on the... I feel like I have a couple of things that naturally just kind of like protect me from shit. One is I just like play games and I stay home all day, so I'm not usually up to like crazy shit. I don't have like any crazy drug habits or anything like that. I'm not like a rapist. So generally if stuff gets leaked to me, it's only ever kind of embarrassing or cringe or whatever. But I mean like, I feel like if you look at the way that people on the far left present me, and then you actually were to do like a full accounting of like, damn, like what has this guy actually done in his life? Like at its worst, it's not really much. Like even if you do the fucking, well, I guess if you think I'm fucking kids, that's probably bad. So it's not like, I don't know, it's not, there's people doing a lot of crazy shit, okay? I think I'm okay for the most part. Mitch McConnell hospitalized. Old news, old man. Wait, where'd the rest of my party go? What the fuck?
Ну, у нас дневные дроны, мы работаем от сумерек, от рассвета до заката. Если погода позволяет, если нема дуже сильного тумана, который там 60 метров над землей, и нема дождя, то мы работаем по полной.
What is it like when you see the icon pop up on the radar and your team gets ready? Can you describe that process a little?
Ну, у нас є спеціальний пристрій, на якому спеціальна програма, яка видає цілі. Це можуть бути і ворожі, і наші. Є людина, яка сидить і займається цим непосредственно. Вона читає заявки, хто наші літають, хто ворожі. РЕР, радіоелектронна розвідка, вона висматрює, де що летить. И человек вот этот просто ее обнаружил, пометил ее, что это ворожа, и, соответственно, мы взлетаем.
Do you worry that people by Hassan's retelling the whole situation though? A little bit, but I like once this court case is over, like the thing is I think a lot of people had ideas about things that happened, and they just got like there was like an initial explosion of news when the court case first dropped, and then nobody's really followed much up on it over the past like year and a half. That's just kind of how it goes because nobody's following the details of everything. But I think that if it gets dismissed or if I win in court or whatever the fuck, once it's finally gone, me being able to recount everything, I think like all like holistically the whole story is pretty fucking crazy. And it is crazy. Like I have undeniably strong links from Kiwi Farms to the Snarker people to Pixie and Lauren to an international sex trafficker that all of these people have covered for, who was an active member in Queenman's community before and after everything that happened, who are also all funneling information through Hassan Piker, who repeats it on his platform. Like, all of it is tied together, like, very obviously and easily. Like, I don't have to conspiracy my way towards anything now at this point. Like, I have enough connections and evidence for everything that I think laying all of that out from start to finish, I think it'll be a pretty crazy thing. I think people will be like, oh, this is kind of fucking wild. But one day, when Judge Becerra, our queen,
і намагаємося її знайти. Якщо я не впевнений, що я її зможу, я її бачу, але я впевнений, що я її не соб'ю, то я не підриваю дрон, я не трачу просто так. Я лучше зі другої попитки зайду, і тоді вже буде враження. Максимально близько, максимально.
Anything you want someone to know that I haven't asked, I would ask you to tell us that.
Ну, давайте зараз на паузу, я подумаю просто. Що? Ніколай, що нам ще треба?
Щось від себе, давай зброю.
Зброю.
Arriving to the second position, we immediately get to work. Out here, this team relies on intercepted radio signals to identify drone threats and target them. However, sometimes you also intercept friendly FPV signals mixed into that.
Опа, -1 FPV.
Це FPV-дрони літакового типу, які ми застосовуємо для перехоплення ворожих літаючих боєприпасів і розвідників так само, починаючи від ланцетів, закінчуючи, мабуть, найбільшим це шахеди, тобто воно все спроможне наздогнати і вразити. Вони швидші, ніж більшість FPV, і вони мають більший час польоту в повітрі. Тобто ми можемо до години бути в повітрі, патрулювати. Ну, по-перше, антенна в керування вже виставлена, вона закрита у нас від дощу, виноситься катапульта, перевіряється ціль, виноситься дрон, підключається, програмне забезпечення включається, і ми полетіли.
As the sun went down, the cold crept in. The ice melt had refroze, and this was as much a fight as making sure nothing was flying above us as these soldiers set up their catapult.
Чем обробляешь? Целиком. Ну, целиком возьму.
Your mom's vibrator.
Drones now flown at night are equipped with thermal cameras. Can you see the drone that they're hunting? Even at night, it can be a game of camouflage, with drones flying over villages and towns trying to hide their heat signatures.
Have you put any effort into trying to understand the motivations of that Aiden guy specifically? It seems like he's unaware of how motivated his reasoning is. Even if he's not playing dumb, he's ignorant to the concept that he's only friends with the snarkers as long as he's tanking for them. No, I don't try to do theory of mind for a lot of these people. I also just don't really care that much. Like, I think that at some point, like, if this was all just over, like, political stuff, then fine. But it's not over political stuff. It's over, like, incredibly personal shit. I just have no sympathy. Like, at some point, like, there's some due diligence that you should have to do. If you're incapable of doing it, then I think you should go down with all of them. That's just how I view it at this point.
Вибухнуло. Украй на північному.
Більшість європейських країн, так само як і Об'єднані Штати Америки, вони не хочуть бачити, але або спеціально роблять вигляд, що не бачать, яка трагедія зараз проходить в Україні. Скільки гине цивільних, скільки гине загалом людей, то треба більша і рішуча допомога для Сил оборони безпеки України. Не дивлячись на ваші старання як репортерів це висвітлювати. Не дивлячись на старання репортерів висвітлювати цю проблему, цю війну в всьому світі, люди чомусь не до кінця розуміють саму трагедію і її масштаби.
Ну, поки це не переживеш, так.
Так, на жаль. Не хочеться такого бажати, але, на жаль, так і є.
Why did you join the Territorial Defense Forces?
It's so crazy, but like, and I'm not trying to blame Hunter at all for this because it's really not his fault. But there's a world where Hunter Biden instead works for like a company in Romania or I don't know, literally any other country on the planet besides Ukraine. And then that causes it makes it so that Republicans in the United States are not absolutely fucking brain broken related to Russian shit. And then the United States would have led a much more hostile reaction to a lot of the Ukraine-related war stuff. It's impossible to remember this now, and if you're younger, you probably just don't believe it, and I don't even blame somebody for not believing it, but Republicans especially used to just be so insanely anti-Russia, anti-Soviet Union, like they just had such huge positions on all of this stuff, and they were so primed to like want to be in a war against Russia and to take them out or whatever, and now they just like don't care about anything because of all the Russiagate shit that mind-fucked them.
Чому приєдналися до ТРО?
Ну, це мій обов'язок. Обов'язок кожного українця захищати свою державу, свою сім'ю, країну. Ну, як мінімум це обов'язок, як максимум це людяність, це терористичний акт проти населення цивільного і проти країни в цілому. Тому терористичні акти треба пресікати, наказувати. І ніхто не знає, куди прилетить той самий дрон або ракета. Тому я захищаю всіх як свою сім'ю.
These drone teams are not clear from danger either, often operating within FPV range themselves. As you get closer to the front, destruction like this becomes a relatively normal sight. Targets change, both in the air and what are hit on the ground. And there's only one thing you have to keep in mind. There could always be something above you. I am with the HUZZAH Brigade, the world's only patrol police force operating in a battlefield capacity hand in hand with the military. All drone interceptors currently use antennas and traditional radio signals. Operating at ranges over 2 kilometers, you often have to have a person or a small motor to adjust the angle of the antenna as needed. Working, eating, and sleeping in the same place often means soldering your explosives right next to where you make tea.
Зазвичай більшість цілей – це молнії, Також іноді бувають орлани і зали. Це переважно розвідники або ударні дрони, які залітають вблизь Константинівки, Дружківки та Краматорська. Я сам родом із Запоріжжя, працюю в патрульній поліції з 2020 року. У 2023-му долучився до підрозділу поліції особливого призначення «Хижак». На даний час я знаходжусь на посаді командира першого відділення кулеметного взводу протиповітряної оборони. Через те, що у нас брак людей у взводі, прийшло навчання на пілота FPV-дронів і запустили нову позицію, почали пробувати себе в цій сфері, так як перехоплення по повітрю більш потрібні, і це найбільш краще вдається збивати цілі, ніж з землі, працюючи з автомата чи іншого виду озброєння. Зараз це для мене щось нове. Я перше це попробував, мені сподобалось. На даному етапі нашої роботи мені поки це подобається більше, ніж бігати з автоматом по посадках і видивлятися ці дрони.
This close to the front, strike drones, like Molnias, are the biggest threat.
Whoa, doggo. Only leak what you can, but is there any person/people whose career you wish you could end with a manifesto, but you know you won't be able to? Like people who did you dirty, but in an okay way? In an okay way? What do you mean? I wish I had more discovery from the Abbey stuff. I mean, that would be interesting. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of really bad behavior there.
І не долетіли до довгої палки, виявили молнію на початку столу.
Я пам'ятаю. Так, що там скіли дідко просив? Магай?
Магай, підкажіть, будь ласка, сигнал супутами ще спостерігається, Константин?
Бог його знає, ніхто не може виявити, зараз дуже сильно.
What? Okay.
FFVII Ukraine, you know?
Дозволені діду працює. І засоби виявлення теж не бачені картинки.
A majority of the time spent in any aspect of drone warfare is staring at a screen, hours upon hours of meticulously darting your eyes across the same area of operations that you've been looking at, sometimes for over a month.
Bro, we're already trained for
this. In
this
video, I'm showing you a disproportionate amount of footage from outside operations versus inside on a screen. It's usually 10 to 1.
Саме важливіше, оскільки так на рахунок цих молній, зараз їх теж дуже часто почали нищити, їх нищать МВГшні групи, які з землі стріляють, так само їх нищать групи перехоплювачі. Вони так само стараються бути швидшими, стараються маневрувати, стараються приховати свою висоту, оскільки тут йде великий перепад висот, це треба теж враховувати, так сказати, не тільки знати саму місцевість, локацію саму, а треба ще знати висоти, де які знаходяться, чи ти знаходишся в низині, чи ти знаходишся на висоті, звідки приблизно з якого квадрата стартує ворожий ППЛА. Потім, якщо на ОСД висвітлюється альтометр, який показує саму висоту, яка працює, то там воно не завжди пише правду, оскільки, знову ж таки, вони там запускають з низини, а тут у нас відносна висота, і треба враховувати, що у нас там перепад по висоті йде метрів 120-130, залежно теж від точки, з якої вони стартують, бо це не тільки один екіпаж, який працює, їх там дуже багато. На рахунок ППЛА, тут у нас теж українського виробництва від диких шершнів дронопад, це iPad від дронопад нежить, називається, 9-дюймовий дрон. У нас раніше були від диких шершнів дронопади, так само ми їх використовували, але зараз, оскільки ворожі ППЛА уніфікують нові мотори, ті самі зали, на тих самих дронопадах відносно дуже важко доганяти, оскільки вони стали швидкісними, стали маневреними. Тому зараз сама головна пріоритетність якраз в швидкості, оскільки якщо ти не будеш швидкий, ти просто нікого не зможеш догнати, нікого не зможеш збити. Тобто зараз ті самі півансани або ті самі багнети, стріли, потім булети і стінги, вони зараз в пріоритеті, вони стоять і вони якраз за ними майбутнє. Це все-таки швидкість і так далі. Ого, це набагато, вони в цьому плані набагато приісполнилися, ніж ми, оскільки вони борються, вони знають, що ми за ними полюємо, і вони стараються якось, так сказати, покращити свою можливість, і щоб повернути, виконати свою задачу, щоб повернутися додому, і щоб їх ніхто по дорозі не збив. От навіть та сама зала, вона за рахунок того, що вона відносно маленька, відносно остальних крил, і відносно того, що вона швидка, так само хлопці, наші вороги придумали таку штучку, яка називається Окус Аурона. Окус Аурона – це камера, яка встановлюється ззаді на фюзеляжі, і вона фіксує підльот нашого БПЛА. Якщо хтось за нею полює, вона включає систему ухиляння і починає ухилюватися. Ну тут є ще один момент. Якщо ми її так доухиляємо, вона просто рано чи пізно в неї спрацює фейлсейв і вона викине парашут і просто почне падати, якщо вона наблизиться дуже близько до землі. У мене Я ще з 18 років хотів попасти на війну, коли почалася. Війна почалася, мені було 17 на той момент. Я хотів попасти на війну, в мене пішов батько так само добровольцем служити, тільки в бригаду ЗСУ. І я хотів теж якось підключитися до цього всього. Ну і шукав виходи, як я маю попасти на війну. В воєнкоматі мені сказали, що ні, не можна. Ну я пішов через бригаду поліції. Отак і вийшла така в мене маленька історія.
А зараз вам скільки?
21.
You'll see much more of the HUZZAH Brigade in an upcoming documentary with them. But for now, we have to move tactically through these spaces. You know there's always something above you. Russians are not the only ones getting their drones intercepted. The truth is that both sides of this war are constantly developing new technology. Recently, when I was out with one of Ukraine's top artillery units, the 148th Artillery Brigade, their ISR, or Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance drones, intercepted with more and more frequency. The first team we worked with had their last drone taken out just as we arrived. And while this brigade has many other teams that are able to pick up the slack, it is a major drain on resources. Working with the second team in this battalion, they got interrupted while preparing their next drone launch by the realities of this current battle.
It's like R2-D2!
А, крыло. Наш. Я почти, сука, выебал бы, блядь. Молния. Не. Ти не привіт, 82. Я не достану. А посадку йде чи ні? Прямо не йде. Розвертається в нашу сторону. Чуєш, хорошо? Блядь, у него опять черный дым. Хуёво.
This is the reality of the modern battlefield. Hiding in a tree line, hoping that the little buzzing box of death didn't see you. Back again with the 117th Territorial Defense Force, we joined them in one of their mobile units, a converted camper van that is now a drone headquarters.
My name is Ivan. I'm from heroical city Sumy. I joined to Territorial Defense in 24th of February, first day of big war, invasion Russia. I joined with my father. He's already leaves the army. He's 60 years old. My mother, she is still in this in army, and she now in our Sumsky region. She is operator of Jamber, and she supports the big bombers and FPV drones. She finds the targets for them at night. It's very interesting when we have calling each other in morning and change the videos.
Everyone working with drones has a hard drive's worth of videos of their direct actions in this war, whether that is drone interceptors, bombers, FPVs, or even ground robots.
I was a volunteer from 2014, so that's why it was not a question for me to join the territorial defense in first days. In 2022, we can't imagine this, because it was a simple war with automatic guns and big tanks, Russians, and it was very simple. Now it's very different, because deep from the front line, both sides is almost 50-20 kilometers, where it's not safety now, because everything in air can hit you anytime. Because you must now, if you want to be in war, you must be in information space, because different source of information can help you with enemies' drones and enemies.
This team had taken down nearly 100 drones during their time at this position, and soon the radar would ping with yet another target as it entered their area of operations.
I think people need to know that it's not safety like someone can think about it, because 1 month ago we lost our co-pilot from our crew. His name is the same like me, Ivan. He stay 2 daughters and wife, and he was in another group, and if FPV drone hit him, yes, it's war. It's not a game of drones, it's war, and people still die.
These high-end drone interceptors are among the most useful in this stage of war, and even though the skies above Ukraine are beautiful, it has now become a hunting zone for them.
«44 запуски було. За добу 44 запуски.
Where am I supposed to go?
4 нас вдалося тоді, не вдалося, з різних причин не виявляли ціль, ми повертали борти, комплекс має таку функцію, скажімо так, решта 30 збиттів і втрати, там втрати чисто тому, що або не вистачало акумулятора його догнати, або починали роботу по дуже поганій погоді, не могли виявити цілі, тому втрачали борти. Полюємо на, по суті, всі дрони російські, які до нас можуть дістатися взагалі, або це розвідка, або шахеди, або гербери. По суті, засоби, які літають середньою швидкістю, скажімо так, і які мають досить великий розмір. Даний засіб дозволяє це все робити. Засіб, скажімо так, відомого виробника нашого українського – це стінги. Повністю перекриває потребу взагалі. Ми працювали на кількох інших системах. Він максимально зручний, максимально комфортний, максимально легкий і зрозумілий в керуванні. Він зручний, він дозволяє літати на велику відстань, він дозволяє літати на ті всі висоти, на яких літають ворожі БПЛА. Бойова частина цілком задовільняє нас в плані ураження і знищення його в повітрі. Час польоту, швидкості, все на висоті. Прям спонукали виконувати таку роботу. Це війна, по суті, яка настала у 22-му році. З 22-го року я, по суті, в армії. До полку я приєднався минулого року по, скажімо так, по показникам здоров'я, бо до цього служив в десантно-штурмових військах. У зв'язку з здоров'ям не зміг, скажімо так, виконувати там службові обов'язки, але з армії не звільнився. Тому дізнався, що полк набирає фахівців з безпілотних систем. На попередньому місці служби я працював на розвідувальних крилах. Тут набирали людей, хто взагалі має якийсь досвід в безпілотних системах, і, відповідно, запропонував.
The 1020th Anti-Aircraft Missile Regiment operates both positions of drone interceptors as well as more traditional means of air defense, including Tunguska tanks. Likewise, you will see more of the 1020th in an upcoming project we are doing with them. Something that highlights everything to do with traditional air defense in the Kyiv region. A bullet is still a bullet. And with the rise of the P-1 Sun, and other drones, we find that the old saying, fight fire with fire, also applies to drones. Drone technology is a Pandora's box that we can never truly close again. This technology is just far too effective in warfare and combat to ever throw away. And I fear that the only reason that there have not been more mass drone attacks on the world is because largely people still see these things as toys. And while a lot of the world still seems incredibly reluctant to learn any lesson from this war, or those Ukrainians who are offering themselves to teach it, it has become undeniable that Ukraine has become the world leader in anti-drone air defense technology. And perhaps, after all is said and done, in the same way that pilots were looked upon after World War II, some of Ukraine's best drone pilots will be seen amongst their ranks. God knows they've earned it.
Wow. Well, what do you think about that, Mootin?
Looks good.
Is this about clouds? White smoke seen at the White House. According to tradition, this means a new peace deal has been signed.
It's a meme.
It's a meme?
Yes, man.
From Benny Johnson?
Yes. The white smoke means that they've chosen a peace deal.
You sure?
A new peace deal. Yeah, do you like
It's
it?
a new
or
pope.
not?
Yes,
it's awesome.
Yeah, that's the sign. It's happening.
It's a Pope meme. Oh, because when they choose the Pope, they release the thing. That's freaking epic, dude.
The white smoke. Yes. The white smoke means that they've chosen a peace deal. A new peace deal.
What do you think Russia will do with all their battle-trained soldiers after the war is over? I don't know. Turn them into mercenaries. Remake the Wagner Group. What'd you do? Did you guys go look at another house? Or
No.
you just chilling? No.
Just chilling. Just watching a little World Cup.
Yikes. Which football country are you guys cheering
Oh,
for?
Japan just got a goal.
Oh my god.
I cheer for the U.S., Canada, and Portugal.
Wow. Why not Brazil?
Those uppity Brazilians, you know, they're always telling me to come there, and I don't want to go.
Wow. That's crazy, fam.
Oh, I cheer for England too, because I like their song. Come to Brazil. You excited? MSJ tomorrow. She probably is working on all weekend, man. It's gonna be sick.
Oh, today's Sunday already. Oh, true.
Yeah. She's gonna smack it down early in the morning too.
Some fucking retard in chat was looking at her emotions, and he was like, bro, on the 10th, she dropped some emotions for the first time, so your thing is definitely...
Hello, Anna.
Hello! I just watched it. I highly appreciate that.
Oh,
How do you say hello in Ukrainian?
Привіт, or щось таке.
Привіт.
Привіт.
Maybe
Hello.
say Привіт.
Привіт. Привіт, yeah.
You don't have a simpler
Oh,
way to
добрий
say
день.
it?
Добрий день.
You
is
must
also
have a
how we-
monosyllabic, like a hi, hey, a.
Well, I guess no.
Really?
Actually, no.
No simple
I can't
way.
go- Well, you could say привіт, which is one word.
2 syllables.
I don't know.
Hmm.
No. You're barbarian simpletons, okay? We don't have that. People typically say добрий день, actually, which is good day. Technically, that's hello.
Okay.
What's your drone warfare machine take, Steven?
What a fucking retarded question. How am I supposed to answer that? Give me a
I don't
sample
know,
answer
your
to that.
fucking editor asked
Give
me
me a
to
sample.
answer
Give me a
it,
sample.
or ask it.
Give me a sample answer to that, Mooten.
Give you a sample answer?
Yeah, how would you
I
answer
think drone
that?
warfare is bad. What do you want me to say?
What does that mean?
It's
Bad.
the future.
Oh,
Bad?
the future is
I
bad?
think it's probably the future.
Intellectual titans over here. Anyway, I appreciate watching, and thanks to GGG for supporting the the production of it. And on the Patreon we released it earlier, and people came through and stuff. Next video we're working on is with HUZZAH, which is a police brigade who you saw a glimpse of here. And there's some very spicy footage there, because when Devin was with them, they got attacked by a drone and nearly exploded.
Jeez.
So it has some pretty dramatic. Thankfully, the net, and the protective piece of the armored vehicle really helped them from dying. But it's all there. Like the footage of it is there, and it's quite dramatic. And they're very cool people because all of them are volunteers. So in that battalion, nobody's conscripted. Everyone is enlisted. So and they are police people who qualified to be actual soldiers on the front. So that's kind of cool that they don't have to serve because they could be police in the cities, right?
Yeah.
But they went there voluntarily, so that's pretty cool. A bunch of cool dudes, so that would be. But they mostly work with more of a traditional methods, basically, like shooting shit down and stuff like that, patrolling the streets. So not as much interceptor stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if anyone has any questions or something, I could maybe answer those, except how you say hello. That was answered. I think is there actually a hey, like hey in
Hey.
I don't think there's no analogy now. No, I can't come up.
I bet.
I mean, you
there
can
is.
say yo, basically. That's
You should
fine.
come up with a better word to have a one-syllable hello.
We are fine with добрый день, okay? Most Slavic languages have that sort of thing going on, so that's fine. You can also say доброго вечера, which is good evening,
Dobro
Polite.
večera?
Доброго вечора. Not bad, Mutin, actually. You're absolutely based.
Good job.
That must be all the sheep energy of your cute avatar.
Oh,
Careful. You know what they say about a wolf in sheep's clothing.
What do they say, Steven?
That just that. You can be a wolf in sheep's clothing.
What does that mean? Go ahead.
Ah, he's a cutie
It means
pie.
that
I saw that.
you present yourself as non-threatening, but actually, you know.
Sure. I'm not buying it, sorry. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, if nobody has any questions, I will be going to maybe sleep. Try to. But, yeah. Kind of sucks ass, to be honest, to speak with people and they're like, hey guys, you like Americans, right? And, you know, Devin and other people are like, yeah. And they're like, why nobody gives a fuck? You like literally have to answer that question every time. And I mean, it's kind of sad because they're like, hey, we really want to, you know, show this stuff. And it's like super duper useful. And it's like a big war between two powers, proper war with like modern warfare, modern technology that nobody else uses. And like, nobody cares. We like it asked like the White House, Trump's administration, like, let us, you know, share and help. And they're like, no, go fuck yourselves. What do you know? And it's kind of like, literally why? Because we didn't help you dig dirt on Hunter Biden? Or, yeah, just...
Yeah, it's basically just that. It really is just that.
Well, I heard you say that if only Hunter Biden didn't work in Ukraine.
Yeah, if he would have worked in Hungary or something instead, who knows?
I don't blame our big dick king, okay? I think it's not his fault. You know, it's
Who?
just unfortunate.
Zelensky or?
Big dick king is Hunter Biden.
Oh. No, yeah, no, I don't think it's
I don't think like that he's, you know, to be blamed, but it is kind of stupid to think about it, that because of this scandal that has nothing basically to do with us pretty much,
Yeah.
and because Trump was so ass-pained that Zelensky didn't give him dirt on his fucking opponent,
Yeah.
then now he has this huge hate boner against us, basically based on that. And like, that's a little bit cringe, if you think about it.
A little bit, yeah. Maybe even a lot of cringe, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of weird to have your like country depend on this sort of nonsense, to be honest. But like in recent days, I'm not gonna be surprised by literally anything that
Sorry,
comes out
I can't
of
hear
the
you
United
over the
States.
sick motorbikes that are doing loop-de-loops in front of the White House right now, so... Very...
Yeah, everyone's talking about that, but it's an Idiocracy 2 film being filmed.
Basically,
Yeah, I mean, they were so mad that Zelensky didn't show up in a suit, but that's fine, I guess. That's very presidential and elite and very, you know, serious.
It's just,
So
just how we do now, yeah.
you have some weird ass country dude performing last time, I think, as well.
Don't worry, we're gonna hold him accountable.
Stop!
What?
Don't say it! He's about to troll somebody. But yes.
What?
Nothing? Oh, never mind.
Hold him accountable for what? Who are you holding
Trump?
accountable with?
Trump,
I thought
the
you meant country
administration's-
dude. The country sinner dude. I was like, what did he do? Another pedo or something? Yeah, I was confused for a second. Trump? I don't think so, to be honest with you, lads. I think he's just gonna, you know, end up being old and senile and talking about how elections were rigged and die. That's it, really. I don't think there's gonna be any accountability. But,
No,
you know,
he's
I'm
gonna go to jail. Big time.
When you considering how long your courts are, he will be fucking dead when they do the judgment.
We'll put his fucking skeleton in jail.
Nice.
I guess. I mean, his family got like the permits to do shit. I heard like the tax something has to do with taxes. And
Oh, you're thinking of
yeah,
the
I don't-
forgiveness from the IRS, that the IRS isn't allowed to investigate, I think, anybody around
That didn't
him.
happen.
Are you sure?
I don't think so, because
The slush fund didn't happen, but I thought that was
Oh,
part
wait,
of the
but that
settlement.
did?
I think so, because that was part of the settlement
Okay,
agreement,
that's
no?
crazy.
Yeah. Good time.
Yeah.
You can't
Well-
investigate me. I'm Trump's son. You just
Exactly.
don't know.
There you go.
Basically, yeah. On this note, I will say all lectures from Americans about how corrupt my country is are suspended. We are not accepting those anymore. Sorry.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Drone tech and all that. And next one will be spicy. I'm gonna work on translation and shit. and then we're gonna post it and stuff, and hopefully soon. But there's a shit ton of footage there, so I don't know how fast I can chew through all of that, but we shall see. Bye-bye. Have a nice stream and all that.
Bye-bye.
Have fun, be
Talk about
careful.
Hassan some more, obviously, right?
Yeah, always. We always talk about us on here.
Not beating the obsessed allegations, I
We
must
are
say.
obsessed. I want to be more obsessed. I wish I was more obsessed with him.
You're like that old guy who talked about Trump's derangement syndrome.
That's
And he's
us.
like,
Every day.
I love that dude. It's so cool. Anyway, yeah, good luck with that one. Bye-bye.
Yeah, have fun. Wow.
I'm also out of here. See you tomorrow.
What the fuck?
Or later.
Be careful.
We'll see. I'm
Bye.
just busy today.
Yeah,
You know?
that's fine. Damn, he just left in the middle of a sentence. I just didn't give a fuck. Fuck that guy.
Thank you for the honor of being here with you, and I'm going to get
3 weeks ago. Is this even relevant?
going rapidly. I'm going to start with the context, but then I'm really going to focus on concepts to help us all navigate the way out of this mess. And then I will get to some of the things on the way forward. So I got a lot to do, so let's get going. All right, the wonderful inter-Cold War period has ended. And while it lasted, China and Russia turned inward. The United States more or less followed the rules. And since people weren't funding opposing sides of insurgencies, growth compounded globally. Well, that's over. We have a whole bunch of continentalists on the march, and they think that the currency of power is territory. It is a negative-sum world order, as you're seeing, where the continentalists are just destroying wealth at a very rapid pace, whereas the alternative is the rules-based order, and that's how wealth compounds. It's positive sum, and it must survive. So if that's the problem, I'm a historian, so I reason inductively, so I'm going to give you some fun facts that you already know about. Donald Trump, before he even got into office, said he was going to impose these punishing tariffs on the immediate neighbors. He did, and then he went to everybody else as well, and people thought, oh, how could it get worse? Okay, year 2, month 1, and then we kidnap this charmer, and if everyone starts kidnapping each other's leaders, it's going to be chaos. And then the next month, it was Operation Epic Blunder, destroying wealth globally, which has transformed the United States into just about everyone's primary enemy by ruining their economies. It's called, this is a blunder, it's one for the history books. It is a pivotal error. Once you make a pivotal error, your choices afterwards are not nearly as good as the ones that you had before you made the blunder. For instance, the EU Obama administration deal that they worked with Iran, that the first Trump administration got rid of, that is a far better deal than whatever's going to happen out of the current mess. Okay, this mess offers both a challenge, all of these problems, but it's an opportunity. And if we don't leverage the opportunity of these existential threats to start solving some of these things, the existential threats may be the end of us. Because when some nuclear power is about, dictator with nuclear weapons is about to lose, you can make a guess that maybe he's going to decide his last day is everyone's last day. And look at the nuclear 9. Most of them are facing really difficult challenges, and some of them are just plain bonkers. Okay, so that's the problem. Now are some concepts that I'm going to share with you that I think are helpful. I've already done pivotal error. Now for limited and unlimited objectives. An unlimited objective in wartime is you're going to overthrow the other side. And if the most unlimited variant of that, it's a big spectrum of objectives you can see here, is you're going to also kill the defeated population. It's genocide plus regime change, most unlimited variant. But limited war is the defeated is still going to be in power. That means you're going to be negotiating the peace with the other party that may live, well, it's going to live, and it may cause problems another day. Also, understand that in these limited wars, it's the defeated who decides when they end, because they decide when the costs of the war are too much and therefore giving up is the better bet. Something the United States ought to think about Iran, how these things are going to end. Also, this yields 3 different variants of wars. So you can have a war where both sides have limited objectives. That would be like Bismarck's wars, where he's going to take things from Denmark or Austria, but all governments are going to be around at the end of the day. Or you can have wars at both sides, unlimited objectives, like World War II Europe, when if either the Axis or the Allies win that thing, the other side's governments are going away. Or you can have wars of mixed objectives. So that would be like World War II Pacific, where Japan had no—
Sorry, I'll read it for chat. Okay, peace deal is reached. Following test action, please honest peace deal between the United States and Islamic State is reached. Peace deal from Pakistan. Peace deal, peace deal, peace deal. There you go. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Please, holy shit. Breaking news. Breaking news. Wait.
Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Huge breaking news!
There you go.
No intent on changing regimes in Washington, whereas Washington absolutely planned to overthrow the government in Tokyo. Okay, let's apply it to the current problem. Putin absolutely has unlimited objectives of the most unlimited type vis-a-vis Ukraine. Wants to overthrow the government, kill its members, and kill their family members down to small children. Also, Putin wants to eliminate Ukrainian culture and he wants to eliminate the people who convey that culture. Okay, so that's regime change plus genocide. Flip it around for the Ukrainians. They have a limited objective. They don't intend to march on Moscow. They just want Russians to go home. They would love it if the Russians would overthrow their government, but that's not their objective. Okay, so now this brings me to another concept that I'll get into, which is death ground. If you have an unlimited objective, you're putting your enemy on death ground, which means for them, if they don't fight, you will kill them. So their only choice is to fight. And it is a clarifying experience. It really clears the mind for the target, who tend to fight with unbelievable ferocity. And you can transform the most dysfunctional place into a lethal adversary, as Hitler discovered with Russia, Putin's discovered with Ukraine, and the United States may well discover with Iran. So this clarifying event it doesn't change the targeter, but it can vastly harden the target. For instance, all these assassinations in Iran, the Iranians have nothing to lose now. There is no reason not to escalate whatever it is up the scale. Deterrence is done.
This is why, like, this is just like an obvious thing that if you talk about like exchange between two nations, you're gonna run into this very quickly. It's very obvious. Like, it's just very obvious. This is why I couldn't believe the Strait of Hormuz stuff, right? Like, they didn't close it down in the first back and forth between Israel and Iran, or there might have been two big back and forths. There's one under Trump. I think there was one at the end of Biden. And the fact that Trump was like, well, let's just kill every single Iranian leader and see what happens. And it's like, oh, well, now shit is fucked. It's like, well, why would you not expect that? It's a totally different type of war now, you know?
As far as those people are concerned. Okay, this brings me to another concept, which is value of the object. The valuation that each side puts to, if in wars, it would be war objectives, but in politics and whatever interest things they care about, this value of the object. But in wars, in general, those people who live in theater, they have the highest value of the object. The bombs are falling on them. And then those who live in the neighborhood nearby, they have a lower but still high value of the object, and then distant players, much lower value of the object. So when you're thinking about things in Iran, for the Iranians, it's existential. They care far more about the outcome of this even than Israelis do, and certainly far more than Americans do, and far more than the Republican Party that is enabling all of this, right? So there is enormous reasons for Iranians to stay the course for a very long time. Okay, not only can you differentiate objectives between positive, limited and unlimited, but also positive and negative, which is also useful. A negative objective is you're preventing something from happening. Think deterrence. If you deter, nothing happens. So not only is the objective invisible, but it's relentless, because every day you have to deter. It never goes away. You're constantly managing a situation, and you feel as if you're failing because it never resolves. Whereas a positive objective, if your problem is amenable to such a thing, positive objective, you can state what it is, you can achieve it, everybody can see it, that you've done it. Negative objectives are only visible in failure. Think about the United States back before World War II is deploying its Navy to Pearl Harbor to deter the Japanese from further expansion in Asia, and they don't see it as a deterrent. They said, aha, lucrative target, and they go sink it.
Hassan called this exact woman a propagandist? Wait, what? Link? No way.
All right. Another thing that's really important to keep in mind is look at other people, your enemies, your allies, neutrals, and you understand that everyone is prioritizing their enemies, and they're also prioritizing their interests. And you have to get a sense of these things, and they change. I can give you an example with the long Chinese Civil War that goes on from 1927 to 1949. The primary enemies for most of the time is the Communist Party under Mao Zedong and the Nationalist Party under Chiang Kai-shek. But when the Japanese extend their war, they start out in North China, but then they're going to move south into all of the rest of China in 1937. From then until 1945, when Japan's defeated, the primary enemy of both parties is Japan. But when they're defeated, they're back to being primary enemies again. The United States doesn't figure this out, and so after the end of World War II, the United States is busy trying to organize a coalition government, right? Two parties have a coalition government. Non-starter with primary enemies, don't even try. So you've got to keep track of how these interests of other people stack up and also how it changes. Another example, so prior to World War II, you have Britain and Russia, they're primary enemies. But enter Hitler, and he works his magic. And not only does that transform Germany into the primary enemy of Britain and Russia, but also the United States. Whereas the Axis powers don't share primary enemies, and they're dispersing themselves in different theaters. So you've got to keep track of these changing situations. Okay, another set of concepts is certain conflicts in the world just go on forever and ever. They just seem never to change. Different instruments of national power being used, these frozen conflicts, it's because there are veto players who are preventing their resolution. I'll give you an example, the Korean War. 3 years, goes on forever and ever. The West wanted it to end as soon as possible. By year 2 out of 3, the Chinese and the North Koreans agreed time to end. The South Koreans didn't, but the United States had leverage over them, and Russia also didn't agree and had no leverage over Stalin. That war only ends because within 2 weeks of this guy's death, the dictator, all of a sudden the new Russian leadership, no one knows who it's going to be. They're in an existential power fight with each other that's not going to settle down for about a decade, and they get out of the Korean War immediately. So you should be aware when dealing with dictatorships, you should have a plan for what you're going to do with the magic decade when they're trying to sort out who the next dictator is going to be. All right. So let's apply all of this to the current Iran war. Israel and the United States have unlimited objectives vis-a-vis Iran. The value of the object for Israel's far greater than for the United States, but for Iran, they're on death ground. Their value of the object is existential. And the Iranians have discovered there's a real asymmetry between destruction and construction. Easy to destroy things, hard to replace them. So they're leveling oil infrastructure all over the Middle East. If they start targeting the desalination plants, they're going to cause instant catastrophe to their industrialized neighbors. And what's more, this war has opened a Pandora's box because the Iranians have discovered their superpower, which is closing down the Strait of Hormuz, which means that they can hostage the entire global economy. Woo. And now that they've discovered it, don't expect them ever to forget that they have it. Massive collateral damage. The United States has done such collateral damage, it's got enemies all over the place who've now decided that our former allies, I would suspect you included, are thinking, okay, we got to use China as the counterbalance to US lunacy. That's like one for the history books to make these kind of errors. Okay, it is undistinguishable. It puts...
You know what I just kind of realized? I feel like I am the rest of the world. And Zerka was like, I don't know, secret Russian whispers and propaganda, and Haz was Trump in the United States. Does anybody remember when me and Haz had a debate, and Haz just starts fucking screaming over and over into the microphone, screaming and screaming. I was like, why? And then Zerka revealed later on a stream Zerka was like, the only reason Haz was doing this shit is because I told him, if people are going to respect you, you got to like man up and you got to start like going crazy. And I guess Zerka gave him that advice before that debate. It was just... I can't find anything anymore though because everything sucks on Google, I guess, but who I don't. When have I ever sent a cease and desist to Zerka? Somebody will have this somewhere. Oh, is it this? Haz was screeching. He was like turning his microphone gain up. It was crazy. Like it was insane. He was actually turning the gain up on his mic, not just like loud. He was turning the gain up on the microphone.
Oh,
you know so much about my personal life. Or claimed in a
because I started to consider you a big enemy of mine recently.
Oh, yeah, I wonder where you got that idea. I wonder why Oz is so fired up. It's almost like Zerka convinced him on a 2-hour phone call to go ape shit. I said he doesn't respect you like he does Jackson and me because you're soft on him and he went fucking nuclear. I smell for all my pain. I can't believe this. Destiny, when people are DMing me, I'm like, I don't want to watch. Sounds a little. Oh, you know
so much. Oh man. Anyway, that was the guy giving a speech in Russia the other day because apparently that's where everybody is now. Is it with a Z?
The representative of the tell you firsthand, coming from this nation, that the capitalist system.
Fuck me, dude. What a horrible timeline we're in right now.
You cannot hide this error. It puts the Republican Party on death ground because this is their responsibility. How did you do it? All right. So now here's some other concepts that are useful. I think to disaggregate the layered effects of political decisions, and military ones as well. Strategic, operational, tactical levels of strategy. I'm going to use the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor to differentiate the first two, strategic and operational levels. If you look at the Pearl Harbor attack, it is one of the most brilliantly executed military naval operations in human history. The Japanese go over massive spaces. No one's detecting them. And then all the U.S. battleships are lined up around Ford Island and Pearl Harbor. They sink all those, plus the planes in neighboring Hickam Field, and they suffer almost no damage of their own. And it looks great on that day, except this is what it yields within the next 4 years. Tokyo destroyed, along with virtually every other Japanese city. If this is supposed brilliance at the operational level of war, if it yields this kind of strategic outcome, it's not.
This is a major bra moment.
Brilliant. It's disastrous. Okay, now for the tactical level. So Trump invites Zelensky for what Zelensky probably thought was a routine photo opportunity at the White House.
Not good.
And then Trump and Vance break all rules of protocol and try to humiliate their guests. Okay, so this is the tactic of two native English speakers trying to humiliate a guest. Okay, and maybe it plays well to Trump's political base for a few days until they've long ago forgotten about it. At the operational level, for any other country watching this, the level of vanity and unprofessionalism is breathtaking. Look at all this rude American hand waving to your guest. Who does that?
Also, like, I think the thing I get rage baited by the hardest, I made that Haas joke or whatever, because like, if you're European, I'm sorry, what I'm saying just doesn't make sense to you because you don't believe me, okay? But in the United States of America, half of this country legitimately believes that Trump is like a feared and respected leader across the world. That like other people in other countries look at President Donald J. Trump like, wow, he's not weak like past American presidents. This is a strong, fearless leader. Like Americans actually believe this shit. And it's like, from every negotiating principle, from everything that you could ever think of, right? Imagine a weaker power, not to be mean to Ukraine, but imagine Zelensky is at war with Putin, okay? And the United States is like probably literally the scariest other thing that's floating out there that could get involved in this war, because it is the one thing that could push the finger on the scale to immediately nullify your existence if you're Russia, right? Even if you thought that you didn't like Zelensky, even if you wanted to fight with Zelensky, even if you thought he should have wore a fucking suit or fucked a couch or whatever the fuck he needs to do to win your approval, why would you show this disunity or weakness publicly? Why would you ever do that? Why would you do that? I mean, like, the only thing I could think of for some fucking 3D, or not 3D, 5D chess thing or whatever is maybe because you're trying to trick Putin into some weaker position and then blow him up afterwards. But it wasn't, right? We know it wasn't this. Wait, why do people say 5D chess? Chess is two-dimensional, right? It's not really three-dimensional, right? It's played on a 2D grid. Why do we have to go all the way up to 5 dimensions to talk about chess as like a 5D chess thing, you know? But, yeah, sorry. Anyway, like, it's retarded as fuck. The idea that there was just this, I don't know. I don't have to say this. Everything about this was nonsense. Jesus Christ.
And at the strategic level, it gets worse, because it makes clear that for former allies that they must reorient their foreign policies and their economies away from the United States. And like Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor, these kind of errors are enduring and self-harming. It's not going to go away. The Republican Party that has been enabling all of this, they're worried about an operational level problem is getting reelected. They're not thinking at the strategic level. Like, what's the point of being elected in the first place? Like, why bother? Go knock yourself out, stay at home. But it used to be the answer for the Republican Party, and also for much of the Democratic Party. The answer used to be, the reason you do this is to improve the security and prosperity of your children and your grandchildren. Well, this war isn't improving anyone's security. It's wrecked the alliance system that once made the United States strong. And it's also wrecking prosperity globally. The problem for all of this, for the Republican Party, is they're on death ground.
There's another big problem, too, that is very fucking annoying to me, and it masks a lot of issues, I think, is that all of this is also happening alongside the fucking AI boom, which I feel is masking a lot of the damage that's happening. Because as far as the markets are concerned, right, if you're 401k, everything, if you're invested in anything, right, shit's not actually that bad. Actually, not only is shit not that bad, you're still getting like massive returns everywhere. And I feel like the AI shit is masking a lot of other issues that our economy is facing. Farmer stuff related to fucking soybeans, the fucking additional prices, higher prices we're paying on basically everything right now due to tariffs. All the other damage has kind of been like rippling through the economy, employment markets, everything else, because the AI shit is just so explosively fucking. It's almost like we're running the country now, like a VC. It's just like a crazy. It's annoying.
Because they've enabled all of this. And they're scared to death because should they lose power, many of them will face jail terms for corruption, for failing to honor their oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and for some of them, treason. Because I understand that Russia has been helping Iran.
Wait, is she saying they will or they should?
Party is there on death ground because they've enabled all of this. And they're scared to death because...
Do you think that speculative markets like betting apps also contribute to this? No, probably not. I do think... I don't think retail investment should be a thing. But you can't ban that. But I think retail investment is a bit of a problem. I actually don't know how much of a problem it would be, though, to be honest. Like, retail investors would theoretically still be able to pressure institutional investors through choosing platforms that invest more heavily in bullshit. So who knows? I don't know.
Should they lose power, many of them will face jail terms for corruption, for failing to because should they lose power, many of them will face jail terms for corruption, for failing to honor their oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and for some of them, treason. Because I understand that Russia has been helping Iran, targeting our troops. Who the hell does that? And we also know that Russia has been trying to undermine the West and the United States for a number of years. So expect them to double down. And the midterm elections, watch for them. It'll tell you whether the United States is going to continue its precipitous decline or whether it's decided to wake up. All right, So, what's the way out of this mess?
All of us are mind melded right now, and we all know one way out. Okay.
The stepping stones of sound strategy
No.
are assessment, setting a feasible
Just kidding.
policy
Stop.
objective, and then a strategy to get there and constant reassessment. You might go, well, why say feasible policy objective? Who would want an unfeasible one? Well, actually, people often set unfeasible policy objectives, and it gets them thrown out of power. And the way to get a feasible objective is you've got to do a really sound assessment. So assessment is not only, I'm going to assess my strengths and your weaknesses, that would yield a best case scenario, but also my weaknesses and your strengths, the part that the Trump administration neglected to do. So you need to make a really sound assessment of what's up and what to do. And now, the problem is we've got to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, right? That's the current issue.
Yeah,
the
let's
question is
go.
going to be at what point? At what
Labrador? We're going to use dogs to solve it? Hell yeah.
Cost. So that's a naval issue because it's about ships transiting a choke point that's currently under blockade. All right, let's look at the geography of NATO. Look at North America and look at Europe. Europe is one big peninsula.
Losers.
Both those places border on the oceans, right? You can't blockade those places. Blockades don't work from oceans. Very difficult, and I suspect in the age of drones it's even worse. Okay, let's check out Eurasia. Look at all the narrow seas. Narrow seas is where you blockade people. Oh, and the part that the Trump administration hasn't figured out, big ships can close narrow seas, without a doubt. They cannot open them. People on the shorelines decide whether those seas are going to open or not going to open.
True, because you can be on the shore and you can fire very cheaply into the ocean. You can put the biggest, baddest ships you want there. Doesn't really matter that much.
Which is what Iran has discovered. But all of these places mean that geography is inherently contained Russia and China. And you might go, oh, but look up in the Arctic, the Barents and the Bering Sea where Russia has its big naval bases, surely that gets them out. It doesn't because no one lives up there, right? And that's not where industry is very difficult to supply in wartime. So nature has inherently contained these places, but it creates a problem for what you're going to do about Hormuz. All right, so I mentioned that we're facing challenges. I've laid them out, but there's also an opportunity. With the United States' renunciation of leadership of the West, that role has come home to Europe, the inventor of the West. And you will be the leaders of the democracies going forward. And I think the West is a passé term. What I use now is the democratic core of Europe, Canada, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, New Zealand, Australia, and anyone who wants to behave and join, is you will be the leaders of streamlining and reforming existing regional and international institutions, and where if you can't do that, then creating parallel institutions eventually to take over, because you need to leverage the existential threat that the continentalists are now posing to return us to this spheres of influence. We're all going to kill each other world order, which most tragically the real estate mogul in chief seems to want to join. It'll destroy wealth so rapidly, it is unbelievable. So you all can do it. So look what happened to your grandparents' generation, where they're faced with a really difficult threat. Look what they did in 10 years. They created all of these institutions that held the peace for a decade. Now's your turn, and you can do it because these guys have put democracies on death ground. If we don't all do what we can do, we aren't going to escape this. But there are many things that we can do. When I think about businesses, you all depend more than anybody else, or as much as anybody else, on this rules-based order. And as you're discovering, as it falls apart, like the rules about freedom of navigation, that's the current mess, that people aren't following those. And think about it, if the rules are gone, Who's going to enforce your contracts without the rules? Who's going to prevent people from expropriating your assets? You're going to have to be running around with a suitcase full of cash to go bribe people and hire your own mercenary armies. It's incredibly inefficient. So all of us must do what we can to prevent this outcome. And there are plenty of smart people in Europe to do this. So look at me. I'm a nobody. I don't know how I wound up here, but here I am, right? I'm just a retired professor. I got a few concepts. I've done my best to give them to you. Think about you. You have global connections. You can make a huge difference. If we don't all do everything that we can do, and if the continentalists win, it will be regrettable. Think of what happens to independent-minded businessmen in continental states. In Russia, they fly out of sixth-floor windows with no parachutes. In China, they get long jail sentences. If we don't win this thing, everyone's going to have nothing but regrets, and our children and grandchildren will curse us for not having done more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow.
Back on the stage. I have a few questions for you. Thank you so much.
I tried to escape.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I have a few questions about Norway, but I would like to start with Europe, because you argue that leadership in the West is shifting back to Europe as the US steps back. My question is Europe actually ready to take on that role?
Are you trying to tell me Europe suffers for lack of smart people? I mean, give me a break. You have plenty of smart people. And I think about how much you've done in the last 2 years. It's breathtaking. History's moving really, really fast. How many free trade agreements have been signed? And now, my understanding, you know more than I do, of trying to set up a European-based internet architecture, global payment system. You're going to cease buying U.S. arms because you're going to build your own. You're going to make them cheap, unlike the crazy stuff the United States makes. You can't afford to use it. And you're working on de-dollarization. You have no problems. But you must leverage this existential threat, because that'll break through the bureaucratic bottlenecks that have been holding things back. And you've got a magic few years here to do it. So please do it for all of our sakes.
Looking at a country like Norway, we are a small, wealthy economy that depends on the world around us. What are the biggest mistakes we risk
I'm
making?
kind of curious. I guess maybe she's just giving like a suck-off, like European Union related, or not, I guess, or whatever, like a Europe related talk to hype them up. But I am curious what she thinks about like the rise of kind of populist sentiment across Europe too. I'm sure she must have a video on it now, because I feel like Europe is not headed in the right direction right now, unless this, they manage to unify around all this stuff.
Speaking right now.
It's such a joke. I'm a professor telling you anything. But anyway, look at the United States as a negative example about what not to do. You need allies, you need friends, and you need to get, what are institutions? They're not buildings, they're about people who organize themselves to deal with a certain set of problems. If you're in the aluminum industry, I presume it has to do with aluminum, but if you're in other things, so make good institutions so that you are powerful together, so that together you'll be more powerful than alone. And Norway, my impression is that many of the countries around the Baltic Sea have been organizing together and very thoughtful. Keep going.
Mm. You also mention, you talk about death ground. What does that mean for Norway and NATO in the high north?
Death ground means someone wants to come in and kill you. I believe that's what Vladimir Putin, if he had his dreams, right? And then we have crazy stuff coming out of Washington. I get it, China's a long way away, but it may well try to kill your industry, right? So other people do this to you, and then either you can sit around and do nothing, and they will come and eat your market share or whatever it is, or you can do something about it. So you have previous generations. I just listed what they did.
177E.
Why can't you do better? You have better educations than they were ever had, right? So now is your time.
But what should we do?
Or organize. Well, you could, in the business community, you must know everybody. Talk to people about what you can do, what needs to be done. Talk sense to your American counterparts to tell, there's a real key, stop funding continentalists anywhere. they're dangerous. Sure, operationally, somebody you might care about gets into political power. That's ruinous if it destroys the prosperity and security of your children. No.
And finally, what is the one advice you could give to the leaders in this room? As you just said, they have connections, they know someone.
Lead, right? This is your moment of not sitting back. I've tried to give you some concepts to organize thoughts, but you have plenty of smart people.
What is a continentalist? I don't actually know 100%. I'm just kind of inferring from what she said in the word itself, but I think that there is a desire behind weak-minded, petty men that we should be engaged in a politics where the great power on a continent is the one that should rule by force if necessary. So a continentalist might believe that the largest, most dominant power on a continent ought to rule that continent by any means necessary. So like Trump sees himself as a guy who should be able to invade countries in South America, blow up drug dealers, kill Venezuelans, kidnap foreign leaders, bully Cuba. Like these are things that Trump thinks he has like the right to do. And as you know, if Putin can do it to Georgia, to Moldova, to Ukraine, then Trump should be able to do it over here. China can do it over there. And it's a very petty, small-minded, narrow view of the world and how everything should run. I think it's my guess.
This war, this Operation Epic Blunder, leverage it. It's such a disaster, but get a silver lining out of that cloud to get really good institutions that are going to protect Europe. You can do it, and the United States needs to come back to where it belongs. But we've all, it's unclear. We'll watch how the elections go.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sarah Payne.
Yep, pleasure. Thank you so much.
Good evening.
Continentalists are distinct from maritime powers because maritime powers can insulate themselves from invasion with a navy and rely on trade for prosperity, while continentalists require large land armies and territorial expansion for security and increasing wealth. JREG SLOP.
Look,
Wait, what is this?
In November 2024, Professor Todd Humphreys, a GPS expert at the University of Texas at Austin, got a mysterious tip-off. Look at two...
To set up a kind of...
But they had a...
I don't know what's interesting. You thought about reaching out to her? What? We would just agree the whole time. What's the point?
I didn't get into politics because of some nonsense like foreign affairs or economics. I got into politics because of, say it with me now, the prefixes. Yeah, I heard the word something like neo-anarcho, monarcho, post-crypto, Hoppianism, and I was like, okay, wow, that sounds really cool. What does that mean? Perhaps if I go down this journey of knowledge, I can figure out what all these words mean, what all these prefixes mean, and finally come to the conclusion about what that person is saying. Surely there's meaning here, and that's not just word salad invented by a 16-year-old. And now look at me, look at what I've become, look at where that journey has brought me. I'm ruined. I would have been starring in a local musical if I never read Joshua Cittarella's Politigram in the Post-Left in 2018, okay? And now this is what my life is now. This is what my life has become. This is the kind of relationship that we have here. But all of these political prefixes, neo, monarcho, anarcho, crypto, the most interesting one for me has always been post. Post something. What does that mean? What does it mean to be post something in a political context? And I was so interested in this because the thing that got me into politics, Joshua Cittarella's Politigram of the Post-Left, and also Angela Nagle's Kill All Normies, that's my lore, by the way. That was the first time I heard a political label, post-left, and was like, oh, cool, that's what I am. But I don't know why I thought that. I was just like, oh yeah, that's like a good vibesy term. I like that vibesy term. The way we're going to start it off is we're going to define what post-leftism is. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to draw out a constellation of different terms that people mean when they say post-left, different things that they're describing, because all of these different descriptions of post-left are grasping at certain parts of this kind of big, amorphous, vibey blob that is the definition of post-leftism. But we're not just doing linguistic masturbation here in this video, okay? This is a good video, trust me. We are going to define the word post-left in the way that people use it. We're going to draw out a constellation of terms that people use when they're referring to post-left, and we're going to create this sort of vibesy map of what people are referring to when they use the term post-left. But more interestingly, we're going to use this to define the post-right. We're going to get to the bottom of what post means and why it's called post. But we're not just doing linguistic masturbation here, okay? We're going to use this sort of comparative analysis to figure out sort of the natural life cycle of political movements and why things feel sort of disaffected and detached right now in the political landscape, especially for young people, especially for extreme young people right now, okay? So the way we're going to do this is we're going to start by drawing out this post-left constellation. Now, you may be wondering where am I going to draw this out? Am I going to maybe put it in on the green screen in post? Where could I possibly be drawing this out? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Are you come on? Are we on the same page here? Like, yeah, I got a light board, and I don't normally do this, but I would really like for you, wherever you are, to just sort of share the excitement of the fact that, like, I'm really happy about this, you know, like, I sometimes think I'm really hard to please, but then I get like, all this, I get a, like, I mean, and then this happens, and then I just, oh my goodness, this is so cool, holy shit. So like I said, I'm not just gonna read off the dictionary definition of post-leftism for you. We're gonna look at basically every way that people use the word post-left, and we're gonna draw out this constellation. However, when, a few years ago, when you looked up post-left on something like Wikipedia, the first thing that would show up would be the page for contemporary anarchism. And contemporary anarchism was associated with this guy called Bob Black. So this is how we're going to draw out this constellation, okay? We're not just going to look up the Wikipedia definition of what shows up, because that's not a complete picture. And the reason we're doing this is because, when a million people use a term in a million different ways, you have the tendency to say, well, this term is just meaningless. But that's grammar anarchism, and I am not a grammar anarchist, okay? But I'm also not a grammar Nazi, okay? Grammar Nazis, they have this one right way of using a word that they want to enforce. Grammar Nazis love pointing to the dictionary and saying, this is the right way of using the word, or this is the proper definition. This is what Wikipedia says. But I bravely say, it's time to throw out that chud authoritarian fascist dictionary, okay? More like a dictatortionary. Yeah, so anyway, upvotes to the left. The like button's right down there if you want to hit the like button now. This would be a good time, I think. I think that deserves a like. I think, hey, I don't normally ask for likes, but, I thought dictatortionary was pretty good. Jesus Christ. But no, I'm not a grammar anarchist or a grammar Nazi. I am a grammar communist. That means I look at how the people are using the word, and I give the people the benefit of the doubt, and I think, what do they mean? What are they getting at when they're using this word? And the thing is, with post-left, they actually are getting at something. So contemporary anarchism, as a definitionally, this is a good place to start. So this page for contemporary anarchism will tell you that this guy, Bob Black, who is this guy, Bob Black, who was sort of the first main figure behind what would be called the post-left ideology or movement or perspective or aesthetic or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to explain the story of Bob Black and what this sort of Wikipedia dictionary definition of post-leftism was going to give us. And in doing so, we're going to probably plot out, I think, about like half of this constellation. Bob Black was a libertarian leftist, and he was a libertarian leftist who was getting their philosophy about why authority is bad from postmodernism. And specifically, there's this strain of postmodernist thought called post-structuralism. Postmodernism is a movement very critical of frameworks and structures. And obviously, the structure of authority, it was very critical of. That's where Bob Black was getting his anti-authoritarian ideas from. Bob Black's writings were very ironic, satirical, and detached. These are all things which are directly associated with postmodernism. Now, this Bob Black guy was involved with leftist movements and became very critical of leftist movements. And so this is another definition of how people use the word post-left. They use it to refer to ex-leftists. So sometimes people will use the term post-left to refer to just anyone who's left the left. But I think this is you be careful with this one, because the people who are post-left, most of the time, they are still dispositionally leftist. Bob Black, after he left the left, was still dispositionally anti-hierarchical, okay? This makes him dispositionally what we think of as someone who is left-wing or left-wing inclined. Disposition is not politics, by the way. Disposition is just the way you sort of intuitively lean. So Bob Black's essays were defined by mostly an endless critique of his own side, okay? And the way I like to define post-leftism in a simple way is just saying, imagine leftist critique ate itself. This is postmodernism in action, right? It's so critical that it's kind of like the left normally uses these critiques to attack the right. What if the left was using these critiques against themselves? And it leads to this sort of snake eating its own tail of this nothing really being produced. It's just all about endless critique. And now we have a pretty good idea of why the post-left is called the post-left. It's because of postmodernism. The post and post-left, in a sense, is referring to postmodernism. Bob Black was also sort of turned off by people in his own supposed political tribe, right? This is also part of the constellation that we're drawing, being turned off by people on your own side. Turned off by people on your team. And this is because some sort of ideal typically isn't meeting reality. We're going to get more into this when we talk about the post-right, but sort of movements that you see for people of your disposition aren't aligning in some...
If I go back to that, I feel like there's a materia in Eris's church that I never grabbed. Also, if I go talk to the kids, can I go buy the book still in that whatever sector I just left? Or are they go on until New Game Plus or whatever?
way with the way that you think things should go. There's an element here in the story of Bob Black, which is sort of losing faith in the movement. Basically, you stop believing that this movement can achieve the outcomes that you want. So I'd write here like lost faith in tribe. You know, Bob Black said something along the lines of the left is a failed project, and then spent most of his time desperately sort of claiming that he wasn't a leftist and trying to distance his movement from left-wingers and the leftist movements. Believe me, I'm not a leftist. And spending most of your time trying to distance yourself from left-wingers. So now we're gonna get into the critiques of Bob Black. Video essayists sort of have drama these days. And the drama of its time were essays. People would just do philosophy and write these academic essays and they'd get in beefs with each other. So there's this guy who was a far leftist libertarian who actually believed in the leftist project. This guy's name was Murray Bookchin. You may have heard of him. But Murray Bookchin's critique of Bob Black
Okay, from YouTube, thank you for the take it to two subs.
It was called lifestyle anarchism. So what was Murray Bookchin referring to when he said lifestyle anarchism? He was referring to the critique of what Bob Black and people like Bob Black were doing was that this isn't really politics. You know, you're not really doing politics, buddy. This is just like an aesthetic or like a way of living your life. It's a lifestyle. And this is also something that I would include in the constellation, which is what I would call subsumption by aesthetics. People on the post-left and the post-right, which we'll get to later, are somehow the aesthetic element of them has completely overtaken their actual coherent political views. So this critique, lifestyle anarchism, ends up being very relevant, actually, for people who are like nihilistic and fallen out of political movements, but are still sort of convinced that it is somehow political, the way that they're doing things. Let me give you some examples of how people refer to certain terms. So, like, for example, ex-leftist. People will refer to someone like Dasha as post-left. Dasha from Red Scare. She that might be like a decent example. Someone who was left-wing or identified as left-wing, but then joined the right. That might be a decent example. In this way, anything that is like an ex-leftist is so anyone who like left the left is a post-leftist. This is obviously not a good definition of post-leftism, but this is just this one star that people are sometimes referred to when they say post-leftist. Okay, number 2, subsumption of aesthetic. Any like leftist, like leftist meme page that just wants to like post memes, and you know that they're left-wing. Like you can taste that they're left-wing in their art, but they're so irony poisoned or something, or they're so far gone in some respect that it's almost not even meaningful. Like it's not meaningfully politically that they are left-wing dispositionally, or that they have had a leftist history, because at this point it's so far removed from anything at that point. Okay, I'm going to give you a specific example here to illustrate my point, but it's going to take a little bit of backstory. But this video is long enough. So there's this guy, Trevor Memes Bazil, who had an Instagram meme page, and it was very, very heavily.
What was the first?
There's this guy, Trevor Memes Bazil, who had an Instagram meme page, and it was very, very heavily irony poisoned, sort of kind of difficult to figure out what he believed, although he seems to be more left, so you could call him a post-leftist. He got a bunch of money from Peter Thiel to throw an anti-woke party, which he used to basically make fun of everybody, mock everybody, and just sort of bring a bunch of weird leftists and right-wingers together in like houses to party with them. And then he died, and his friend said, "What?" Basically that he was like a highly open, highly agreeable schizo. And he died because he kind of did too many drugs and partied too much. And he sort of died in this kind of nihilism. So I'll add here anti-politics. This is Murray Bookchin's sort of general critique of this kind of thing. And it applies very well to the post-left and the post-right. Is that they are very critical of orthodoxy. They're idiosyncratic in a lot of ways. Post-leftist, for example, is not a good team player on the left. It's by nature, definitionally, they're bad team players. Yeah, they're more critical of their own side than they are of their ideological opponents or their dispositional opponents. There's a kind of idiosyncrasy here. Oh yeah, that's right. I have different colors. Yeah. So what I'll connect to critical of orthodoxy here is that this is another way that people use the word post-left. They're referring to left-wing accelerationists. So I'm going to write here political accelerationist has a connection here. This is also because anyone on the post-left or the post-right tends to be extreme. Either they were extreme or they are extreme. Okay, what do I mean by politically accelerationist? What I mean by that is, and we'll get to this later, but they're more likely to break with their team, with their political tribe, with their group, and believe in things like, imagine, for example, on the post-left, voting for Donald Trump instead of Kamala Harris. This is political accelerationism. If you want someone farther left than Kamala Harris to win, instead of voting for Kamala Harris and making a sort of incremental improvement, you vote for Trump, and you make things, you know, in your view, you make things worse. It feels very post-left when someone does something like this, partially because of the connection with ex-leftists, and partially because it is really kind of a screw you to your team. It's you not being a good team player. The connection between political accelerationist and ex-leftist is just sort of this idea like, this guy's not a good team player. They're voting for the other guy. They're encouraging other people to vote for the other guy. This guy's just, the temptation is to just call them your enemy, your political enemy. And oftentimes they're doing more damage to your movement than your actual political enemies. Okay, so 2 more stars I'm going to add to this constellation turned off of by people from your team, lost faith in your tribe. One is moving beyond. So Bob Black said something along the lines of, the left is a failed political movement. The left is a failed project. And so Part of the question he's asking is, what does it mean to move beyond the left? What is after the left? And, his critics would say, well, obviously it led to nothing. There was no meaningful movement that emerged from this Bob Black guy. He has 0 Twitter followers, he's dead and irrelevant. The only reason I'm researching him at all was because I had to make this video, and I had to figure out where post-leftism came from. So that's part of the question that's being asked in post-leftist circles. It's kind of like, what does it mean to move beyond the left? All right. And then the other thing I'm going to add here is just sort of like burnout, purity tests, being turned off by your own side in that way. So in this way, post does actually mean after. So post can refer to postmodernism, but it can also refer to just like after. What is beyond? All right, we're done with Bob Black. We're finished with Bob Black. We don't have to worry about Bob Black anymore. Okay, now we're gonna look at 3 different strains of anarchist thought that are all called post-left. And the relationship here is like, imagine a political compass, and a lot of what we're talking about with contemporary anarchism is someone who's like associated with leftist movements, just moving into being like purely an anarchist, and then really making it very clear that they do not want to identify as a leftist, or they're not uncool like those guys. It's like the desperate attempt to try to make someone who's here on the political compass not show up over here. With that in mind, all 3 of the following ideologies, the following strains of thoughts are here. They are best described as like here to maybe like slightly left on the political compass, okay? Notably, these are not right-wing ideologies. So, these 3 are not going to be associated with the right. They're going to be associated with anarchism, pure anarchism, but still leaning left. Ultimately, if you had to, they're more left-wing than they're right-wing. These 3 ideologies are egoism, primitivism, and nihilism, or this is also called insurrectionary anarchism. None of these 3 things are mutually exclusive. They're not separate ideologies necessarily. They're more of just strains of thought or things that together make up a very interesting constellation of stuff that connects to post-leftism. I'll explain all of these very shortly. I have a video about insurrectionary anarchism and anarcho-nihilism. It's a critique of morality. It basically says all moral structures are sort of unjust or ridiculous, and it seeks to move past that. It's a very violent ideology. It's a very violent perspective, and it does away with any notion of being good to your fellow man for any kind of higher purpose or reason. Okay, now primitivism is this idea that progress is actually bad, technology is bad. The modernist notions of progress were wrong. And so primitivism here is just this idea that it's connecting to postmodernism, because postmodernism was critical of modernist progress. The anarcho-primitivist, if you had to pin them, is on the libertarian left, but they're not leftists. They're much more post-left than left. Interesting. Okay, this is an interesting one. Ted Kaczynski. I want you to, if you've ever read his manifesto, think about what he does in his manifesto. This is me schizopositing a little bit. I think Ted Kaczynski can accurately be described as a post-leftist. This isn't to say that he's a left-winger. Quite the opposite. If you've been paying attention, you know what I'm saying here. The constant, very critical of their own side, still kind of being anti-tech is dispositionally anti-hierarchical, because if you were pro-hierarchical, you'd say, let tech run wild and go crazy, and that's power. And of course, he's very desperate to convince you that he's not a leftist, considering half of his manifesto, which is, supposed to be about technology, is just shitting on leftists and really trying to make you believe, really hard, that he does not like leftists. And egoism is this critique of spooks. It's a critique of every concept that keeps the individual in check. The egoism is the perfect, libertarian centrist ideology. All of these 3 strains of thought are associated with post-leftism. Why? Well, they're all in the same position on the political compass, but they're all also associated with postmodernism. Postmodernism is very critical of modernist ideas of progress and technology. That's where primitivism comes from and is influenced from. Nihilism, insurrectionary anarchism. Postmodernism is very critical of modernist conceptions of morality and humanist morality and the Enlightenment. Egoism is very critical of spooks and structures that seek to enslave the man or any kind of sort of control over the man, over the individual. But also think about this, okay? What do these 3 ideologies all have in common in terms of their prognosis? These are all very post-left ideologies. This is why they're associated with post-left. It's not just the fact that they're all sort of vibes-wise related to postmodernism. It's this idea of they're endlessly critiquing something. Egoism endlessly critiques spooks. Primitivism endlessly critiques tech. In nihilism, insurrectionary anarchism endlessly critiques morality, moralizing, any conception of the future. Nihilism critiques literally everything. A fun thing that the insurrectionary nihilists say is there's no utopia we're fighting towards. There's no sort of end goal in sight. It's pure. It's really black pill. We are resisting as just, that's what we do. That's like someone's trying to grab you and you shake around and you're not working towards any sort of utopia or dream. That's just the shaking that you do. Whether it is spooks or tech or morality, all of these strains of post-left thought are mostly only concerned with critiquing. And there really is no solution here, okay? None of these ideologies are positing something. They are mostly concerned with critiquing something. Egoism wants to critique anything that seeks to contain the self, right? But then when you ask about what egoism, what's an ideal egoist society, you get a union of egoists, which is everyone only does what's in their self-interest all the time and they can partner with each other. And then what happens when, 5 egoists get together and they say, hey, we want to buy a car and then gun down the other egoists because it's in my self-interest to work with these guys. And then, oops, we've invented a government again. So yeah, that clearly doesn't really work. It's an excellent critique of spooks. Egoism is an excellent critique of spooks. It does not hold up, really, in and of itself. Same thing with primitivism. I know. But like this idea of 150, you know, returning to tribal societies, 150 people. It's like, yeah, it'd be nice, but primitivism is a really good critique of tech.
Society?
It's not a functional form of government or really like anything much beyond an aesthetic or a feeling or a vibe. It's not something, there is no primitivist party in any country. You know, there's primitivist strains, but it would be completely unreasonable to assume like there's going to be like a group of 150 people that get together and create a primitivist society. Same thing with insurrectionary anarchism, okay? There's insurrectionary anarchists, but like what, they're explicitly not building anything, right? So none of these ideologies associated with the post-left, these specific strains are interested at all in providing a solution. They're sort of half-hearted attempts at providing a solution, but it's like some people operate as a wrecking ball ideologically, and some people operate as like someone to build the house. But they're doing different things. And the post-left as a force is just a wrecking ball. Afterwards, you know, people can then come and they can create and generate new thoughts, new ideas, and make things better. That's like the nice interpretation. The less nice interpretation of what these people are doing is that it's pointless, it's petty, and it leads to nothing, and it's self-destructive. This is, by the way, everything I'm saying here, why in my hit children's show, Centricide, a libertarian leftist gets beaten up by apoliticism and becomes like a pure libertarian, which is a sort of anti-politics. By the way, anti-politics is what leftists will sometimes call right libertarians, because they are, you know, politics in their mind is when you do something, and they just want to rip up human agency from the equation. So that the idea is like, that's anti-politics. Okay, so I'm going to circle this kind of area, and I'm going to call it like politically homeless. This is one of the definitions that people use when they're talking about post-leftists. They're basically referring to people on the left who feel politically homeless for whatever reason. This one I'm going to call strains, just strains of thought within post-leftism, different incarnations of it, and why they're associated with the post-left. This part in particular, I think I'm going to call like defector. So for the defector class, in particular, this kind of like idea of like being an ex-leftist, there is this sort of confusion. Okay, post-leftism isn't really like an ideology. Murray Bookchin's fundamental critique about post-leftism is totally right. I mean, this is just sort of a vibe. And so a lot of these things exist in pre-leftists or just like not post-leftist people who are just in the political movement, and that's it. For the ex-leftists, some of them, you know, might have just started making 6 figures a month on Patreon. By the way, my Patreon is really good right now. It's not always good, but right now it's really good. $5, there's about 6 years worth of exclusive content on there. So that's a pretty good deal. You should sign up. There is a way of looking at the post-left as basically being like, you know, once you lose the left, you just become sort of a conduit for right-wingism. And that's what the sort of ex-leftists represent here, which is that you can basically become so hateful of your own side that you end up effectively being right-wing, even if you don't even view yourself as right-wing. It's like the cybernetic outcome of your politics is advancing your opponent's position. I'm going to call anti-politics, lifestyle anarchism, subsumption of aesthetic, all that's kind of apoliticism. And then this in general is just kind of like the political idiosyncrasy. And with political accelerationism, this is not tech accelerationism. This is not like, I want more tech. This is specifically like voting for the other guy, political strategy. And this gets confused with you just being, like if you're a post-leftist voting for Donald Trump, you know, other leftists will kind of rightfully call you right-wing. All right, last strain I'm going to add over here is anti-work. This is another strain of thought on the post-left, which is, you know, very notably different from something like in the authoritarian left, which venerates work. Mr. Bob Black wrote a seminal piece on this called The Abolition of Work. I was going to read it and tell you about it, but then I decided, that's too much work. Correct. I am legitimately too lazy to read a single primary source for this video. And I think Bob Black would be proud of that. I think the anti-work movement would be very proud of me. I am too lazy to even download the PDF and drag it into the AI summary. Yeah, that's right. Today, this anti-work star in the constellation of post-leftism is best known for the subreddit r/anti-work. And this is a really, really good example of post-leftism in action. Over 1.6 million subscribers. Joining now is the person who operates this anti-work group, Doreen Ford. Anti-work had a lot of like, you know, people sort of spontaneously popping up behind it from all different political stripes, not just left-wing, not just right-wing, all kinds of different people who just agreed that their job sucked. And then there was this sort of like desire to like channel that energy somewhere, but because they're like post-leftists and they're anti-work, no one wanted to do any work. And because they weren't traditional orthodox political people, they didn't have any like idea of how to like channel political energy. It's all just individualistic and everyone just kind of does what they want. And this all comes to a head when the Reddit moderator talks to the Fox News host in this classic interview.
King.
And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Sure, I'm 30. You're 30, okay. And is there something you want to do besides being a dog walker? Do you aspire to do anything more than dog walking, or is that kind of your pinnacle? I love working with dogs. If I had to do the rest of my life, I wouldn't be complaining about wonderful animals, but I would love to teach. I'd love to work with people. What would you teach, Doreen? Philosophy mostly, philosophy, critical thinking, reasons, stuff like that.
Anti-work isn't always associated with these other post-left strains of thought, but I think they actually are pretty good. These are all pretty good fits for each other. The vibe that we're getting here from post-leftism is just like there is this kind of political nihilism, this burnout that emerges from being in a political tribe, being turned off from elements of your own tribe. Maybe if you're a leftist, you find that people are weirdly authoritarian or weirdly, maybe they're too racist, or maybe they're not racist enough, maybe they're too woke. People use post-left to refer to both people who are too woke on their side and too chud on their side. We could be here all day if we went over every time anyone ever used the term online. But this is a pretty good, this is the cloud that people grasp at when they use this term. And sometimes they're grasping over here, and sometimes they're grasping over here, and sometimes they're grasping over here. But ultimately, I think in general, this cloud is asking what happens to the left when the left eats itself? And what happens to the left when you move past the left? And at this point, I'm realizing I should have brought in the post-right thing earlier. Sorry. I'm figuring this out as I go, and I'm not going to redraw all of this. What remains of the left after the left is seen to be a failed project, and moving beyond that. And I don't know if this is clear yet, but when I say the left, if you're like a right-winger or a post-right-winger, or you like identify with something else, just all of this stuff is going to apply to the right in like 5 minutes, okay? Post-leftists are dispositionally left-wing. However, they don't feel like the political tribes they're supposed to be a part of, the actual existing political tribes, are the proper vehicle to get them where they want to be. And so they left the tribe, but they kept the spears. They have left the tribe of leftism, but they kept the critiques. They still have the bite. And the bite feels distinctly leftist. Finally, Jesus Christ. We only talked about all that shit so we could get to the post-right. Every star here... All right, fuck it. If I have to say the word the left again, I'm going to blow my brains out. Let's talk about how this applies to the right. What is the post-right? Post-right is not a term that people use, but I would like people to start using this term because all of my knowledge of like the post-left space, it really feels like there is an emergent thing you can call the post-right now in a way where maybe that has never happened before, nothing that I've noticed. All of this stuff can exist in someone who is pre-right or someone who is in the political tribe or someone who is genuinely just a right-winger. And it's just enough of these stars popping up that make someone, someone you can adequately call them a post-leftist or a post-right-winger. So where to begin? I mean, post-right-wingers, they endlessly critique their own side. This is true, right? The post-right is someone who would constantly, no one's ever good enough for them. No one's ever, racist enough for them or right-wing economically enough for them. And this kind of comes down to sort of an extremism. Like there is an element of them both being, you're extreme. So like, I'm going to talk about Nick Fuentes a decent amount. And so the question is Nick Fuentes post-right? No. Nick Fuentes is not post-right. However, he has a lot of these stars popping up with him. And so someone like Clavicular, for example, though, is post-right. Clavicular is someone who is dispositionally rightist, The philosophy undergirding Clavicular is one of social Darwinism, and he is absolutely dispositionally right-wing. However, there is an inherent desire to be anti-political. He is always saying, I'm not a political guy. And so this completely connects with the lifestyle anarchism. It's pure, this is the subsumption of aesthetic. And so Sam Hyde, before he started talking about white replacement every 5 minutes, imagine a version of Sam Hyde that was only doing the MDE stuff and in such a way where it was kind of ambiguous. And who's actually kind of a good example of this is my buddy Quentin of the book club, who is dispositionally right-wing, far right-wing, but it doesn't matter. Like Quentin is if Sam Hyde never started waxing on about whites. Obviously he cares about the whites and he's dispositionally far right. He has these beliefs personally, but it doesn't lead out into his work in the same way where it would with Sam Hyde. So another good example of this is someone I can't say. Okay, let's move over to primitivism. I'm just going to kind of bounce around this map and we're going to add right-wing interpretations of what's going on here. So with primitivism, if Ted K is a post-leftist, then is a post-left primitivist, how do we take something like primitivism, which is neither left nor right really, because there is an element of it, you can make a right-wing or a left-wing case for primitivism. It's sort of a third rail. Who is a post-right primitivist? That's right, internet weirdos, it's BAP. 5% of you guys know who this is, right? 10, 20? 20% of you guys know who BAP is.
Guy.
I can talk about BAP now. I can talk about BAP on the main. We can talk about BAP on main. Okay, so Ted K is a primitivist post-leftist. You know who's not a primitivist post-leftist? Who's a regular leftist? A leftist primitivist is John Zerzan, who is more utopian in his outlook for what would be nice with a green society or just green anarchism, solar punk. These people are actually leftists. What makes Ted Kaczynski post-leftist was the constant, trying to distance himself from the left. In the same way, BAP is obviously dispositionally right-wing, but has been totally subsumed by aesthetics. And this is an intentional thing. He's a rightist meme page. He's posting, really hot guys in cool places, doing cool things. And it feels political, it's a political aesthetic. But he's not going to tell you to vote for Donald Trump, he's not going to tell you to vote for a guy. He's not trying to mobilize his audience so that they vote. He's promoting an aesthetic of vitality and eating raw meat. I'm using BAP as an example of a vitalist right-wing guy that is also not obviously doing a politic. He doesn't really have policy prescriptions. It's just like, be jacked, sun your balls, have slaves. This is what makes someone like Bap genuinely, I think, post-right. And someone like Nick Fuentes genuinely not post-right, even though he has a lot of these characteristics. So if we're talking about Nick Fuentes, you know, what are some of the characteristics that he has? Endlessly critical of his own side, check. Check. More critical of his own side than the opposite side, absolutely check. Nick Fuentes sounds like a leftist to me. And I know, that's like the thing you say. And he's obviously not. But it just, when you're so focused on critiquing your own side, and then sometimes you like hear about what Zoran Mamdani's doing, you're like, oh, that's kind of cool, I kind of like him. And you know, you end up sort of sounding like, this is why neoconservatives, center to moderate right people, even hard right people who are like MAGA, will call people to the even further right like Sneeko and Nick Fuentes spiritually leftist. Oh, I really should have added like irony poisoning over here, because that is like a super big, that's like a big part of the subsumption of aesthetic thing. I don't have space for this. So yeah, someone like the vitalist right-winger, using BAP as the example, not gonna tell you to vote for Trump, because that would be like very unaesthetic, you know? It's telling people to go out and vote, that is not aesthetic. That's not a good aesthetic. That's very cringe. He's pro-masculinity. All these things are signaling very, very obviously and heavily to the right. But, you know, at no point is he like, and that's why we must join the Republican Party, or even like mobilize in any meaningful way. There's a sort of thing going on with post people where it's like they are the culture, or they're interested in like influencing the culture or the aesthetic, which then could be downstream from politics. And this is the old saying, you know, politics is downstream from culture. But that is just a saying, you know, and sometimes culture is downstream from politics. Why do you think everyone's saying retarded these days? Yeah, in terms of someone who's like totally, you know, irony poisoned or whatever, subsumed by aesthetic, like 5 years ago, I think, if I said Sam Hyde is far right, people would be like, you don't know that. He's an irony enigma. And it's like, yeah, I think I would know. Okay. If anyone can like pierce the irony shield here. And now it's like, okay, obviously he's far right. No one's going to make the case that Sam Hyde isn't far right. But that's just because I would say, you know, recently Sam Hyde has a lot less of these post-right tendencies. They're still there, but I would say the getting out of the, you know.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't have a single clue what the fuck this video has been about. I mean, JREG, more than anybody that I know, has like a really good handle on all of like the alternative political groups and can describe them and then explain the people in them, I think, really well, better than probably anybody I've ever seen in my entire life. But because he presents things as kind of goofy, like 80% of chat just thinks it's like all a big fucking meme because you guys are too retarded to know the difference between like actual satire and irony versus a person who just has a goofy presentation. But in terms of like where everybody actually exists, he understands these groups like really, really, really well.
You know, just sort of saying what he means over and over again very directly, it pushes him more in towards like a non-post-right territory for me. And I actually started working on this because I met post-right.
Expected terms of the Iran peace deal. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The definitely very real one that's going to be happening for sure. Okay, 1, extend ceasefire between U.S. and Iran for 60 days. Wow. 2, begin 60 negotiation period for technical discussions around Iran's nuclear power. Wow, so you're telling me nothing important has been settled yet. Okay, cool. Removes U.S. naval blockade and reopens Strait of Hormuz. Wow, this won't matter for at least a month. U.S. will commit to discuss sanctions relief with Iran. Wow, so no actual discussion happened yet. U.S. will commit to discuss the release of frozen Iran. Wow, so nothing's been discussed yet. Peace deal includes permanent end to fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon. Includes permanent end. So it hasn't been discussed yet, I guess, if we're still just in a ceasefire. Okay. Final agreement to be signed on June 19th in Switzerland. Cool. So nothing. We have nothing. Thank you. Thank you for spamming this. Please keep spamming. Cake Chat has got the right idea. The Charmanders. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much for all of this. Yeah.
Right people. I met 2 friends of mine who were post-right, and you know they didn't call themselves post-right. I called them post-right, and I was thinking like, why do I think they're post-right? And all of them were aesthetic geniuses who were just like very personally right-wing, and in a way where it like it didn't obviously come out in their work, or if it did, it didn't matter. It wasn't politically meaningful. And this is kind of like, this is what we're getting at here. Okay, like I think post really means like not politically, or like not directly politically meaningful. There's like an anti-politics to it. In terms of why a post-right-winger would be turned off by people in their team, often, you know, post people, they're turned off because some part of their ideal doesn't meet reality. So for like a leftist, maybe leftists are like meaner or crueler or more sociopathic than they thought. For a right-winger, it's like the opposite. It's like, these people are dysgenic chuds. And so this brings us into, you know, the post.
Also, him thinking MDE had none of Sam Hyde's beliefs is pretty stupid. Good thing he never said that, you fucking retard. What he said was that in the past there was some deniability. Maybe he really was racist, maybe not, but like it was absolutely more veiled in comedy and irony, as evidenced, if nothing else, by all of my fucking chat when Sam Hyde is unironically putting out like perfect alt-right neo-Nazi-esque videos, and still 50% of you fucking retards were talking about how, oh no, it's all irony, lol, because you have no idea what any of that fucking means. So no, that is the case. That's 100% true. That if, at least for MDE season 1, like whether or not it was all just a joke or whether he was actually racist, there was still like a ton of plausible deniability there, and people had a hard time seeing what was real or what wasn't. But then Sam Hyde has clarified his position since then, and now when you look back at it retrospectively, seems like a lot of it was more racist than you could have at the time argued for.
Far right, which is defined right now, I think, by Richard Spencer. You know, Richard Spencer is very funny these days. He was like, you know, this alt-right movement shouldn't have been these full of these ugly, dysgenic freaks. It should have just been me, Richard Spencer. And some of you guys don't know who Richard Spencer is, and I'm not going to explain it. You can just look it up. I'm Unk, man. I'm Unk. You know, Richard Spencer's like, you know, if you know who Richard Spencer is, you're Unk. Like, if you were like alive when he was relevant, you are now Unk. But yeah, David Foster Wallace has this quote on irony, like, "Oh, you believe things? Isn't that so passé?" It's like almost like, psh, you believe that that's actually going to work. And this relates to the nihilist insurrectionary anarchists, which is just like I guess like hopelessness. It's like you don't think that's going to work, but it's like preemptive hopelessness. It's like I don't think that's going to work out. You think we're going to solve climate change with like a tanky revolution, like a communist revolution? Do I have to point you to the Aral Sea? Okay, moving on to postmodernism here. Why would postmodernism be right-wing? I mean, it's postmodern neo-Marxist, right? This is more Unk nonsense that the 15-year-olds in the audience won't understand. So there was this guy called Jordan Peterson. But yeah, people associate postmodernism with leftism. It's not leftist, not necessarily. Postmodernism can easily be used on the right. And, you know, this isn't even a big shock anymore necessarily. Okay, one more thing I'll say about turned off by people on your own team is there's so many quotes I can have from Nick Fuentes here. But one of the things Nick Fuentes says is, I wish we had better people saving the white race. Something along those lines. I wish the people who were, you know, white supremacists were better. And they're like so bad right now that I don't even feel like a white supremacist anymore. That's something he would say. I could find the clip, but I am too lazy, so I might just not do that. Postmodernism does not necessitate left-wing conclusions, and in fact, I would say it actually works better on the right. The postmodern right rejects objective truth, posits their own narratives, and this kind of authoritarian right-wing ideology is actually best enforced with postmodern tactics. You know, the old war is peace and all that nonsense. Is war, weakness is strength, control is freedom. I mean, none of these are exactly modernist statements. None of these are exactly, you know, perfectly logical, every atom is in place kind of statements. All right, moving on to political accelerationism. This is one where Nick Fuentes has really advanced there. Like, Nick Fuentes is very politically accelerationist, and the reason someone like Clavicular says, I will vote for Gavin Newsom over J.D. Vance because Gavin Newsom mogs, he's getting that from Nick Fuentes. He gets his politics from Nick Fuentes, I think. Because Nick Fuentes was the first person to sort of propose something like that. Vote for the Democrats over the Republicans. This is exactly what we're talking about with the Bernie Bros. It's like the post-right strain here is, I am so turned off by my own side for whatever reason, you know, whatever I think is wrong with it, because I've been so critical about my side for so long that, you know, if I am going to propose a solution, because really there should be no solution, but if I am going to propose a solution, it's going to be make things worse. Vote for the other guy. And then this is why a lot of people think that post-right wingers are just leftists. They've right the right, they've left the right, and now they're like spiritually left or something, and they're helping their ideological opponents. And none of these critiques are bad. There is a very good case to be made that when you start engaging with any of this stuff, you start deconstructing your own side and working against it. And even if you don't think you're a leftist, you might. Anyway, Nick Fuentes, come by my studio. Okay, wait, another thing about being turned off by people on your own team. The people representing the right, not right now on Twitter, they're all quite horrifically dysgenic chuds. All right, let's talk a little bit more about extremism. So like a leftist who's like a moderate leftist is probably never going to become a post-left winger, right? There's already liberal parties, center-left parties everywhere. There's a lot of space to absorb someone who's like a moderate leftist. It's not to say that you couldn't become like a center, like a post-center leftist, and like maybe you've gone from like a social democrat to like an Andrew Yang guy or something. But for the most part, the people who are post-left are going to be far left. Now on the right, I would say maybe more interestingly, because political homelessness is a big part of this, and because the center right have been totally pushed out. And so the center right basically, in the American context, have to join the liberal party, the center left party, in a coalition against the far right, or they have to become far right themselves. I think you could see a post-moderate right, like a moderate post-right. I think could exist. These are people who are like disillusioned, disaffected, and cast out. But I think for the vast majority of the post-right, it's going to be a post-far right. I think the post-right here is going to have to be like even further to the right than the MAGA, the Republican Party, especially on issues like Israel. And I am saying further to the right, not further to the left, because they have their reasons for being anti-Israel that are not left-wing. It's a horseshoe. I also have a video about that. So right-wingers have become more extreme in the last decade, and the far right has gained a lot of political ground, but they are too zogged for a lot of post-right-wingers' tastes. And maybe even so hopelessly zogged, especially with like the Iran stuff. It's not looking too good for people who, you know, it's this sort of like, there's this anti-democratic idea in both post-left and post-right that like, we can't change anything. Even if we could convince everybody, they're either too stupid to change their mind, or even if they did change their mind, nothing would happen. So for endlessly critiquing their own side and more critical of their own side, Nick Fuentes is a great example of this. Like, Nick Fuentes hates the center right to moderate right, the Israeli right, 1,000,000 times more than he hates the center left or the far left or communists. You know, he is much more concerned with critiquing his own side. Even Mr. Bap over here, he went after it. There's literally no one on the right that he won't be a little catty bitch towards. It's crazy. And just like how on the left, like leftists will critique post-leftists for saying, well, you're not going anywhere. There's no solution here. And the same applies for Nick Fuentes. Right-wingers are like, what are you doing? Why do you constantly go after our own side? This is why you guys are spiritually left-wing. And you know what? I kind of agree with them, to be honest. I think the like cybernetic outcome of Nick Fuentes might just be like, the Republicans lose, but everyone gets like, the general population gets like 15% more racist. So you've got to figure out what you decide, like you decide what you think about that sort of outcome. I have way too many thoughts about all this kind of stuff, and I'm trying not to make this video just contain every thought I've ever had about the subject. Okay, so every single star in this constellation, except maybe contemporary anarchism, I'd maybe call this like contemporary fascism or something, these all apply to the right. So how come we don't have a word for post-right in the same way that we do have a word for post-left? And I think it's just because everyone's stupid except me. It's only now that the far right has really grasped power, like actual political power, that you can have post-far right movements which are like disillusioned, because they never got in power before, so how could they even be disillusioned? Being post-right, like in 2014, was just like, the post element of it was just sort of that you were like hopeless about things. But now that you actually have power and then you realize you're still zogged, that's kind of when you get into true nihilism territory on the right. Okay, so moving beyond post-after, this exists on the right. I saw a clip just today of Sneeko saying like, we got to stop calling ourselves right-wingers. We got to stop identifying with this label. You know, Hassan is right about a lot of things. He's right about the geopolitics. We have a lot more in common with Hassan than we want to let on. This is the horseshoe theory. This is, if there is something after the post-left and the post-right, this is what it's pointing to is a political realignment, some sort of third rail that the left is not addressing properly, or at least the current incarnations of the left, and that the right is not addressing properly. The ways you can do this is you can galvanize the right or the left into something else. Donald Trump did that with the Republican Party and galvanized it into something else. Nick Fuentes wants to galvanize the Republican Party into a new thing. This is why, again, he's not a post-right-winger. He is a political project. But you can also do this without playing the left-right game by sort of coalescing along different third positionist rails, or at least that's the idea. You can do this ideologically. Can you do this? Can you do this in real life? Will any of this amount to anything, or is it all just gobbledygook nonsense? I was going to describe post-liberals too, but...
Explain what galvanize means? It's when you make metal even more galvan.
I am going to pass out. So if you want me to talk about post-liberals and post-centrists, I'll do that another time if this video does well. Okay, so we know what the post-left is. We know what the post-right is. We know why they're called post. Post meaning both postmodernism and post meaning after. Hopefully that puts some words on the general vibe that you probably already got, so you can like articulate it better now. But also importantly, we're talking about political realignment. We're talking about why the post-right is something identifiable now in a way where it wasn't 10 years ago. But here's the real reason I wanted to make this video, okay? This force of post is accelerated by the post, the internet post. All of these are tendencies that are exaggerated by the internet. And doing politics online in the world of ideas exaggerates all of these tendencies. I'll give you some examples. Let's take something like lifestyle anarchism, which I erased. Lifestyle anarchism, of course, there is no left or right anymore, dude. What are we referencing? None of us are going out and doing anything. It doesn't matter if you're a far-right chud or if you're a woke leftoid. None of us are doing anything. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're doing this. We're doing some of this, we're doing some of that, we're doing some of this. Nobody is doing anything. We're all just talking. Function of the wheels of power are moving, and we're going yap, 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 comment, 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 and we're not really doing anything. The vast majority of us are not doing fucking shit. So of course then, we are subsumed by aesthetic, right? Of course then, if there is no political action to take, all we want to do is signal to groups. This is something my generation figured out, and future generations will only figure out more and more. Signaling is value. You can signal to the left for value points, signal to the right for value points. And if you can signal in the right ways, you can make a lot of money. That was my whole career.
You said you hate breaking news, right? Don't you think there is a similarity to breaking news when we try to map out the political landscape of today? Scholars do reviews, not breaking news. Listen, I'm just playing games, okay? I need something to babysit you guys with. Okay, kick. Enough spinning. Stop. You spun enough. You've been spinning enough. You're going to get dizzy and throw up.
In a world where there is no political action and you are just the fursuit that you wear on the internet, that's where your capital is. Your capital is pure social capital. It's like how in VR, you're judged just based off of the skeleton you wear, the mask you put on. You're judged based off of what profile you are wearing. The last sort of claim here about how the internet is uniquely accelerating this sort of nihilist, apolitical lifestyle politics is idiosyncrasy is rewarded on the internet. If you are just a MAGA guy and you're making MAGA content, there is 1,000 MAGA guys making MAGA content. In order to stick out, you have to have an idiosyncratic opinion on things. You are in the industrial hot take complex. People who have a more idiosyncratic, weirder take are more favored, they get more attention. And then I'll just generally say, like, there is this sense that, young people aren't represented in politics or whatever. I'm not sympathetic to that anymore. I think we are being represented more and more in politics, and this is just something that happens as we are coming of age. I mean, we're of age. I mean, just like becoming more of age. Like people age out, and then the new generation ages in and replaces them. I'm getting tired. I don't want to explain this, but yeah, there is like this real sense that like the current way. This is what I've been talking about on my channel forever. The old way is bad. The current way is bad. Like a new way must be formed. This is also why the sort of horseshoe position could emerge. I'm writing third position here. I know that's fascism. Okay. Let's call it Nazbolism. Let's call it fourth position. Okay, now it makes sense. What if the left and the right got together? All right, hopefully you okay, I'm tired. I could probably say more about this post-politics that we're doing. This is post-politics. This is post-everything. Everything is just reduced to signal. What are you signaling without any actual substance behind it? You have no incentive to believe anything, to give your life to some sort of political project. It only matters if you are signaling in a certain way for some form of capital. And I could talk more about this, but I feel this is, I don't know if it comes across, this is a bit of a marathon for me. Okay, I think I've been filming for like 3 hours straight, and I don't normally do that, and now I'm gonna go to bed.
Wow. $11 days ago.
The discussion surrounding the term packing the court is an interesting and schizophrenic one. As far as I can tell, the idea first came to prominence in 1937, when FDR announced a controversial plan to expand the Supreme Court to up to 15 justices. His argument was that it would make the court more productive, and there is some truth to that, more hands in the workload. However, his critics accused him of packing the court with Democratic-aligned justices, since as president, FDR would have the privilege of choosing who gets to sit in these newly created seats. By the way, FDR's actual reasoning for doing this was that the Supreme Court of the time was inclined to declare parts of the New Deal unconstitutional, and rather than change the Constitution through the normal process, FDR wanted justices on the court that would agree with his ideas. Congress refused to go along with it, and ultimately FDR was criticized for trying to undermine judicial independence. So that is what court packing means, expanding the size of a judicial body. The Constitution states that Supreme Court justices serve life terms, barring impeachment, but the Constitution does not have any opinion on the size of the Supreme Court. That means Congress ultimately controls how many seats the Supreme Court is made up of. When America was first founded, the Supreme Court's first iteration had 6 seats. It eventually went as high as 10 at one point, but in 1869 Congress passed the Judiciary Act, fixing the size of the Supreme Court at 9 seats. This law actually created a new seat, which President Grant had the opportunity to fill, meaning this sort of thing has been done before. Now, you might ask, why did Congress decide on 9 SCOTUS judges? Why that number? Was it because at the time the court had 8, and they wanted an odd number so there'd always be a tiebreaker? Maybe, but there's actually another reason. In 1869, America had 9 federal-level subdivisions for the Supreme Court, and the logic was that one justice should preside over each zone. By the way, these are called circuits, which is why you often hear people say stuff like the 2nd Circuit or the 7th Circuit when talking about court decisions. And believe it or not, the choice of the word circuit to describe these areas actually matters quite a bit. In English common law, the Court of Common Pleas was established in the 1100s to serve commoners who had legal disputes against each other that did not involve the crown, basically civil court rather than criminal. The Magna Carta specifically placed the authority and location of the Court of Common Pleas in a fixed location, Westminster Hall. However, by the late 1200s, it became obvious that having the court in one location, when the majority of commoners did not actually live anywhere near it, was a problem. The solution was to establish the Courts of Assize. The Courts of Assize was a legal system where low-level judges, empowered by the Court of Common Pleas, would make regular trips into the countryside, stopping at towns along the way for days or weeks at a time to judge on any local legal cases. Over time, these judges would settle into routine travels, and as a result, 6 informal laps of the countryside began to appear based on geography. Home, Midland, Norfolk, Oxford, Northern, and...
Oh my god, riding circuit. Is this parasitic music? Yeah, when you're in the precinct. Hell yeah, it is.
Western. The judges would ride these paths every 6 months, and the Latin word circuit, meaning to go around, was used to describe their trip. Eventually, circuit started referring to the judicial district itself, and not just the journey around it. In America, this practice continued, where judges would ride the circuit, accompanied by a retinue of lawyers, and judge various cases on the American frontier. In fact, the most famous person to ever do this job was
George
a young
Washington.
future President Lincoln.
Oh.
When the Supreme Court was ultimately pegged to 9 seats in 1869, America had 9 circuits. And the logic was that each Supreme Court justice was ultimately responsible for riding the circuit of their assigned territory at least once in a while. As America became more settled, and cities in the frontier grew enough to warrant the building of a local courthouse, the practice of riding the circuit gradually faded away. Though believe it or not, it's not actually completely dead. Included in the 9th Circuit is Hawaii, Alaska, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands. And for the most remote locations, the current Circuit Justice for the 9th, Alina Kagan, has the constitutional obligation to occasionally visit these locations where there is no local court and hear cases. Of course, nowadays this responsibility is delegated to other judges, and air travel makes it a lot easier besides. They're called circuits because originally the Chief Justice was the final arbiter of law for that entire territory, and as such there was an expectation that they would occasionally go out and do laps around the territory they preside over, and get to know it and its people, at least on some level. Even if those travels don't happen in the same way anymore, they do happen at least sometimes informally. For example, although the law no longer requires the justices themselves to personally ride the circuit, even by plane, Justice Alito is known for occasionally taking trips throughout the states included in both the 3rd and 5th circuits. He doesn't preside over local cases or anything, but he does pop in from time to time, just to see how things are going. And
I'm sorry, is this a bot? What? I remember a quote from one of my law school textbooks. If it were not ass-size time, I would run my blade through you. What does that mean? What?
There's where we get to the first justification for expanding the size of the Supreme Court. Notice how I said Alito presides over the 3rd and 5th circuits? America no longer has 9 circuits. It has 13. Congress's original intention of 1 justice per circuit is no longer being adhered to. And this isn't just some formalistic traditions-based thing, though conservatives should be concerned with adhering to traditions. The Supreme Court is notoriously overworked. Look at the steadily increasing size of the shadow docket over time, for example. The shadow docket? It's a term coined by Professor of Law William Bode back in 2015. He makes the case in this paper that over time, the Supreme Court's increased workload has led to the court having to issue emergency rulings on more and more cases, as time keeps running out and the judges have fallen further and further behind. These emergency rulings are hastily written, poorly argued, they tend to be more openly partisan in nature, and they're just not good for the long-term credibility of the court. The main reason for this problem is there's just not enough judges, both on the Supreme Court itself and also working in the lower levels. So, those are the first couple of reasons as to why expanding the Supreme Court is a good idea. 1, it's in line with American tradition to keep the number of Supreme Court seats equal to the number of Supreme Court circuits. And 2, the court is overworked and needs more people. There are other reasons too, which we'll get into in a bit, but basically every time I've seen a right-winger say that liberals or the left or whatever don't actually care about norms and institutions, they just want to win so they'll pack the court with open borders judges or some other nonsense. This idea that this has never happened before and the Democrats want to change the rules is just not true. The size of the court is not defined by the Constitution. It has been changed by a simple bill passed through the House and the Senate, and it can be done again. And as we've seen, it would be a good idea to do it on a practical workload level. When people use the phrase pack the court during modern discourse, we can identify a few different camps. There are liberals and people further to the left who believe that SCOTUS needs to be expanded, not solely for workload reasons, but because the 6-3 right-wing majority is unacceptable.
It's bullshit.
Sometimes they think the 6 right-wing judges are ideologically partisan, or they're corrupt or insane or something. In some cases, they do actually just want to tilt the scales in their favor, and whatever reason gets them there doesn't matter. However, there's also a large vocal group of right-wingers out there who are constantly saying, see guys, the Democrats want to pack the court. If we don't do it first, they'll destroy us. If we don't gerrymander the midterms, they'll destroy us. If they ever get any power again, they will pack the court. So we are justified in doing anything we want to stop them. And by the way, Trump himself is in this camp.
You know, what they're going to do.
You want to put Trump in a camp? That's all I've heard.
What the Democrats will do is they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. They're going to make D.C. a state. They're going to pack the court. They're going to end up with more electoral votes. They're going to end up with 4 senators because of the 2 states. And they're going to do this 100%. They would have done it except Manchin and...
Statistically speaking, let's take a moment of silence. Statistically speaking, there's probably at least a few people in chat right now who will no longer be with us when it finally happens, and they won't get to enjoy the moment. And I feel bad for those people. I just want to say that.
Cinema got in their way. They would have done it. So if they're going to do it, I would do it. I would do it before them.
So what's the problem with this rhetoric? Is it because the Democrats don't want to do this, and the Republicans are just making it all up to scaremonger? Well, partially yes and partially no. Yeah, you know what? Some Democrats are actually very gung-ho about packing the court, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them actually are the norms and institutions respecters that Republicans mock them for. Here's a great example of what I mean. Bugman Hagel, a notorious right-wing account, says that if the Democrats win in 2028, they will pack the court, so they must be stopped. Okay, maybe so. But here's AOC in 2020 saying the court needs to be packed. It's been 6 years since then. Biden won in 2020 and it didn't happen. It probably should have, but it didn't. Now, of course, just because the political will didn't exist 6 years ago to pack the court.
Holy shit. That's a good thought to keep one from ending oneself. Some guy tried adding me on Discord a long time ago saying he was suicidal. He wanted me to argue him out of it. I had no idea what to say. But you know what? That's the perfect thing. One day in the not too distant future. And everyone will celebrate. You don't want to miss that moment. Frowny face. Thank you, chatter.
Doesn't mean it doesn't exist now, especially with Trump's plummeting approval rating and the hard reality of a SCOTUS that is not willing to seriously oppose him. So in 2020 and earlier, the Republicans were actually just fear-mongering about packing the court. The political will wasn't there. But in 2026, it might actually be there among the Democrats now. Of course, there are also the stupids who use this saying too. For example, here's a far lefty blaming Biden for not packing the court, when the president can't actually unilaterally do that. And here's a rightoid who thinks that Biden lawfully filling vacancies, not creating new seats, but filling the seats that already exist, is somehow packing the court. Because guess what? Sometimes these guys don't actually care about legal or moral justifications behind expanding or not expanding the court. They do just want to win in either direction. Additionally, there is actually a good moral reason as to why the Democrats should expand the court, beyond the fact that it would be partisan good for them. It's because, frankly, the Republicans have not yet paid for the theft of Merrick Garland's seat under Obama. Here's a quick rundown of what happened back then. On March 16th, 2016, then President Obama appointed Merrick Garland to fill a Supreme Court vacancy, left by the recent death of Justice Scalia. On the very same day, the Republican majority leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, made it a cornerstone of his agenda to absolutely refuse to hold a vote on the appointment of Garland. McConnell's obstructionism is something I went over in more detail in my huge Obama video a few months ago. Go watch that for further information. But basically, McConnell's logic was that the Republicans ought not to vote on any appointees, especially to the SCOTUS, during an election year, because maybe the American people will choose a different administration, and they should have the right to vote on who gets to appoint who. There's nothing like this in the Constitution, in the Senate rules, or anything else. This was just a random ass pull from the Republicans to post hoc justify stealing away a SCOTUS seat from the Democrats. Of course, we know how history played out. The Republicans successfully blocked Garland's appointment, not by voting him down, but by refusing to hold a vote at all. And after Trump won the 2016 election, he appointed Gorsuch instead. What makes this really dirty, though, is that when Justice Ginsburg died in September of 2020, far closer to the 2020 election than Scalia's death was to the 2016 one, the Republicans completely ignored their previous logic of let the American people vote on it, and they rushed through the appointment of Justice Barrett.
Decision the Senate announced weeks ago.
That would be so hypocritical, though,
remains about a principle and not a person. The Senate will appropriately revisit the matter when it considers the qualifications of the nominee the next president nominates, whoever that might be.
The Supreme Court does next year.
We'd fill it.
In my opinion, this level of blatant obstructionism and hypocrisy from the Republicans is a moral debt they have yet to pay off. I actually recall talking to Scrump about this back in the day, when it was still happening, and his logic was basically, the only thing that matters is, the Republicans had the power to block in 2016 and nominate in 2020. If you can do it, you should, which really should have clued me into him being a moral leper sooner than I figured out. Anyway, I am all for the Democrats extracting that moral payment, because Scrump is wrong. Power is not the only factor in deciding what you should do, and the scales of justice have needed to be balanced for some time now. Of course, the Republican reply to this, the mask-on one, not Scrump's full mask-off endorsement back in the day, is that they're justified in doing it because it's retaliatory. The Democrats actually did it all first. I've spoken about this idea in several videos recently. The idea that the right in America is constantly overstepping the bounds, violating laws and norms, and they're justified in doing it by falsely claiming the Democrats already did it, and so they now have no choice but to do it too. Like I said, the right views principles as obstacles to be rooted around, not morals to be followed.
True.
But just like in every previous video, this idea that the Democrats played the same game and Republicans just won it is actually a testable statement. We can observe the objective reality and see what actually happened. Is it truly the case that the Democrats started this escalating tit-for-tat game? Well, to examine this properly, you've got to discuss the Senate's nuclear option. Here's the basic idea. The Senate is run by a lot of precedent and procedure, stuff that isn't hard-coded into law, but is all highly respected traditions amongst the senators themselves. Most of the time, to put an end to debate on an issue and call a vote, a supermajority is needed, 3/5, generally 60 out of 100. However, the presiding officer of the Senate can invoke a procedure to override this requirement and require only a simple majority, 50 out of 100. This isn't illegal, but it's certainly abnormal. It is completely in line with the rules of the Senate, but because it's not commonly done, there's a very real fear that if the floodgates begin to open...
Do you feel like the airbrush/makeup aesthetic takes away from the FF7 remake? You complain that gamers wanted the same thing from Lofty, but nobody here is complaining about Tifa. What is Lofty? Also, ask me when I restart on hard mode.
This sort of procedural brinkmanship will become normalized.
God of War.
By the way, when you hear people talk about the Senate filibuster, that topic is heavily related to this one. A filibuster is when you prevent legislation from passing by never formally closing the debate on it. And the nuclear option allows for debates to be closed far more easily, effectively ending a filibuster. The nuclear option for debating legislation has thus far not been invoked, though Trump has called for it many times during both of his terms when desired legislation wouldn't pass. And Kamala Harris called for it while campaigning for the 2024 election in order to pass abortion legislation. The nuclear option for nominations, however, that's a different story. In 2017, when the Republican-controlled Senate was voting to appoint Gorsuch to the Supreme Court, that was the seat stolen from Obama, remember, the Democrats filibustered it, because of course they would. In response, Mitch McConnell used the nuclear option to call votes on Supreme Court justices, a simple majority rather than 3/5. Now, this was actually a pretty big moment for McConnell, because he accurately predicted it back in 2013. Here's what he said back then.
Once again, Senate Democrats are threatening to break the rules of the Senate.
They're going to pay for it.
Break the rules of the Senate in order to change the rules of the Senate. And over what? Over what? Over a court that doesn't even have enough work to do? The majority leader promised, he promised, over and over again, that he wouldn't break the rules of the Senate in order to change them. If you want to play games, set yet another precedent that you'll no doubt come to regret. Say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, you'll regret this, and you may regret it a lot sooner than you think.
Okay, here's the 2013 landscape. McConnell was minority leader this time, Democrats controlled the Senate, and Harry Reid, the Democratic majority leader, had invoked the nuclear option for all court appointments except the Supreme Court. The Republicans opposed, with McConnell famously saying in that clip, they're going to regret it. And then in 2017, the Republicans leaned on the same logic to use the nuclear option for SCOTUS appointments as well. So far, it sounds like it could be construed as a justified tit-for-tat from the Republicans. But you've got to ask, why did the Democrats invoke the nuclear option in 2013 anyway?
Yeah, I was going to say, hold on. Was it for the same reason though? But he's going to, okay.
Were they just being evil, or was there a reason for it? Well, like I said in that Obama video I mentioned earlier, the Republicans had become unreasonably obstructive to even routine, normal government business to try and make Obama look bad. At the time of the nuclear option's use, the Republicans had held up 76 nominees by simply refusing to end the debate on their appointment. These aren't highly important political positions, like say a Supreme Court justice. These are just routine appointments that need to be filled for the government to properly function, and the Republicans weren't doing their job. 76 nominees by the start of Obama's 5th year is pretty high, by the way. The previous president, George Bush, had 53 nominees not go through for his entire 8 years, with 14 of them being voluntarily withdrawn by Bush, rather than hanging in no-vote limbo. Republicans at the time called the Bush obstructions unprecedented, inappropriate, and contributing to the electorate's negative views of Democrats. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe the Democrats obstructed Bush for no reason, so the Republicans obstructed Obama in retaliation, so the Democrats used the nuclear option to make non-SCOTUS judges get appointed easier, so the Republicans used the nuclear option to make SCOTUS judges appointed easier. I've had this argument with many right-wingers over the years, and this logic, the Democrats did it first, is always their go-to. Of course, I hope you've noticed that we've now shifted onto a parallel track from the question of, why did Republicans have to force Gorsuch through anyway? And the answer is because McConnell refused to hold a vote for him, which is not the same thing as making votes pass easier. But if you squint your eyes enough, they look kind of related, so whatever. The point is, the right thinks the Democrats started it, but did they? Did it actually start under Bush? Or can we go back even further? It turns out we can.
What are these bot comments? That's why they project constantly? What does that even mean?
Bill Clinton, a Democratic president, had 72 nominated not go through for his entire 8 years, held in limbo. This is a higher level of Republican obstruction than the Democrats did under Bush, despite Bush being significantly more unpopular than Clinton. Okay, can we go back further still? George H.W. Bush, Republican, 1 term in office, 56 nominations that were ignored by the Senate. Republicans back then have made the same claim that both sides made throughout all these cycles, that the other side was refusing to appoint because they wanted to win the next election and fill the spots themselves. Let's keep going. Ronald Reagan, 32 appointees ignored over 8 years. Jimmy Carter, 20 over 4 years. Okay, I'll just spoil this for you right now. You can keep going back, and the numbers generally keep getting smaller, meaning this has been a slowly escalating fight, going on longer than anyone currently on the planet's been alive. But there is one exception. Richard Nixon, the most corrupt Republican president, up until Trump anyway. He had a record-breaking number of his Supreme Court picks directly rejected by the Senate, even by members of his own party, because they were unqualified partisan ideologues. And the Senate back then understood they couldn't just let Nixon fill the court with sycophants. I should probably point out at this point that all of this is an exercise in futility ultimately. I personally don't think most Republicans actually care about who started it. Even if we looked back into history and found ironclad proof that the Republicans started this escalating cycle, they'd just find another reason to do what they want because it's all post hoc rationalization in the end. True. They're certainly not going to turn around and say, oh, well, I guess the Democrats were actually justified after all, and we really are the baddies. Here's what we can take away from all of this. Obstructionism regarding the appointment of nominees has been rising over time. Nixon was a uniquely bad, highly corrupt president who was obstructed at every turn. And that seems to be where things more or less begin. The amount of obstructionism under George H.W. Bush was quite high, Bill Clinton's was quite high, George W. Bush was a little bit less so, and then Obama's was quite high again. And please remember, I am generalizing here. Maybe it actually was good to obstruct some of these candidates, because they were shit. Looking into each one of these cases to see if they were justified or not is way above my pay grade. But also remember that until McConnell's unprecedented level of obstruction towards the Obama administration, this sort of thing was just not done to Supreme Court justices. All of Nixon's were directly voted down. They were never held in limbo until McConnell came along. That was a new boundary the Republicans crossed. So, all of this being said, considering that there is enough historical evidence of both parties acting badly, but also considering that the Republicans have acted way fucking worse within my lifetime, here is my proposal for the Supreme Court. The Democrats, next time they're in power, should expand it to 13 seats by passing legislation in Congress, just as has been done before, using the same justification, 1 seat per circuit. The Democrats are owed recompense for bad Republican actions,
my idea!
But we also want the cycle of revenge to stop. So, the makeup of this court should be 6 left-leaning, 6 right-leaning, and 1 independent, meaning when a hypothetical President Gavin Newsom is given 4 court seats to fill, he should appoint 3 partisan Democrats to balance out the 6 right-leaning justices, and then appoint somebody that by all accounts is politically centrist, as much as possible, to that tiebreaker seat. And here's my message to the Republicans who would scream and cry foul at this. Guess what? It's actually a more legitimate idea than what McConnell did to Obama. A hypothetical piece of legislation to actually implement this plan would need to be passed by the House and the Senate, and then signed into law by the President, as opposed to McConnell, who basically acted unilaterally, and not against the law, but certainly against all norms. Doing this would help solve the court's workload issues, it would rescue us from the insane partisan rulings coming out of the court right now, and it would compensate the Democrats for the utter bullshittery the Republicans put them through. That is the compromise option. The fuck you, Democrats should just win option is when you pack the court to be 26 seats, 2 per circuit, and just make them all Democrats, because fuck you. That would be an
How did the Republicans completely erasure from public consciousness that they are the ones who destroyed Congress under Obama and refused to pass anything? Because on the Republican side, hold on.
Incredible escalation, one that might be cathartic, but also one that I ultimately don't approve of. So, yeah, if we're talking about packing the court, it should stop being a Democratic wish list pipe dream that only exists to make Republicans afraid. The Democrats need to actually fucking do it.
Because on the Republican side, all you have are cheerleaders, so everything you do is justified. That's it. Any tool, any fight, anything, like the idea of them, I mean, just look at how Republicans act when they're caught lying, right? When Donald Trump, you know, how many times in the run up to the 2024 election, you know, is he like, Project 2025?
Oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
I don't know. They said this over and over and over again. And then after he's in office, he's like, oh yeah, that shit's fucking awesome. And I'm glad we're doing most of it. It's actually really good. And then I think it might have been Walsh? Or it might have been another Republican figure where on Twitter, people are like, oh, well, what about this? They lied about Project 2025. And they're like, that's just good politics, baby. And it's like, okay, I mean, they lied to you too, no? But it's like they don't care. It's all just team sports and every behavior is acceptable as long as it ends in a big, fat dub. As long as it ends in a big, fat dub, it doesn't matter. Because on their side, all they have are cheerleaders. Who's going to be critical of their side, right? The people on Fox News aren't going to be critical of Republicans. That's never happening. But then on the Democratic side, you've got infinite criticism, so, because we're so much better. Because we're better people, guys. Because we're better people. Better people. And a now deleted post, Daniel Cornyman exposed Eric Trump for asking him if any of the UFC White House fights were rigged. Probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light, however, I refuse to stay silent. The UFC is a sport that I am deeply passionate about. I will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. Hey, Daniel. I'm going to be attending UFC 250 tomorrow. Saw you were casting. Hope to see you there. Yo, Eric, didn't expect a DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family. Much love, brother. Anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got winning? Haha, I like to stay unbiased, but I love to watch Nickel fight. You placing any bets? Nah, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Are any of the fighters injured that you know of? I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape. I'll just cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopes fight, and I think an upset wouldn't be too unrealistic. The thing is that like my mind immediately oscillates between like two worlds, where on one hand it's like it's actually so unbelievably fucking corrupt and front and center that there's no way anybody would ever do this. But it's also like the Trump name and the Trump brand, and Trump and his ilk are exactly the kind of people that would do this. So like, I will say that the DMs from Trump were a bit weird. I do wonder if he got hacked and some hacker sent the DMs to DC. But DC's post was 100% was legit. Why would he even put that into the air? It was hacked. Man, fuck. I mean, it could. I mean, like, but that's also possible too. The problem is there's no standards of behavior on anything over here. So like, I mean, you could believe any story really, and I'd be like, yeah, makes sense. Really, like, yeah, makes sense. That's even worse that the president's son got hacked. I mean, that would be a story in and of itself for if it was a Democrat. So, I mean, I agree. That would also be pretty crazy. But, like, bro, I don't know. What do you want me to say? It literally could be anything. Who the fuck knows? Thunder. Thunder. But now you're not sure, so you don't care either way, although both are scandalous. Propaganda achieved. True! Welcome to Propaganda World. Oh, come on. Why didn't I cast that? I didn't mean to cast that. Watch the Obama video? What's the Obama video about? About Obama, basically. 2 hours. I'm good. Nice try, though. I could also see Eric saying that he was hacked, not realizing that that excuse would suck. I mean, at the end of the day, the only way we'd really know is if X were to release, like, the IPs logged into the account or whatever the fuck, so...
Like you couldn't make The Office today. I think that would be too hard to be as politically incorrect as the show was. I think there has been a bias in the media towards more what we'd call liberal.
Well, this is a troll video. This is actually hilarious because he's trolling right now as Dwight or something. First of all, didn't The Office come out around like peak woke? The Office final season release, was it in the 2010s or was it before that? The 9th and final season aired in 2012. Okay. So a little earlier than that. What joke in The Office wouldn't work today? Or even like a few years ago? Really?
Liberal policies. They're willing to towards more what we'd call liberal policies. They're willing to overlook the Plattner Nazi tattoo, but if it was someone from the other side that had a tattoo that was questionable, they would be all over MSNBC about it. So it's the hypocrisy that gets me the most. It's the hypocrisy of like both sides need to have kind of equal standards of behavior. I do feel like you couldn't make The Office today. I think that would be too.
What about what Donald Trump tweets on a daily basis? Hello? Like, when did It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? When were those episodes being released? Those were coming out in like 2010s, right? Or what about, it's still airing? Watch it, please. I don't want to watch a 2-hour video on Obama. Or Curb Your Enthusiasm. This can't be, wait, is there like a longer interview that this is taken from? No shot, bro. Why? No, why? Why not just not have an opinion about anything in politics? Oh my God.
David, back on set, please.
Keep practicing. Beautiful.
Lenovo AI helps you do a lot. Like a lot.
Wow. Lenovo AI. Hell yeah. That's what the fuck I need.
I feel like there was a period of time when it was really hard to kind of joke about anything. And that's kind of shifted back now a little bit. And I do feel like you couldn't make The Office today. I think that would be too hard to be as politically incorrect as the show was. And I do kind of miss that. But, you know, I'm not really in the comedy world. I'm just an actor. I'm not really in the stand-up world. And, you know, I don't really... There was a lot of outcry from comedians saying, oh, we can't tell jokes anymore. And it's like, I think you can. You just have to make them a little smarter. The episode from season 1, you know, about race, Diversity Day, the whole point of The Office is that Michael Scott is a boob and completely lacks self-awareness and is going to just say whatever comes to the top of his head without thinking about his own station or what anyone else feels. And Dwight is right there with him. So we milked that for a lot of great, really inappropriate stuff.
Kind of, but I feel like, and to be fair, I feel like the show was a little inconsistent on this at times, but the main underlying goal, I don't even know why I'm doing this, and this guy should know this, the main underlying thing about Mike was that at the end of the day, is that he was trying to be a good guy, right? Like, he did care about his company, he cared about his people, and he was a boob, he was kind of dumb, but he wasn't like actually racist or evil or not, maybe in a stupid way or whatever. And I feel like that's kind of an important aspect of his character. Like, this wouldn't air.
You know what?
I'm trying to think. This show is nowhere near that edgy. Of all like the edgy shows, well,
You know what? This is a color-free zone here. Stanley, I don't look at you as another race.
See, this is what I'm talking about. We don't have to pretend that we're colorblind.
Exactly.
That's fighting ignorance with more ignorance.
Tolerance.
No, with more ignorance. Right, exactly. Instead, we need to celebrate our diversity.
Let's
okay?
celebrate.
Right. Okay.
Celebrate good times. Come on! Let's celebrate diversity, right?
Yes, exactly. Now, here's what we're going to do. I've noticed that...
you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Why don't we go around and...
Wait! Did I miss gifted kick subs? D Pokey, Benji Boy 318, both gifted 5 kick subs. Thank you, I love you very much. And AJ gifted 2, I think a while ago. Thank you.
Everybody say a race that you are attracted to sexually. I will go last. Go.
I have 2.
Nice.
White and Indian.
Actually, I'd prefer not to start that way. Michael, I would love to have your permission to run this session. Can I have your permission?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And it would also help me if you were seated.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Now, at the start of the session, I'll have you write down an incident that you found offensive in the workplace. Now, what I'm going to do is choose one, and we're going to act it out.
A few other ground rules, just
Hey,
real quick.
hey, why don't you run it by me and I'll run it by him?
Okay. Can we steer away from gay people? I'm sorry, it's an orientation, it's not a race. Plus, a lot of other races are also intolerant of gays, so paradox.
Well, we only have an hour.
Okay,
Well,
why don't we
good.
just
You'll
defer?
save time.
Why don't we just defer
No
to
gays.
Mr.
Mr. Brown.
Oh, all right. Okay, first test. I will not call you that.
Well, it's my name. It's not a test. Okay? So, looking through the cards, I've noticed that many of you wrote down the same incident, which is ironic because it's the exact incident I was brought in here to respond to. Now, how many of you are familiar with the Chris Rock routine?
Oh, no.
Very
Don't
good.
do it.
Okay.
I don't remember this episode. It's been a
How
long time.
come Chris Rock can do a routine and everybody finds it hilarious and groundbreaking, and then I go and do the exact same routine, same comedic timing, and people file a complaint to corporate? Is it because I'm white and Chris is black?
So, we're going to reenact this with a more positive outcome.
I will play the Chris Rock guy. I would like to see someone else pull this off.
Well, let's have someone who wasn't involved do the reenactment.
Okay, I will play guy listening.
Great. Guy listening. Okay, anyone else remember?
I remember.
Great. You're the Chris Rock guy, and you're a guy listening.
Okay. Kevin is a great guy. He's a great accountant. He is not much of an entertainer.
Basically, there are two types of black people. And black people are actually more racist because they hate the other type of black people. See, every time the one type wants to have a good time, then the other type comes in and makes a real mess.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He doesn't actually say it, does he?
Could you just let me? Every time black people want to have a good time, some ignorant ass. I take care of my kids.
Wait.
Is always want credit for something they're supposed to do.
Stop it!
What you want, a cookie?
I don't believe this. Although I guess I don't watch any modern TV, so maybe my opinion doesn't even count. But in the day of Euphoria, we wouldn't be able to get away. Or I guess Euphoria. Actually, I don't even know what station that's from.
But even with the fact that painting that character as just an idiot, I don't think you could get away with it today. I don't think there's been very many good comedies
HBO.
that have come out in the last 10 or 15 years.
Damn!
I wish we could find a way to make good comedy again.
In the last 10 or 15 years? Does that include... I don't know the years for anything. Oh my god, I just don't watch TV. Does that include It's Always Sunny and Curb Your Enthusiasm? And maybe it means new ones, or...
Has there traditionally been a bias in the media? Yeah, I think there has been a bias in the media towards more what we call liberal policies. But at the same time, there's hypocrisies on both sides. Plattner from Maine has this tattoo. They say it's a Nazi tattoo. The political right is all up in arms about it. That, oh, he's a racist, see. But they won't look at their own side when people show racist tendencies or say racist things. And it's the same on the left. They're willing to overlook.
Excuse me. Plattner, in all of his retardation, having some retarded fuck Nazi tattoo 20 years ago is not the same as Trump saying he doesn't want people from shithole countries and canceling the asylum status of every single fucking group of people on the planet except for white South Africans. This is not even remotely the fucking same. But okay, Chief.
The Plattner Nazi tattoo, but if it was someone from the other side that had a tattoo that was questionable, they would be all over MSNBC about it. So it's the hypocrisy that gets me the most. It's the hypocrisy of like, both sides need to have kind of equal standards of behavior. You can't get only outraged at the sexual proclivities of people in the other party. The partisan divide and toxic partisanship and corruption in partisanship is something that the American people are very passionate about. So this isn't some kind of like, oh, that might be a good idea, like, let's sing Kumbaya and hold hands. This is like, the people want this fixed. There is an outcry from people. They want it fixed. So if the politicians are smart, they're going to listen to the people.
What am I supposed to
on this. And to a certain subset of
I'm
both
supposed to do
sides,
something. Fuck.
kind of vitriol and outrage.
It's both
is gonna
sides.
Play really well.
True.
92% of Americans believe in God or a higher power.
God damn, is there really that many of it? 92%, guys? Really? America? Really?
And 85% have some kind of spiritual practice. There's not any topic that has more commonality and mutuality than spiritual ideas. But we've been kind of flummoxed into a corner of saying like, oh, these secular leftists are godless communists, and these right-wingers are Christian nationalists, and so the ideas around spirituality have kind of been weaponized.
How do I go up this?
The national discussion, but actually, the two sides have more in common than you would think.
Than you would think. Can I like use my little star thing and go up there? Nope. Hello, am I just fucking retarded?
Ever wish you can get all of this real fruit and antioxidants in an easy, ready-to-go way? That's
okay. Holy slop. That's a new game plus zone. What? What? Why does it keep saying you're up? Okay, let's try the guy with a gun. JCS? Isn't he gone? Why does he keep looking there? What am I supposed to do? Hold on. Fuentes says Trump is senile. Yeah, everybody can see that. Except for all conservatives, which live in an eternal state of fucking delusion. Okay. Am I just too retarded? I just am never gonna... How am I supposed to close it? Not that way, I guess. Okay. This thing? It keeps looking at the thing. I'm supposed to do something about this. Stop! Oh my... Oh, she just jumps it automatically! Okay, well, now that we've killed 7 trillion fucking enemies, Jesus Christ. This is what Always Sunny was doing in 2017.
What's going on with you? Are you limping? No, I've just been working out on this new exercise bike I got. My glutes are like so sore. Yeah?
Oh, howdy. It's very windy today, isn't it?
Oh, man, look at this. Dog shit. Did you just step in that on purpose? Oh, no, I just, I didn't really see it. You pointed it out to me! Since when do you read?
Nothing. No. Books are stupid. I don't. I was just gonna.
It wasn't like I didn't time it out. I mean, why would I do that? I have no idea. Why are you still standing in it? It was just an accident, man. People step in dog shit accidentally all the time. Is that a lottery scratcher?
Sometimes it's in, sometimes it's out.
Are those mirrors?
No.
You creep.
Jesus.
Look out, faggot!
What year is this? (2017).
Holy shit!
God! Are you okay?
Oh. Hey, Frank! What the hell was that?
What? I saved your life.
But you called me the F word.
So what? I'm a hero.
You used a slur, dude. That's like a hate crime. Yeah, that's hateful speech,
really
man.
can't.
He saved his life.
You really
yeah,
can't.
You can't say that word anymore.
So which is it?
Okay. Two girls kissing. Am I allowed to click this? Hassan, why did you have a trusted linker flare? Why?
Listening to Iran news and
Oh my God, Hassan heard me say the audience doesn't get the message and the audience is being too harsh. Uh-oh. Good job, Hassan. Coach them harder.
I'm sitting here listening to Iran news and Charlie's talking about me. Is this new chat help? Ian watches these. I don't. No, this is the second video. He did the first video. I didn't think he gave a fair shake to the situation. I chalked it up to him not being super in tune with what's going on. I even said if Moist knew the extent of the harassment campaigns conducted by Ethan Klein against Ian and Anissa.
What do I do now?
He would have a different attitude.
Do I just fight the boss?
Or if he knew about the actual timeline of events in terms of like when Ethan started attacking content creators and how he started attacking content creators.
Yes. Oh.
That he would probably have a different attitude. Or even if he knew more about the harassment campaigns altogether.
Like I said, friends sending it to me, or when I do stream, which isn't daily, I'm a semi-retired streamer, but when I do stream...
Look, I think we got to be tactical here.
Why is Tifa stuck
And
there?
tactically speaking, if we're being super fucking straightforward about this...
Yeah, guys.
You got to think about the utility.
Exactly. Of being super
the
mean to
utility
him.
of
It's not good.
assuming that Moist Critical is perfectly knowledgeable about the lawsuits. Whether that's the case or not doesn't matter. Okay?
Critical support.
He was always knowledgeable about the lawsuits, and he was like
See?
personally not saying things about it. I don't know if there's a lot of utility in bringing that to the forefront, rather than being like, hey, this video was great, and there's a lot more information out there. You know, if you take a look at it, I think you would have a different perspective. Because I do think that it sided, perhaps, or gave far too much charitability to the party that is engaging in frivolous litigation. But I think it's, it's better to just be like, hey, I'm not going to immediately assume that you're being cynical here and trying to maintain like a centrist position against a lot of content creators that are considered. What? Hassan, why are you trying to kill more Pegasus? And I say this as someone who has been on the receiving end of
so much hate. Oh my God.
Moist Critical's commentary.
Oh, yeah.
That I found to be
unsavory,
not so nuanced, right? I mean, he very quickly did the Kayagate video. He's one of the first to do the Kayagate video, and I'm still saying that. I mean, Ethan Klein is a menace. Ethan Klein is not only a menace about frivolous litigation, he has a lot of money and he's wasting it in an effort to destroy his enemies, right? In an effort to bury them under costly paperwork. That's number one. Number two, Ethan Klein has done everything that he claims is being done to him, and far worse, to numerous content creators.
He's called CPS so
He is
many
vicious.
times.
He's ruthless. He's a bully. He never shies away from bullying content creators. He does it all the time. He does it like a sport, and his community certainly revels in that. His community loves it. They participate in the fun of it all. So what he claims is snark subreddits or whatever. His community is a snark subreddit. If you had this much smoke for a DMCA takedown, should ruin your reputation forever. Then people were fair to ask where the smoke was for an actual lawsuit trying to restrict fair use. Now he doesn't know. Does he still agree with that? No, I don't think he does.
Guys,
and I do
be
think
nice
that
to
he's
him.
being nicer to Ethan Klein. then he should be.
Yeah.
I think he's being, in an effort to maintain a fair position, while simultaneously not siding too much with unfavorable parties. Because let's be real, in the spaces that Moist Critical occupies, in the spaces that we all occupy, we are the minority position. In the real world, we're not the minority position, but on the internet, the drama and the slop tuber adjacent spaces, we are not the norm. Our worldview is actively undermined. Our worldview is actively under attack. And I do think that that reflects on who, not just Charlie, but who everyone else hears from as well. I see this as baby steps moving in the right direction. Perhaps I'm too optimistic, but even the brief coverage afforded to it, while many might consider too little too late, is a step in the right direction that things are actually shifting.
Correct.
The
So
reason
reward
why I
him,
say
guys.
this
Yes.
is because
things are shifting.
For the last 3 years, there
I've had
wasn't
no
a real
friends.
peak from not only Charlie, but the overwhelming majority of the commentary YouTube community was actively in support of Ethan's lawsuits, regardless of the fact that they were very obviously frivolous on its face.
Lay a trap for specific content creators that he doesn't like due to the commentary that they actually deployed on this video. And he doesn't like their political perspective.
He really likes that word
and that's
now. Deployed.
literally the reason why he was, launching this suit against them, as opposed to XQC and Asmongold and numerous other people that actually watched the content nuke themselves and didn't offer like anything extravagant as far as reactions goes in comparison to like Morgan or Denims or even Caseytron. And Caseytron was the only person that was able to, I guess, fundraise enough to be able to continue this lawsuit, and instead of like getting a default judgment or potentially conceding like Caseytron did. And Denims, I'm glad she pursued it because of that pursuit, we found out that Ethan's own legal claims that his lawyer made were used against him in the default judgment. In the default judgment that came out, sorry. He meant Denim's, not Casey, it's sorry. Oh, sorry. Yes.
So to me, that illustrates that maybe these lawsuits aren't coming from a genuine place of trying to enforce real fair use and are potentially just coming from a place of revenge. Now, I don't know the intricacies of everyone.
I don't know why he always like qualifies it. 100% that is the case.
They're just bad guys,
Like,
Charlie. Stop
This
qualifying.
is what I mean. You
They're
don't have
bad.
to qualify it this hard.
Yeah,
I mean, look,
they're bad
it's
people.
your show, and
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
Cloud, hi.
I'm not implying anything, but it's just like
Yeah,
it
guys,
is
no
confusing to me.
implications. Careful.
Why there is this layer of qualification every time where it's like, well, I kind of feels to me like Ethan Klein is maybe engaging in an act of revenge, petty vengeance. Yeah, I mean, you're right. He is. That is what he's doing, and it's not a real lawsuit. There was no real harm done, and it's very obvious. And not only that, but Ethan has also like gotten away with it, as you also correctly called out, because nobody wants to defend the people that he was seeking to punish. There are not a lot of allies, not for the rest of the normies or anything like that, but there are not a lot of allies in the commentary sphere for female content creators in particular. Let's be real.
Oh,
okay?
female Muslim, same Muslim ones.
And some of these female content creators are also very outspoken, so that's 2 strikes.
Israel
and
Islamophobia. Come on.
They were outspoken on an issue that is
Israel Islamophobia.
Considered a no-touch issue like Israel, so that's 3 strikes and you're out.
God, he's such a fucking loser. He's so predictable, but that's okay. That's what they want.
Can you say,
Well, what are you going to do, guys? What do you want him to say? It's bad. I still think my favorite thing of all of the fucking memes related to everything is the fact that Hassan couldn't be fucked to donate or help a single one of the people out with even just like a little 10K, a little whatever, just toss them a little bit of help anywhere. Not a single shred of help. And then how many times has this guy said, oh, guys, if I'm donating to people, like, that's behind the scenes. Like, you guys will never hear about that because I do that on the DL. Actual fucking loser. Son donated their fund. Couldn't Ethan like get him involved in those suits? Is that a thing? Just for contributing money? I doubt it. More than anything else, nah. I'm gonna say nah on that one. But that's just a guess. What do I know? You seen the newish Nuremberg movie? Nope. I've seen your mom though. We need more court drama. I can't help you. I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know when. Okay? I don't know. What do you want me to say? It was end of last month, beginning of this month. So tomorrow. The 15th still counts as the beginning. All right? How many chapters are there in this? 14! I think there's 17 or 18. Oh my god. Why are there absolutely no timelines? Welcome to America. Uh-oh.
Fuck you, Jerry Seinfeld.
Wow. Ooh, she's getting him.
Support the genocide of babies in Gaza. Only you. Free Palestine.
Damn.
Fuck you, Jerry Seinfeld. You support the genocide of Palestinian children.
Okay, King.
You rabid fucking dog. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Sorry, New York Knicks is winning, guys.
I know. But children in Gaza.
Oh no! She's one of the huzzah! No! I heard it at the end.
The SAVE Act is so vitally important. What we
Jesus.
want to make sure is that every vote actually counts, that we're not having games like you might see in sanctuary cities. I'm not saying they are, I'm just saying, but why wouldn't we want to make sure that it's safe? People say that the Democrats always want to throw out the Constitution all the time.
Shut the
well,
fuck
great,
up.
let's throw out the Constitution. It's very clear that, not throw it out, but throw it out as an argument. But, sorry,
okay.
I'm glad you had that look on your face.
That did make me raise an eyebrow.
I know.
Yes.
I meant throw out the Constitution as an excuse.
Good one.
Is say that if we're going to actually live up to the Constitution, which is what we all swore to uphold, then one thing that is vital that we can't argue about is the only people that should be voting in federal elections are true American citizens.
Wow.
That is clear. And so what the president is doing and what we're wanting to do is make sure that those individuals are the only ones voting, which is why the SAVE Act is so vitally
Am I supposed to talk to this guy?
What
Fuck
we
about
want
it,
to
babe.
make sure is that every vote actually counts, that we're not having games.
Loser. Didn't get Aerith. Wait, am I supposed to? No, shut the fuck up. The UFC fight shit show will be canceled. Tonight? Was it supposed to be tonight? Large hail, damaging winds, and bug swarms. Bro, motherfucker's getting the plagues called on his fucking shit. Oh no. Sheesh. Jesus. Any chance you would go on a peers panel soon? I don't know. May do something. I'm taking a max number of steps with it set. What will it do? Well, let's find out. Fuck it. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Okay, whatever. Get me out of here. Did you go over the Laura Loomer Tulsi Gabbard tweet? Yeah, what do you want me to say? That's some wacky shit, bro. Oliver Tree just died in a helicopter accident in Brazil 1 hour ago. Are you sure it wasn't like 5 hours ago? Eric Trump was not trying to rig fights. He got his account hacked, okay? That wasn't him. We all know that a Trump would never engage in that kind of behavior. Stop. Has Will Smith been in any movies? Been in any movie since the Chris Rock incident? The fight is delayed. Rip. 1. Where the fuck are these stupid fucking kids at? They're here, aren't they? Oh. Nope. In their hiding spot. I don't know where the fuck they're hiding. Maybe north? How is a 60-day ceasefire a peace deal? Bro, definitely, trust me, it is a peace deal. Okay, my chat spammed it for 30 fucking minutes. You can just leave this there and go, well, I want to buy the books. There's like skill books I'm supposed to buy from these motherfuckers. And I've got the medals for it now. Oh my god, who cares?
It's called.
Here's Hassan finding out from Twitter on his stream that the event he'd be speaking at was canceled. Insane story here. Venues and vendors pull access to all services and spaces on the day of a Hassan rally for progressive candidates. Oh no. Ugh, I hate even making that noise. Ah, that's gross. Fuck. I shouldn't have tried to emulate.
Bro doesn't know his...
Bro, these fucking outfits. My god,
plans are gone?
Me. Oh my
okay,
god,
I just
kill me.
texted some people to see what the fuck is up.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? At least play a video for us, Hassan.
What capital protest? What is or isn't it happening at Ogden? And is it a protest? I don't know, bro. Just check the Insta links. They keep chat keeps linking you. What the fuck is this? When did this get posted?
Class to silence us. The Ogden, RealWorks, the Stanley Marketplace, all of them canceled our contracts at the last minute.
What?
All because we're calling for Medicare for all, for housing first, for universal childcare. They are so goddamn scared. So you know what? We're taking this to the people's house. Join us at the Capitol at 4 p.m.
You can lock us out of the buildings, but you can't stop us from building this movement.
What
the people's voices
fuck?
must be heard. Together, let's take our power back.
Bro, this just happened 20 minutes ago.
Bro.
What the fuck?
What?
Yo, what the fuck?
Okay. Kids
Dude.
in Sector 5, location.
So we moved, they moved venues over and over again. I just accepted the collaboration post. What the fuck? I didn't realize this was happening.
What?
Welcome to Denver? Dude, that's so fucking lame. Yo.
Yo.
AEG has a monopoly on all Denver venues. Look up who owns them. Live Nation blacklisted us. Wait, what?
This stupid fucking...
Welcome to Denver, baby. Yeah, but
outfit.
Denver's supposed to be fucking woke. What the hell? I thought Colorado was like run by the wokes. Why are they all canceling? I think part of it is because I'm appearing.
Colorado.
God damn, dude.
God
This shit
damn.
is so ass. Like, oh god,
Man,
it's so fucking.
it's got to be so horrible getting canceled and like blacklisted and kicked out. God, I'm mad for Hassan. That's got to be so difficult to deal with. Holy shit! Imagine if they start going after the money he's making. Imagine his revenue. Whew, God, it's a rough life having a platform exclusively handed to you by the CEO, so you don't ever have to deal with like real pushback or any kind of actual competition. God, that's so rough, dude. Fuck, I'm so mad right now for him.
Nasty.
Ugh.
Nah, it ain't woke. It's lipped up.
Oh, it's not woke. It's libs. True.
It's just.
It's so fucked up, guys.
That is whack as hell, dude. That actually is whack as hell. Denver itself is blue. I mean, dude, they're saying no to our money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, what the hell is this?
What? It's money. Capitalists should just want infinite money for anything. Nobody can ever have any other problems, I thought, right?
Wokes have no power, man. There can be woke people, but they're not controlling shit. No, man. Listen, they got the fucking moneyed interest, okay? They got the moneyed interest, but it doesn't matter. We have the people.
The people.
Someone fill me in. Why is this on Piz right now? Because I just found out. There were like venue changes because I thought it was because like, people were showing a lot of interest, and there were numerous venue changes. And the last venue that we arrived at, they canceled last second.
Okay, the mysterious Mughal merchant. Oh, wait, it's here. Fuck.
And Julie also dropped out. Senator Julie Gonzalez's statement. Today, I'm deciding to no longer participate in the rally. The Assan Piker had no fault of the event organizers multiple venues who canceled the 11th hour, and I have been told it was a violation of the venue contracts. I appreciate Assan Piker, Malak Rose, and Justin Pearson, and Representative Donna McKinney for inviting us to engage. In my remarks today, I plan to speak about the toll that crisis after crisis, outrage after outrage, and the trauma after trauma inflicts on Coloradans, while both Democratic establishment and MAGA extremists either take voters like us for granted or even worse, fail to take our pain into consideration at all.
Uh-oh.
I'm hearing from Colorado voters livid and exhausted about our policies of broken healthcare system and ICE, thugs, the genocide in Gaza, the climate crisis, forever wars, lawlessness, and corruption.
He's wearing the Stalin tunic. Bro, nah. This doesn't even look remotely similar. Nah. Fucking loser.
Corporations surveilling and monetizing our every move. Colorado voters are rightly outraged by about our tax dollars being used to tear down institutions and values we hold dear. While working class voters are working harder than ever just to survive and afford the basics. However, instead of holding the billionaires and the corporations that control the account, increasingly we're seeing the classic divide and conquer strategy that leaves us all less safe. Too many of us are all too familiar with the alarming rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Arab hate in Colorado, in the United States, and across the globe, which leaves many feeling like they do not have a home within our movement for safety, self-determination, and peace. As an organizer who has committed my life to fight for racial and economic justice, I know that there's nothing more powerful than standing in solidarity with our neighbors and allies, not only when it's easy, but especially when it's hard. Through collective action, we must address the crises of our time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm huge L for this. She'll get a lot of coverage because it was canceled like 3 times. She's missing so many eyes on the campaign. Yeah. I think the protest is the right decision because it will get media attention too. I mean, who knows?
Who knows?
I tried to coordinate with having it at the University of Denver, but they wouldn't take us. What is the fear?
Yeah, guys.
What is the fear that these people have?
What's going to happen?
Like, are all of these institutions at the end of the day going to cave and capitulate to Trumpism, to MAGA fascism? Are liberal institutions going to do the same?
True. Acting like this. Oh my God, he's such a fucking loser.
Thing? Is that what it is? Are we living in a planet now where these guys, instead of fighting back against these right-wing forces, these reactionary forces, no matter where they're coming from, they're going to turn around and say, sorry, we're going to do everything we can in our power to disrupt your free speech, to...
Yeah, he's just anti-Trump, guys.
Is that a surprise? You know the history?
You know the history. Liberals give way to fascists. That's right.
What?
True. Why does he say reactionary every other
no,
sentence?
This is big business owners capitulating to...
Commie signaling.
These are big business owners that are capitulating to at a time when there's unprecedented amounts of attacks on free speech. These are big business owners that seemingly are supposed to be apolitical or liberal adjacent, turning around and leaning into the right-wing smears.
Yes, reactionary. They're actively being reactionary to him. To myself,
and
not
chatters
to him,
who
not
say,
to me,
there's no
to
such thing as
myself.
free speech, brother, it's time to learn it. Like, I understand that. But if there is this principle that we are supposed to maintain, and there's constitutional protection around this, then yeah, it's totally
crazy,
preposterous to try
guys.
and do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it has been happening more frequently with my appearances, as you guys know. In Stanford, they did the same thing when SJP invited me to speak on campus. They literally canceled the venue that we had sold out last second. It was a 1,500 person venue. They sold out it was sold out, and they changed the venue to a much smaller venue last second. They did that in Stanford as well. I still went and I still spoke because I think it's important to do this sort of thing. But it is actually like this kind of disruption does not happen to right wingers, man. This kind of disruption, regardless of the amount of pushback that they.
Right-wingers dealt with so much of this 10 years ago, bro. You're such a fucking loser. Oh, my God.
Receive from actual student groups and actual protesters and actual organizers. Schools never do this kind of thing. Venues never do this kind of thing for Ben Shapiro. They never do this kind of thing for Charlie Kirk. It only goes in one direction.
Oh my God.
I find that very odd. I find that very strange.
Like, how crazy do you have to be like, stuff like this doesn't happen to like Charlie Kirk. He never got any pushback. Like, Lil Bro got assassinated. Holy shit. Lil Bro got murked. We have verbs now that we use in the United States of America to describe people getting assassinated as a result of his killing. Charlie Kirk never had to deal with this shit. He's dead. That guy got killed, bro.
Yeah, like Milo Yiannopoulos, like people who are rabble-rousers and firebrands.
Milo got banned from like 30 different countries, kicked out of how many fucking colleges, and is so fucking canceled. Literally nobody in the entire political world wants to have anything to fucking do with except for sometimes Kanye West when he's off his meds. What are you talking about? His audience is so politically retarded. They don't know anything about what's going on. Even in the online political world, they don't know anything. That's crazy. I can understand maybe being too online and not knowing real politics, but not even in the online political world, they have no idea what's going on. What the fuck?
But spew hateful rhetoric on purpose. Those people never got their venues canceled.
Like, what are you talking about? These are like some of the biggest political... Maybe he just didn't know because Lil Bro was too busy talking about raping women and hating fucking trans people on frat bro tips or whatever. Well, he was part of his rape frat and going to fucking brothels or whatever and bragging about it. What is he talking about? It's like this is the most retarded political anything. I don't even want to call it analysis. Jesus. Where am I supposed to go? Walmart.
There was never an instance where these venues were canceled. And
oh my, bro, like, just kill me. Whatever, bro. The reason why he probably doesn't know is he wasn't there because I was the one in the trenches fighting at this time. I was the one who was debating all these people, who was paving out a pathway for Lil Hassan to come in and waddle his fat fucking gross Turkish ass up into the area that I had carved so that he could work politically unimpeded by the chuds that I had slain. But that's okay.
What's better yet, here's what's interesting about this, okay? Here's what's interesting about this.
What?
There wasn't even any, like, real protests. No one was like, oh my God, Hassan's coming to Denver. I protest that. It's just phone calls. It's just shady backroom deals. That's what makes it even crazier. Because it's not like there are a lot of people. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of people who were excited to participate in this event. There were a lot of people who were excited to participate in this event. And instead...
Don't talk to me, little girl. I don't care.
Although there was no, like, real grassroots mobilization, real pushback whatsoever, these venues have, due to, I guess, pressure from big donors, pressure from the Trump administration, potentially, pressure from establishment Democrats that didn't want this event to take place.
Establishment Dems.
Turned around and canceled their contracts last minute.
Does he even know who was involved in this? Literally.
It's actually shocking.
But that's actually kind of base to just make shit up. Base. I respect it. Lie. That's all MLS do.
Live Nation Entertainment. Live Nation Entertainment leans blue, technically.
Technically.
With their donations. It's establishment Dems. There's a lot of dark money here. It's AEG, not Live Nation.
Yeah. Where's the Israel APAC shit coming from? That's what we need to know now. Please.
It's Enschutz.
Enschutz? What the fuck is that? Hello? New racial insult? Adds to the tier list?
They're running scared because the entire DSA Colorado slate is surging and they're desperate to stop it.
True.
Just...
Damn, I do. I feel bad for him, though. That's rough.
What a sad state of affairs, man.
That's rough. Jeez. God.
Enschutz is a mega GOP donor, dog.
Ooh.
With his disciple. He's a disciple of a guy named Hassan Piker. And American hate.
It's so funny to show this. First of all, what a ridiculous thing to say.
As he sits at his stupid fucking commie outfit. God, he's such a fucking loser.
Hassan Piker, an American-hating, Israel-hating, Hamas-loving podcaster who's got millions of followers. So what's happening right now in this primary season with Democrats, to me, is astounding. He hangs with a...
Don't worry, Hassan's on the phone. He's getting this solved. He's texting Dan Clinton. Dude, Dan?
What the fuck?
I need you to fix this for me, Dan!
Is Abdul even a socialist? He's not. He's not. Ever since you started campaigning with and rallying with insurgent candidates, especially winning ones, the attacks have ramped up significantly.
Insurgent?
Yeah. I wish I had. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I wish I had more. I wish I had more allies amongst liberals.
Actual degenerate fuck! He's an actual degenerate fuck, and the fact that there are still lib cucks out there that give him the fucking benefit of the doubt drives me crazy. Oh my god. It actually drives me insane how much of a duplicitous backsnapping fucking snake this piece of shit is. Holy fuck. He's so subhuman. He's so subhuman.
Kind of wild. It's kind of wild that like they're genuinely taking advantage of the Republican attacks, the reactionary attacks against the left flank. Not like, you know, not the heart of the established Democrats. Obviously, they understand this as a threat to their power, because they don't want to stop doing business as usual.
Here's my thing, okay? I would say that we should just come together and support him more, but the problem is that he was on Twitch. He knows that on Twitch there's a lot of children. He was mass soliciting nudes from his audience. Undoubtedly, some of the people that sent him nudes were underage, and he was showing that off to friends around him. That's just beyond the pale to me. That's just disgusting, sexually abhorrent behavior. I don't know. I don't know how anybody can get behind that. That's crazy to me, you know?
Politics. I mean, you shit talk them all the time. No, I'm not talking about like fucking establishment Democrats.
True! Who is that? Oh, and it's a girly evil account. Uh-oh. True.
Because I'm not talking about like...
I'm not talking about any lib that you might be thinking of. I'm talking about like the magical other libs that you have no idea who I'm talking about.
I don't know. I'm not talking about like Hakeem Jeffries, okay? I'm talking about the actual liberal institutions, liberal voters, like people who self-identify as...
I'm not talking about Hakim Jefferson? I don't know who the fuck that is. I mean like the institutions. Like who would be the big players in like the institutions? Like the speaker minority position of maybe the House of what is stupid? What is he even? What is it? What does that mean? I don't mean losers like Hakeem Jeffries. I mean like people that are part of the Democratic. Like who is Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer if not like the Democratic establishment? What the fuck is he even talking about? Examples, please.
Liberal.
I mean liberal. Let me see. Is that Coke? Woo. Is he sipping Coke?
I saw this video yesterday. Listen to this.
Oh yeah. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan, at least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No soda. I didn't know it was like that.
I'm trying to stop it.
Shutting down the mental.
He's so cool, dude. He's so unbothered. Because at the end of the day, this is all of his politics behind the scenes. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this, obviously. That's why he pours it in a glass first. Good job. King.
I don't think these guys understand.
No, we don't. Please tell us how serious it is. Oh, please. Oh my God. Can you please lecture libs on how serious it is right now? They're not just after you. What's the saying? Fuck, what is it? Like, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. Please give me that speech right now, you chud fuck.
Hate Israel. I'm not the reason why people hate capitalism. People hate capitalism because they live in it.
Yeah, I'm just the messenger,
and they're desperate for a change. People hate Israel because they saw what Israel did. With our tax dollars. And they want that to change.
True. Anything else, Mars?
So it's not like this is going to go away.
Yeah. It's just going to get bigger and louder. Yeah.
But what I mean is this.
What?
If any Republican went through this process, if any Republican commentator, no matter how right-wing they are, had a similar process like this, the entirety of the media apparatus would make a fuss over it. The entire Republican media apparatus would be up in arms saying, see, the liberals hate free speech. They're doing it again.
Yeah, we've definitely never had that happen in our U.S. political college tour thing where conservatives have complained about getting canceled from events and saying that liberals hate free speech. That's definitely never been a thing in the United States of America. That very true. Astute analysis there, Hassan Piker. That's never been a thing that conservatives have complained about literally for fucking ever. Gee, or we don't have to go that far back. We can just go through the whole COVID period where they were complaining about getting canceled and censored and banned from all the platforms. The most annoying thing is that this guy still hasn't even like had anything actually bad happen to him. This guy has never been banned or demonetized from a single fucking platform in his entire life, and he's crying this much.
We don't have a similar system. That's what I'm talking about. Even if it's like beneficial, there are moments where you bury the hatchet. Okay. Even if there is like factional infighting.
Oh yeah,
amongst the left and the liberals.
Yeah,
this is an instance where you bury the hatchet to fight back against the Republican forces that we are supposedly aligned in combating. Okay, that's how it works. Republicans understand that, and they let bygones be bygones all the time.
Wow.
They put their differences aside when it comes down to combating liberalism, leftism, and all manner of progress.
This guy is literally in a costume. Kill me, bro. Oh my god, my country. What's happening in my country and my country's politics? True.
Is it, what is this? Your increased vocalizations at the beginning of the media attacks have skyrocketed your popularity. They're scared of your speech. They're cornered down. They lash out with attacks on free speech. Money interest is scared of you.
True, bro.
This sucks, man. Also, I had a speech. Now I gotta write a new one. How the fuck am I gonna write a new speech? I'm just gonna freestyle. Is Hassan aware of candidates getting kicked out of the rally? Which candidates? No candidate's been kicked out of the rally. From what I understand, Julie dropped out because she didn't want to do a protest, like outdoor protest thing, and that's it. God damn it, dude. So fucking annoying. Anyway, apparently Haley Stevens is also coming after me, and Abdullah Sayed.
Oh no.
So Craig Mauger, Craig Mauger on UM charges. So University of Michigan. There was an incident at University of Michigan with pro-Palestinian protesters. Okay.
Oh, an incident. What happened?
And the judge dropped it.
Okay.
And yet, Kash Patel's FBI decided to restart the prosecution.
Okay.
And advance it. Abdullah Sayed was asked about it, and he said, it's a lot more about what you're advocating for that gets you indicted or not indicted rather than what you did.
So brave.
There's no world where you can target an individual, you can target their family, or you can target their business or their property. That's just wrong. Full stop. And at the same time, you've got to let the justice system do its part. Right? This is an indictment. And then also, did we not see the vandalism that the January 6th terrorists did? We're all pardoned now. Did we not see all of that? And now they're trying to give them a $1.8 billion slush fund. I mean, let's be clear. Like, if we believe in justice, then justice should apply equally, correct? And we literally saw what they did on January 6th, and they got pardons. So I'm just saying that, like, I believe in justice because I believe that when you break the law, you should be held accountable for it. But I don't love watching our justice system treat people differently, right, based on what it is that they were advocating for. So I just want to be clear that that's what we're seeing out of the Trump administration. So yes, targeting people, families, properties, businesses, wrong. Of course it's wrong. But it's also wrong when January 6th terrorists do it. And to watch the same Trump administration use these terms in certain ways, I think we all need to be asking the questions about.
Here was Haley Stevens' response.
Well, look, I'm concerned about repeated patterns of embracing political violence and being out of step with Michigan voters. I was very disheartened to see my opponent bring Hassan Piker right to the college campuses, given that Mr. Piker has said horrible things about Jews and has questioned whether America deserved 9/11.
True. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. He's getting more mileage out of that than I got out of my BLM writers quote. Must feel bad, fucker. Yeah. Must feel real bad. It's triggering him hardcore.
Oh, brother.
It's not who we are in Michigan. Why bring that level of divisiveness to the campuses when we know that they have been rife with division?
Does she actually talk like that? Yes, she does. It's not a bit.
We need leaders who are going to showcase leadership.
Yeah, pretty weird that she talks like that, right? Because it's definitely not like, there's kind of like southern-ish, midwestern-ish accents. Like, that's definitely not a real thing, right? Why does she talk like such a fucking loser? Not like me and my cool bros from fucking California or, you know, the East Coast or anything, right? What a fucking weirdo loser that she sounds like that. Jesus, that's so fucking weird and cringe and crazy. God, why can't she be cool like us? So fucking stupid.
We need leaders who are going to showcase leadership and be the leaders that we deserve, not continue to divide us and compensate for when
I bet she doesn't even say huzzah.
Violence or threaten violence for political purposes.
You're going to be eating crow for a while with the blowback messaging. Own it, bruh. Take a week off instead of getting permabanned.
Wait, he's like,
dog, are you fucking stupid?
Dan Clancy's in my back pocket.
Do you think she sincerely thinks that this is an issue that needs salience? Why would you ever give your opposition's framing any credibility whatsoever?
Exactly. Ignore everything.
Are you fucking stupid?
Always be attacking.
Are you the stupidest person on the planet?
See? He knows
what kind of idiotic nonsense is this?
He understands, just like
I said
Magnus
what
does.
I said, and I clarified it in that immediate moment in 2019.
Good job.
The only reason why they're bringing it back around now is because they think it's a decent line of attack.
It's
not
only good if you give it to
So why
him.
would you turn around as a quote-unquote leftist and be like, well, you're going to be eating crow, bruh?
Come on, critical support,
Like,
guys.
this person is a fucking AIPAC stooge. An Israel first.
Israel
Congressperson
first!
or running for Congress. And you're over here being like, yeah, this person who actually loves
is
the
that Unique
genocide and will
Fuentes?
participate in the continuation of it
She
if she's
loves
elected into
genocide.
Senate is actually being sincere about her problems here. Are you okay?
She loves it.
Is your brain all right? Is it functioning? Look at what's going on, man. You think the AEG, the AEG venues also had a decent reason to fucking cancel these events at the last second? Literally this morning? You think I'm such a dangerous radical? You think that's actually legitimate? That's legitimate framing? Are you fucking stupid? Wake up.
Wake up, idiot.
Events that pertain to foreign policy have a lot of domestic impact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Search from Haley for Michigan Gaza to see if this principle applies to all violence against all people equally.
What about HUZZAH? What about Israel?
Have a little bit more faith. Have a little bit more faith in your fellow Americans, too, because they understand what it is. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, wake up, chud.
So why would you turn around and lend it any credibility whatsoever? Especially because they tried to do this line of attack in Michigan, and it failed. Abdul went from third place to first place in the primaries.
Exactly.
It didn't work in New York City, of all places.
Mamdani,
When
we got
Andrew
that guy
Cuomo
elected.
thought this would be a decent line of attack. So why would you
Don't ever
in a million years
give into it.
act like this is in any way, shape, or form a legitimate line? Why would you ever lend it credibility? Yeah. She's only sinisterly deploying this message in a last-ditch effort to pull voters from El Sayed since the two-person race at this point. She doesn't give a fuck. And it's not going to work.
There you go.
It's not going to work.
Can we chill? Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh, that's it. Well. What are you going to do, guys? Is he immune to lightning? Okay, good one. You think Sana's gonna have a conversation with you ever? I mean, if he's lost everything, maybe, but otherwise, no. Why the fuck would he? Or unless our media environment significantly changes, guys. It's not close enough. I hate this weapon, bro. The bat moveset is probably the worst in the fucking game. I remember hating this weapon the first time I played this shit. Oh, Barrett's a fucking frog. Good. Trying, like, can you recap what happened? I don't know. He was supposed to speak at some event and it got canceled. And I think it's because of Israel or something. Also, he's the only person that's ever had to deal with getting canceled before. And conservatives, and definitely not liberals, have ever had to deal with that ever. The Ocarina of Time remake won't be as extensive as Final Fantasy VII. How? What do you mean? Oh. Well, I mean, like this, I don't even know why they call this a remake. I guess they kind of gave it other names. This is not like a remake at all, but I mean, it's like a sequel.
We may have just found out a little bit more about the Ocarina of Time remake that was announced a few days ago.
What did we find out?
In case you were somehow living under a rock or something. Because ever since this was announced, everyone's been wondering, what kind of remake is this going to be? Is it going to be a typical Nintendo, remaster / remake where it's a visual makeover, as we're most recently seeing with the new Star Fox game? Granted, that goes a little bit farther than a lot of them, and that's actually reimagining the story and cutscenes, but otherwise the gameplay is exactly identical, which could be what this new Zelda is. We already know the presentation is being upgraded, as we've seen with the new cutscene, but maybe the gameplay is going to be the same. Or could it be a full-on reimagining a lot of the Resident Evil games or Final Fantasy VII Remake, even though that may be a little extreme. In any case, this new discovery comes to us by way, people have noticed that on the official website, which we're looking at right now, if you look at the source code for it, you can see a description that's not listed anywhere else, and it's pretty interesting. Let's give it a read real quick. So here's the description right here. It says,
hacker mode.
Super Classic Reborn as a full remake for Nintendo Switch 2. Experience Ocarina of Time with stunning visuals, updated designs, and timeless gameplay. And it's that last part that's giving people pause, or maybe excitement. It really depends on your perspective here, because timeless gameplay makes it sound like it could just be the exact same gameplay we've already seen before, but now, with modern visuals. Especially when you add into the fact that they broke it out in this way, saying stunning visuals, updated designs, and timeless gameplay. Although the updated designs is interesting, because wouldn't that be part of stunning visuals? I think that they're referring to the character model specifically, so it's almost like they're being more specific after saying stunning visuals, and then they're adding timeless gameplay onto it. So it's almost like they're saying graphics, brand new, gameplay, the exact same. Now, to be totally honest, this is still pretty vague, and I wouldn't read too much into it yet, although I do think that if I had to say one way or the other, this does make me think toward leaning that this is going to be more of a one-to-one remake, at least when it comes to the gameplay, and that the world structure, the dungeons, and the actual gameplay will probably be the same, maybe with some enhancements throughout. But this is far from definitive. Again, Nintendo themselves have been saying officially that this is Zelda Reborn or Ocarina of Time Reborn, which to me suggests this could be even grander
Master Quest or whatever had redesigned dungeons, right?
Even the cutscene we've already seen, the opening of the game, could be hinting at grander changes than would be in a one-to-one remake. But again, we can't say, even from that, whether that's a definitive change or not. I was, just speculating based on what we've seen. And I will say, again, this is making me think that this could be, again, closer to a one-to-one remake, which for me will be a little disappointing, because I would love to see them really just go full tilt on reimagining what Ocarina of Time could be in the modern day, because I think Ocarina of Time's a great game. It was amazing at its time. It's still really good, but I do think
everything was just mirrored and harder difficulty. Wait, really? I thought it had redesigned dungeons.
That's why I really am hoping that timeless gameplay is maybe just referring to it in a very general sense and not the exact moment-to-moment nature of the game itself. So we'll have to wait and see. But I do think it's interesting that maybe this is good for us to hone expectations, that this is going to be possibly more like the new Star Fox game, where the gameplay is the same, but everything else surrounding it is upgraded, which I think will still be fun, still be exciting. Just not exciting as it could be. But on the other hand, it also means they're not going to screw it up probably. So maybe that's a good thing. In any case, everyone, that's all I got for you. I'll link to you the website to the description below, or the website below if you want to check out for yourself. You can just go to view source in whatever browser you're using and just do a search for timeless, and you'll find the description throughout. I think it's listed 6 times actually. So in any case, everyone, that's all I got for you. Thanks for watching. Let me know in the comments below what you think, what you're hoping for, and yeah, whether you want it to be a Star Fox-like remake or something even grander. Let me know in the comments, and we'll catch you later. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Congresswoman AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, has identified one of the most important dynamics in American politics right now. Trump is...
Well, 8 more minutes of a SLOP.
Yeah.
Yes!
By the way, hi.
Wait, is this today? June 14th. Oh, he's going to get the details.
To my vote.
All right.
This is Donovan. Archie.
What's up, guys?
March.
Nice to meet you. What's happening?
Yeah, they're on the way. We just wanted to make sure we got
Chad was saying it's 6,000 people, but they were exaggerating.
There was like 600, probably 700 people. We had about, is it rolling?
Yeah.
Here, I can tell you the shenanigans that we went into.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that there was, the venue had been canceled until I was live. I found out in real time.
So what happened is,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, they can hear me.
Okay, so what happened is, I'm, my name's Deep. I am the organizer for DSA. I'm the co-chair of the working group and an advisor on our campaign. So we, as DSA and the campaign, have been trying to plan this for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We've planned political events before. Donovan here is like a professional event planner. He's planned hundreds of events. We threw like a huge conference here too, so we were really used to this. We book a venue, we do the walkthroughs, we talk to them, we do the down payment, and we're like, hey, it's Hassan Piker, it's from Man Like Heroes, Julie Gonzalez is going to be there, and all these other folks, right? We have these signs, all that.
Damn.
We're ready to go.
Yeah.
That venue, RealWorks, pulls out, says it's an HVAC issue. And we're like, okay, maybe it's an HVAC issue. We had some suspicions, but he seemed genuine. And after that, we started scrambling, found another venue, the Ogden Theater, holds about 1,500 to 1,600 people.
Yeah.
Would have been a good time. Donovan, can you see what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, 1,500, 1,600 people.
Okay.
They cancel right after we sign the contract. So again, both venues sign contracts, they cancel on us.
So what was their response for it?
Their response was actually, they were like, in the email, they're like, hey, we're just getting pushback from community, we can't do that.
Damn.
But there was no pushback.
There
from
was,
the community.
so
There
the
was
third
none.
location is where we got most of the information about what happened. So third location,
But there wasn't any
protest.
There wasn't any public pushback.
Yeah.
So normally, if it's like a Ben Shapiro type or like a Milo Yiannopoulos, there's planned protesters, people will attend like a day of action. There will be a lot of calls. like a lot of rallying calls to create some sort of what's going on to create.
He's already yelled, by the way. He helped us find a venue too.
Leo Espinosa. Nice to meet you, brother. Nice to meet you. Well, we met at the DNC in the Creators Lounge. Good to see you again.
Yeah. Sorry. Sick hat.
So
I like it.
There's a lot more like media frenzy around like, oh, we can't have this guy come or something like that. This seemed very hush hush and behind closed doors, and it was unexpected.
So this is what we pieced together, and the third venue is what really happened. So the third venue is at Stanley Market, and there is a venue inside of there. So the Stanley Market is a building that has a lot of like marketplaces inside of it. There's a huge like hangar spot in there called Local Drive.
Yeah.
That is owned by two dudes, as far as we know. We told them about the event. We told them it's Hassan Piker, Mela, all that kind of stuff. We book it. We say, hey, are you the owner? He's like, yeah, we're the owner. Got it. And we show up the day of. So today we go in there, and he looks pretty emotional. And he's like, I've been getting blown up my phone all morning. From people who own this place and the people who own like the lots, the people who own malls around here, like high up in like corporations, saying you can't do this event here. He said people were threatening him with defamation lawsuits.
What?
Defamation lawsuits?
Defamation lawsuits. And then me and my wife are attorneys, and we're like, that's not how this defamation would work at all. That's not how this would work. And he was spooked. He's like, people blew up my phone. I've never seen this before. I'm a small business. I can't do this. They're telling me it's a safety risk. And this is the craziest thing, is he's like, you didn't tell me it was a neo-Nazi rally. And I was like, okay, what?
What?
And you were there.
I was shocked.
Yeah, I was shocked when he said that.
Neo-Nazi.
And I was like, first off, look at the poster. It's like 3 black candidates. Julie Gonzalez was Latino, and then a Turkish Muslim man. What kind of neo-Nazi rally is that? Yeah. So he was shocked, and he's like, I don't really follow politics. I don't know what's going on. I called up another venue. He didn't even know, but I'm like, hey, let me talk to my partner. He's like, I reached out to my partner, some folks in the business community who are available, but I can't go with this. People are telling me not to book your event. Called another venue, same story. So there was something happening with venue owners that they were talking to each other.
They were coordinating.
That, don't book this event.
Ooh.
So it was very last minute. So this morning at 11 a.m.
Now, how many of them were Israeli?
Ironically, they're engaging in fucking defamation.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
100%. The fact that they're doing those type of phone calls and stuff. Oh wait, did we call?
Torturous interference.
Take a second to set up and maybe switch to the lobs.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Well, I mean, you can still
Should
keep
we
talking.
tell them to come deep?
Would you like something to drink?
No, I'm good, thank you. I'm good, I'm alright, thank you.
Can I get you a seltzer?
You only drink seltzers.
No, I don't. I don't. I just, that was all I had in the room. That is fucking insane. I mean, is there, like, the level of, like,
Pushback
political
is
repression that
crazy.
otherwise, like, what you would assume liberal people are also leaning into at a time when the Trump administration is actively putting people like myself directly in their crosshairs, you know, whether it be the White House lefty lunatics webpage that I'm featured on, or whether it be the fact that they're like trying to launch subpoenas against me. Like,
Wait. Excuse me. Were there any lefties on that page? I thought it was libs. Hold on. White House, lefty, crazy. Did they have another one? I like how Google doesn't work anymore. It's actually crazy to me. How fucking terrible Google has become. Like, actually. Somebody link it. Media offenders. Was this it? Jesus Christ. Oh, this. David Pakman, Ed Krasenstein, Brian Tyler Cohen, and Kamala Harris's headquarters again. Where the fuck was Hassan? Is he listed on here? Has Hassan ever been on the White House? Oh, wait, what is this? Left-wing lunacy. Okay, maybe here. MSNBC, Jonathan Capehart, Jonathan Karl from ABC, Joy Behar from The View, Stephen Colbert, Jonathan Reiner, Kate Bolden. Sources. He's on a Mediaite thing down here. But Don Lemon, Jimmy Kimmel, Joe Scarborough, Jonathan... It's so fucking gross that he's trying to victimize himself. You're not on here, little bro. It's all libs. It's all libs. All of it is libs.
Lefty lunatics webpage that I'm featured on, or...
Oh my God, he's so fucking... Wait. Is he on that page? Hold on. He is on that page. Wait, where? Did they spell his name wrong? I see like a source down here that... Oh, they spelled his name wrong. Hold on. Examples of degenerate fake news figureheads spewing such disgusting rhetoric include... And then they have Hassan Spiker spelled incorrectly. Lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking that it would be pretty funny if he died. Oh, they didn't even give him a link. Okay, so he's buried in here. This page is 99% libs, though. These are all fucking mainstream media libs. Oh, wait! Hold on. Page 2. Wait, did they spell his name wrong again? What? What do you mean he's on page 2? Page 2 where? This guy said it like 3 times in chat. Control F Diddy Piker? Wait, what about Piker? Okay, you just made this up. Kind of crazy that they have like an enemies media list. Jesus.
Whether it be the fact that they're like trying to launch subpoenas against me, like the fact that this is happening and liberals, instead of like showing support,
Check the current who is.
Instead of showing support, and like fighting back against this kind of political repression, fighting back against direct violations of the First
Freedom
Amendment.
of speech.
The
Wow.
fact that they're leaning into it when
That's
it's their
crazy.
opposition, when it's you know, their left flank is terrifying. I don't understand how they don't see where this is going.
No, I mean it's strange. Well, one, it makes us feel that like mail-outs made such a large movement that they are terrified of it, of losing power and losing control in that way. The attack ads that you've seen against her, they seem like they're kind of launching into that. So, I've never seen anything like this again in like a decade's worth of politics.
Yeah, and our opposition is like nominal towards their worldview. Like we have the same. At the end of the day, we have the same enemies. If their enemies are also fascism in this country, then we have the same exact fucking
Fascism.
enemies. And they're spending more time.
Let me introduce you to Anna Mitchell, by the way. She's one of the creators that we have here.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Welcome. Sorry, Denver.
But Anna and I were talking about this earlier, that like Denver is such a big progressive city.
I'm overthinking. Never mind.
The creators that we have here.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Don't you? I'm overthinking. Don't you normally have to stand up to shake somebody's hand? I feel like you even have to like do like the little like, oh hey, like shaking somebody's hand while sitting down. That seems wild to me, but whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Yeah, whatever. Not cloudy.
Sorry, Denver.
But Anna and I were talking about this earlier, that like Denver is such a big progressive city, and we've never seen.
Oh, do you see how the woman immediately picks out the creepy? Oh, she probably just doesn't want him flashing underage nudes from women who don't want them shown to other people while he's sitting next to her, like he does with every single fucking woman that he was sitting next to on Twitch. She's probably just trying to avoid that awkward situation, which is fair.
Anna and I were talking about this earlier, that like Denver is such a big progressive city, and we've never seen, again, this type of cancellation.
No,
you found out.
This is literally because of this is Israel related. I mean, it's the
Yeah.
same as like
No, 100%.
I've gone to the UK many
Wait,
times.
oh, wait, did you say this is Israel related?
Related. I mean, it's
this type of cancellation.
no.
You found out.
This is literally because of this is Israel related. I mean, it's the
Yeah.
same as like
No, 100%.
I've gone to the UK many times until this last time
Israel.
when a bunch of pro-Israel organizations made a big fuss about me going to the UK,
True.
and then the British government banned my travel. It's so ridiculous.
It's the people who own these venues who canceled. It's very much what you said, Israel related.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a Colorado oligarch, you know, stepping in. But this is
Oligarch.
the thing, is like people think,
True.
Colorado and Denver is very blue, but we're seeing what kind of blue it is. It's corporate.
Corporate blue. Yeah, oligarchy.
But I do think it's
duopoly.
Right.
The one
the
party.
number one thing that they were reacting to was that you are proudly vocal about Free Palestine.
Yes.
Right, that was the thing.
They definitely said that. When the people were like, we gotta get this guy out of here, he's free Palestine, okay? Don't let him in. Too much free Palestine from this guy. I bet they said that explicitly, actually. Another one. He's having another one. I might catch the first little bit of this. Oh, crush my balls. Crush my balls. I want to know, okay, not to say that one person should be banned and the other shouldn't. I think everybody should be unbanned. How is it that I can be banned for extremist rhetoric on Twitch when HUZZAH is literally, according to him, banned from a country for extremist rhetoric and about to be fucking censured in Congress? Would you call it a censorship or whatever? For extremist hateful rhetoric. What the fuck? Destiny calls some people inbred 5 years ago. HUZZAH, all of Congress says he is anti-Semitic. Destiny permanently banned for super hateful speech. I want to be honest. Kind of makes you think. Also, who are these people talking in the background at Wick's place? Do you think they all come live to watch him? Lacari got on bit. Listen, we just don't talk about that. Okay. Good for him, okay? Can we not? Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Did you like Oliver Tree? He died in a heli crash today. Yes, he was my favorite musician and rapper. And guest on... I'm not trying to shit talk. I truly just don't know anything about him. But I don't know anything about any pop culture, anything. Wait, did they just kill him immediately after rezzing? Hello? Can you stop being a fucking frog? Okay. When does this shit start? Okay, good one. Oh, it's Dev versus Rat. Ooh. Okay, spells. Oh, fuck, Cloud never has any good spells. Spells. Thunder. Okay, that sucked. Spells. No. Okay, what does Tifa have? Spells. Fire. They're sewer people. Weak to fire? Ooh. Okay. What's your prediction for this combo? I don't know. Ryan will try to obfuscate as much as possible. He's just like a more annoying Andrew Wilson, which is kind of saying something. I'm almost impressed that somebody could even have that title. Whoa!
Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, it's a special Sunday surprise stream we got for you today. We have Ryan Mullally in the house, representing anti-court packing, no court packing, and then we have Dev, who has chosen to represent court packing today. How are both of you gentlemen doing? What is going on?
Feeling better. Was a little under the weather this weekend. Feel like I've recovered. So hopefully.
Oh, nice. Good audio balancing. Whick.
Dev, how you doing?
Is my mic working?
Oh my God.
A little low? Okay, hold on. I seem okay on my end.
Not on my end. Maybe do I have you low on Discord? No, you're fine.
Let me check my Discord then. Quick.
Good trolls, guys. Good trolls so far. Good trolls.
I mean, we can hear you. It's just a little low on my end. I don't know if it's on your end too, Ryan, but
It's a touch low, but I hear him just
Okay,
fine.
how about that? I turn myself up like 10%.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I can
Works
hear
for
you
me.
fine. Yeah. Chat says you're
Maybe
okay.
a little bit higher? Okay.
No, chat says you're good. I wouldn't go higher.
Okay, well, we're already kicking off the night. Great, and I'm just gonna read this super chat, and then we'll get into the opening statements. I'll let you guys go a little longer than I normally do. Then we'll get to the back and forth questions. I might jump in with questions as we go. $50
Oh,
from
Eric Trump tweeted out that
getting in
those
before the
DMs were
debate.
fake.
I think there should
Uh-oh.
be 51 judges appointed to the Supreme Court. Each state nominates their own, and then the president appoints the last one. Each judge would be forced to retire after 10 years, or if they reach the age of 65. Thank you for that.
Jesus.
Okay, you guys can't hear them? Hold on.
That'd be bad. I think your audience probably does want to hear.
You can't. Are you guys fucking with me? The OBS says they're going through. Oh, they're fucking with me. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I think they're fucking with you because I just played the stream back and it sounds like they can hear us.
Okay,
I mean,
great. Awesome.
That is a classic chat move.
Yes,
so.
awesome. Okay, with that, I'm going to give the mic first to Dev to make his case for court packing, and then we're going to let Ryan have his opening statement, and then we're going to get into it. Dev, go ahead.
Okay, well, if you've seen my
Video,
my video
which
on
we all
court
watched
packing,
today.
you already know my stance, but the TLDR of it is, I think that justice needs to be done upon the Republicans for them stealing the Supreme Court pick under Obama. And it's as simple as that. Short and sweet.
Okay, well, great.
Since it was so short, can I ask some clarifying questions?
Sure.
Oh, Daniel is now tweeting out, are people really this stupid? Do they believe it? Uh-oh. Was the original tweet? Is there anybody that archived the original tweet? Because everybody's trying to say now that there was no original tweet and that link goes to something different. Is there an archive or a Wayback Machine or whatever? People took videos of it. Yeah, but if there was an archive, that would just be perfect, like a Wayback Machine link. In a now deleted post by Daniel Cormier, Eric Trump DM'd him. Yeah, I see this, but is this tweet right here that he took a screenshot of, is there a Wayback Machine or an Internet Archive of it? Oh, now he's saying it's deleted. Because what if this guy's account got hacked? Best video, no Wayback link yet. If multiple people are posting videos, then... Well, but wait, this is just the same... It's just a repost of that one guy's video. Right? Uh-oh.
Just before because I don't want to talk about things that don't matter. You offered some other rationales in your video, but you're sticking to just that one tonight.
Well, the other rationales they're not as important as this one.
Okay,
Like, if those rationales didn't exist, this one would still be important. This would still carry it as well. Because I think the other rationales were like the 13 circuits and the the English common law tradition, and that should be important to conservatives who want to conserve tradition, but it's not the main point.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna. These are the points you want to talk about that I'm not gonna bother addressing.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
So okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's the heart of it in the spirit of keeping this short and sweet. I've been on Wick's show and taken the position that what the Republicans did with Merrick Garland was a norms violation and problematic as such. So I'm not walking that back. I've always thought that was a problem, even though I liked the justice that came out of it. Like that doesn't make it not a norm violation. The problem with court packing is
it's a
court
much
packing
bigger
opens, and by court packing I mean adding seats to the Supreme Court. Opens a can of worms that what McConnell and the Republicans did does not open,
Really?
Which is the risk of kind of like infinite regression. Where
The funny thing about him saying that is that this opens a can of worms that the other guys didn't. Why are we talking about this right now? Because the other guys did open the can of worms. That's why we're talking about this. But somehow they didn't open the can of worms. This is the child-adult thing again. Like, well, hold on. If you guys do this, shit's going to get fucked. And it's like, but didn't shit get fucked when you guys did this? Well, yeah. But like, it's going to get like really fucked if you guys do it though. I'm like, what? Excuse me? What?
You just keep adding to the Supreme Court and you get up into a cycle of reprisals. And while we've lost a lot of norms in our country over the last 15, 20 years, there are some norms that I would call load-bearing norms, meaning they are the sort of norms that they actually do hold up the entire constitutional order.
Load-bearing norms that hold up the entire constitutional order like a thing that is enshrined in law and is not even in the Constitution. The number of fucking Supreme Court judges. Oh my God. Oh my God.
There's a lot of them that you can lose. Like, it turns out you can open the door to partisan gerrymandering, and I don't think it's going to destroy the country. This one's the load-bearing norm. If we open this can of worms, I'm not sure how we recover, and I can get into the reasons why I think this is very different. And because of that, you know, if the Republicans, for example, did to the Democrats what the Republicans did to them, and withheld advice and consent from a nominee for purely partisan reasons, I'd say, man, I said it was a bad thing when the Republicans did it. I'm going to say it's a bad thing when the Democrats do it, but I understand tit for tat. I get it. I understand why they're doing that. But this is a court packing would be both an escalation and one which would lead us into a situation that would fundamentally risk the country in a way that very few.
Also, he'll never admit this, of course, because Republicans can't. Just so you know, the reason why he's okay with a tit for tat kind of on the on us stealing a Supreme Court justice from them is because realistically it's not going to matter. They have a 6-3 court right now. If we manage to maybe kind of sort of steal one in the future, maybe we flip it to like a 5-4 court. They still have a majority, right? So he doesn't really care that much. Now, if this was a 5-4 court already, he would not have that opinion. Guaranteed. He's always okay with the Republicans leading with the big norm violations. He's not okay with the Dems doing it. Like, I think an interesting question for him would be, instead of saying that you're not okay with the Democrats court packing, can you say something that you are okay with the Democrats aggressing with? Because them stealing a Supreme Court pick, McConnell stealing a Supreme Court pick, that was upping the ante. So what can Democrats do to up the ante? Not just the same thing back. What can they do to up the ante?
Policy proposals or norm violations could. And that's the reason why court packing must be rejected. And I have no reason to believe that you support kind of the broader constellation of policies that I took issue with PISCO for, so I'm not going to talk about those unless you like.
Which policies were those? Just so I'm clear.
Oh, the broader constellation that kind of led to the confrontation I had with Pisco was he supports breaking the filibuster, which means that you could pack the court with 51 votes instead of 60.
Based.
Then packing the court to 13.
Based.
Then packing the Senate by recognizing additional states that would be reliant on Democratic votes, which you can do without amending the Constitution. If you break the filibuster, it's just a bare majority.
Based.
Which would essentially lock the Republicans out of power and allow appointing of, like, essentially judges who could, I don't think Pisco would admit this point, but who could or would rewrite the Constitution from the bench because there'd be nothing Republicans could do about it. So that broader constellation of policies is much, much worse than even just court packing is. And if I think court packing is very bad, that one's well out of bounds. And I would say the position that Pisco holds is akin to the position that John Eastman held about Mike Pence deciding the presidential election.
Oh my God!
Which is, I think, inappropriate position for a lawyer to hold. Okay. But I have no reason to believe that you support all of that.
Right. I mean, I don't really know Pisco that well. I've talked to him a handful of times. I wouldn't necessarily say that we're politically aligned because I think he gives far too much deference to some of the communists in his midst, and I think that's a problem. However, when it comes to this stuff, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. And you know what? The only question I really have, that's kind of on the tip of my tongue, is if the Democrats were to pack the court, is that illegal?
No, it's not illegal. That's not the question.
How is it load-bearing?
Well, it is my question, though. That's why I'm.
Yeah, it's not illegal.
Right. So what's the problem?
Okay. Well,
I mean, they can do it, right?
Yeah, but how about this? It's legal for everyone to do it. So, for example, the Republicans have, if they wanted to, they have the political power tomorrow to do the following. They could break the filibuster, then use the broken filibuster. There's an island, or a few islands that are disputed between Mexico and Texas. They're in the Gulf. You know what those look like to me? A state. Recognize those islands as a state with like 15 people. Now they had extra votes in the Senate. Pack the Supreme Court to 13 or 15 or 17 or whatever the number is. They could appoint any justices they wanted. Justice Mike Lindell, Justice Alex Jones. Like, there's no constitutional limit on who they could appoint. And the Democrats have no numeric ability to stop them from doing it. They could do whatever they wanted. And you know what? If you took all those steps, it would be 20 years before the Democrats could regain power because of how badly you would reshape the political map. I would call that overtly tyrannical and a problem. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it's a bad thing to do. But I don't think it's better if the Democrats plan to do it. I think it's a bad thing to do. So, I mean, I guess my question is, it's legal for the Republicans to do that. Is the legality something that makes you think that it's a thing we should support?
At this point, I think so, yeah, because the Republicans have behaved absolutely fucking terribly, and they need to be completely fought with every possible measure. So here's the thing.
Well, just to be clear, his question was,
Okay, so because you said that the Republicans currently have the political will to do this. I don't
know.
believe they do.
I didn't say they have the political will. I said they have the political power.
Okay, right. Well, similar enough. I don't think they actually
No,
do.
that's totally different.
Okay, hear me out. Because if they actually did, they would have. All right? I believe I believe that yes,
your fundamental.
Let Dev finish his statement, though. Go ahead. What do you believe, Dev, please?
So, like a couple of days ago, maybe it was a week ago, I don't remember the exact timeline, but Trump straight up said on his Truth Social that he wants to turn the SAVE Act into an omnibus bill. He's ordering the Republicans to get rid of the filibuster themselves. Trump's issuing all these orders. He wants this shit done. And it turns out that even though the Republicans actually hold all these offices and all these seats, he doesn't actually have enough of a coalition to order the Senate to do what he wants. If he did, the Republicans would be doing it right now. So I don't actually believe this point of yours that, oh, the Republicans could do this. No, they can't.
No,
they cannot.
Dev, your question is why I said you misunderstood me. I said politically they have the power, meaning if they had the will, it is legal for them to do everything I just said. It would not be illegal. Yeah. They could do it. You asked me earlier, you said my question is it legal? And if it's legal, the implication was that it's okay. And I'm saying that it is legal for the Republicans to do a vastly tyrannical scheme that would lock Democrats out of power for a generation at least. Do you think it's a good thing for them to do it? They ought to do it just because it's legal.
I mean, no, but that's because the Republicans actually are a tyrannical power at this point in the United States Republic.
What?
Yes, they absolutely are.
This would make Democrats
tyrannical. There are
tyrannical.
2 different moral standards here.
But Dev, the Republicans, as you just pointed out,
aren't doing
though they
this.
have the political power, are not doing this.
Because they don't need to.
The very same scheme that Pisco is laying out, this kind of like grander scheme, is something they could choose to do. But
They already have the power. They already own the Supreme Court. They don't need to. No.
Because it's so overtly tyrannical. So saying that the Democrats should do something that's so tyrannical that the evil, quote-unquote, barbarian Republicans won't do it is kind of a weird point. Like, how can you fight tyranny and fascism by doing a thing that's so awful that even your political enemies who you think are limitless in their deprivation won't do?
Listen, they're not choosing not to do it because it's a norm violation. They're not doing it because they can't. That's really it.
They don't need to
can't get the votes together to do all the things he's been asking the Republicans
because
to
they
do.
already control the Supreme Court.
Because there's just enough Republicans who understand that basically their entire side of the aisle is rotten down to the core.
No,
and
that's not
even though
why.
they're cowards,
No.
They're hoping if they just keep their eyes closed until Trump leaves office, hopefully in 2029, that things will go back to normal. Unfortunately, things won't go back to normal until the Republicans have been punished for all of the things they've done.
So the irony of this, right, is that, you are saying that the Democrats should do something that the evil Republicans
won't even do
because some of the Republicans think it's a very bad and dangerous idea, even if it's not all of them. Now, I could quibble with you, but even if I just accept your articulation of why the Republicans aren't doing it, that means you are advocating for a step
that even the
is so
Republicans won't do, that you say are
that
evil.
Even the Republicans who you despise won't do it. It doesn't strike you as a problem to advocate for your side to do something that's so tyrannical that the others,
don't let him get away with this point.
You hate and despise won't touch.
You had your hand up, Whick? Did you?
No, answer that question and then.
Sure. It's mainly because the Republicans, they just don't have to do these extreme things.
Because they already have
already hold all the levers of power.
That's why.
Trump's still doing tons of
and they have the Supreme Court
without stepping up to these extremes. The Republicans don't have to do this stuff to do all the institutional damage they're currently doing to the United States.
Close
enough.
enough.
No, but if they did this, they could do all kinds of stuff. They could pass the SAVE Act. They could do all kinds of alterations to the way that voting is done in the country.
Like getting rid of the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act? Like making it so that gerrymandering is literally, gerrymandering for political purposes now an enshrined Supreme Court opinion, and they did that on the back of axing the second part of the Voting Rights Act. They are... Why am I... Okay, sorry. I have 12 more minutes to stream. I hate listening to this this fraud fuck. Dude, I hate this guy so much. It's okay. I don't know why it's quiet. Blame Whick. I don't know. You guys don't cry anywhere near enough in other people's fucking streams, okay? I don't know why it's so quiet.
Judges who are going to interpret the Constitution more consistently in favor of Trump. He lost the National Guard case. He lost the tariff case. He lost the abortion pill case. Those things could all be fixed with court packing. He could,
which is why Trump is trying to push it. Yes, yes. And
he's not
he
literally
posted several times that he wants them to do this.
The plan that I outlined, which was much more extreme than just filibuster, nuke the filibuster. It was nuke the filibuster, expand the Senate and pack the Senate by adding states for partisan purposes, pack the Supreme Court with justices who are going to do what you want them to do, plus extra stuff that we could get into. That is a extraordinarily extreme tyrannical view. And by your own admission earlier, you said the Republicans aren't doing it. So yes, the Republicans aren't doing it because it's tyrannical. I don't think you can have it both ways. I don't think you can both say the Republicans aren't doing it because they know it's tyrannical, they're not going to do it, and the Republicans are currently doing it because President Trump said something about the filibuster. I think that you, like, what I'm trying to square up for you is that this package that you are endorsing, I'm surprised you're endorsing it because it's a crazy thing to endorse, but this package that you have opted to endorse is so vile. It is
my God, this is like the dumbest possible fucking way that he could fucking have the stupid fucking argument.
Should co-sign on this. It's a crazy thing to co-sign on.
Ryan, your democracy is already done. All right? It's over at this point. You have a vice president who's currently in office who said he would have listened to the Eastman plan. All right? So as soon as the next presidential election happens, you're going to have Vance in that seat.
What's catching up?
And he's going to be presented probably with more false slates of electors. And he's going to be like, oh, well, I don't know, but maybe I should actually follow the plan this time. Things are already at that point. Okay? Okay. I've watched some of your stuff, and I have no idea how you don't understand this. Maybe you just kind of live in La La Land or something. I don't know, but things are already cooked. All right, it's done. At this point, the Democrats must simply lock the Republicans out of power for a generation. Okay, it has to happen until MAGA is ripped out of the American Republic, root and stem. There can be no peace.
Okay, so if that is the position, and this is what I've been saying for the longest time, which is that, like, I don't think we're
Rob
there.
loses his mind over being disparate. He hammers the shit out of his keyboard while typing angry things while they're on stream. 44-minute video link. Thank you, Akilo.
We are where you say we are, which is a crazy fucking thing to say publicly. But if we are where you say we are, then why complain about norm violations at all? Like, what's a norm?
What do you mean?
If we're at the black
Who complains? We already expect you fucking losers to do it.
People are just going to be doing
no one cares anymore. No one brings it in. It's like, oh, there they are again.
Norms at that point. Why shouldn't the Republicans do all these things I've outlined? Because they have political power right now. Like, if only for expediency, if only for your own self-preservation, isn't it kind of dumb to say that publicly?
Oh my
because
God.
if the Republicans believed you, if the Republicans believed the thing you just said, then it would be totally rational for them to do the most tyrannical, diabolical things imaginable, and there's fuck all the Democrats can do about it. They have no power to stop it. So I guess I'm saying, what is the point you're making here? Like, you seem to be advocating for the Republicans to do the thing that you hope they don't do.
Well, no, I'm not advocating for that because the Republicans are bad and the Democrats are good. The Democrats should take power back and do the right thing. Okay. The Republicans shouldn't. But hold on, this is a moral argument. I mentioned legality before specifically because, yes, the Republicans can do all these things, and it would be rational for them in their position to do all these things. But I don't need to care about what's rational for the Republican position because the Republicans are moral lepers. They do simply need to be crushed. That's that.
Yes. So your position is simply rule for thee, not for me. That's what your position boils down to.
I mean, in the way that an aggressor shouldn't.
What I said this before. I have to memorize like a snappy way to say this, but like don't ever come at me with rules that you don't follow ever. I don't ever. For the rest of my life, I do not ever want somebody to criticize me ever for a rule that they think I'm not following, that they don't follow. I don't give a fuck about appeals to hypocrisy or whatever fucking bullshit. You do not have the right to bring that issue up ever. Get the fuck out. Don't ever let somebody do this to you. It's so cringe. It's so fucking cringe. This is subhuman behavior.
Violence, but a defender should, yes.
Okay, well, if your position is that the Democrats get to be tyrannical because Republicans bad, but the Republicans ought not be tyrannical because Republicans bad, which seems to be your position, you might see why I call that tyrannical during modern day debate. By the way, I appreciate the candor. I think that is the position. I think peace goes too chicken shit to admit it, but that is the position, and I appreciate you being honest about it. But that's why I called it tyrannical on modern day debate, because it is. It is an overt call to tyrannical imposition of power of one side against the other, and I actually don't even hear you disagreeing with that. I think you agree with that. It's just you think it's good to do tyrannical things.
It's tyrannical in the sense that the American revolutionaries were tyrannical against the British when they threw them off.
No,
I mean, that's a wild statement, but your point is
it's absolutely okay. you're an educated man. I'm sure you've read the Constitution. I'm sure you've
barely.
read at least some of the Federalist Papers, right?
Probably not.
There's a good chance.
Of course, yes. Now, what was the purpose of the Second Amendment?
You don't need to go to the Second Amendment. Go to the Declaration. It's better.
No. I'm going to the Second Amendment because I actually like this one. Because you know what? I've hung out in so many libertarian spaces, and during COVID and even before, you had like these memes, and it was like George Washington wearing sunglasses, and he's like, if it were me and my homies, we'd be stacking bodies right by now. And I totally respected those memes because they were honest and straightforward, and they made no qualms about it. The Second Amendment is for shooting tyrants.
Yeah,
that's
no,
what it's for.
that's why I say you don't need to go to the Second Amendment. You go to the Declaration.
Okay, but the Declaration of Independence is not part of our law, whatever. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
To secure these rights, meaning our natural rights, our God-given rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
Wow, epic.
Right.
It does go on.
And I just want to make it clear, we've taken a little bit of a turn from court packing, and now we have entered another territory. If you guys want to continue in this territory, we can.
But I actually think this is illuminating because I think people who watch my stream know why I did what I did in the modern day debate. But I think this is actually a good explanation of why I did what I did in the modern day debate, and with Peace Code, because the reason is, when somebody approaches you and says, I think I am justified in imposing tyrannical power upon you.
Which is what all the Republicans do, by the way. That's what all the Republicans do, by the way.
Let's talk about your argument. The correct response is, get fucked, tyrant. Right? It is not logical to engage in logical debate with somebody who wants to tyrannize you. And Dev, I appreciate your honesty, but all I'm hearing from you is that you feel justified in tyrannizing people who believe the things that I believe.
No, the issue is that Trump is the tyrant. He is the one currently
Says
doing
you.
the tyranny.
Says you.
Yes, and I'm
Says
correct.
you.
Says
Who's
me,
to
I'm
say?
correct.
Couldn't we all disagree? Remember I said at the beginning of the stream? Who says who? Anybody could be that.
Well, let Dev go for it.
Anybody
Let
could be
Dev
that.
go for it.
There's no fact of the matter. Anybody
Trump
could
tried
be.
to steal 2020, right? Like that's not in debate at all. We both agree.
Did he try to steal 2020? I don't know.
Yeah, I've never defended Trump with the false slate of electors scheme. In fact, actually, do you know my voting history? I just it might be helpful.
Yeah, I think I know. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I've seen a bunch of your stuff. Yeah.
I vastly preferred Trump in 2024, but did not vote for him because of
Oh my God.
Eastman stuff.
Vastly preferred Trump in 2024.
So that makes him a tyrant. Period. Like we're already past that line. He tried to steal an election. He failed, but now he's a tyrant.
Well, you
can't be like, oh no, he's not. Oh, it's subjective. Oh, it's just your opinion.
No.
He's a tyrant.
He's
trying to steal the election.
I found that disqualifying. But do you disagree that he was validly elected in 2024?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so he was validly elected in 2024.
The Americans elected a tyrant. Yes.
Okay, I have not seen him do anything in this term that remotely approaches the level of tyranny of the prescriptions that you're describing.
This term. After he failed to overthrow the election, bro. Evil. These people are evil.
Keep in mind.
I mean, so hold
They
on,
are.
just real quick, because now
They'll defend Gallows. Remember, he would, and he probably already has. He probably defended Trump in all the execution tweets. Those are that's Gallows. Those are Gallows, by the way.
Because holy shit,
are corruption and tyranny the same thing?
No, but they're linked for sure.
No,
they're for sure.
No,
they're
not.
actually rather distinct.
They're totally different.
Do you
Totally
think
different.
that there are
Semantics
tyrants
war.
who are completely incorruptible?
They
go hand in hand.
Retarded semantics time.
They are not logically entailed or related.
Oh, what? Oh, he's pulling a Pisco now. After insulting Pisco, now he's pulling a Pisco.
My point is, they are not the same thing. You could be tyrannical without being corrupt.
Can you name an example of this ever happening?
He's gonna just any autocratic regime? No. How can he be tyrannical?
Not. I mean, I think it's unlikely. But my point is, they are not the same thing.
Sure. Just for my edification, would you say that lots of corruption might be a sign that someone might be a tyrant?
And I hate you in my chat because you've never
complained
there's a ton of corruption not even one time about it.
Maybe
and I hate all of you in my chat.
This is
I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate all of you.
No, not really.
No.
I mean, it would depend on what it depends on what they're doing with power. Like in the Teapot Dome scandal with Harding, like back in the day,
humiliating.
Right? There were obvious bribes. That was proven that there were bribes, and those bribes were used to secure, to use the power of the federal government to benefit private individuals. It was like case proven corruption, like proven at like a level of a court.
Go back and go through that door you just
I don't
unlocked.
think that Harding was being tyrannical, or that
how do I go
his,
back?
You know, subordinates were being tyrannical. I think they were being corrupt. They are different things.
The issue is, and I'm coming at this from my realm of education because I was working
How
on
far back do I have to go?
Political history degree before dropping out to do YouTube. In fact, it was a master's degree, but
Not more like a
from what I
masturbation
understand
degree.
of this is that when you have
Just kidding, sorry.
Corrupt politicians, corrupt leaders, that is inherently tyrannical, specifically because when they engage in their corruption, they are overriding certain, we might call them democratic or public, not just norms, but mechanisms, right? So, for example, you know, the free market should function such that you have like buyers and sellers, you have contracts, you have bidders, and however, if you're in power and you're giving preferential contracts to your friends, for example, and you're not having an open bid on those contracts, that is both being corrupt.
Was it over
because
here?
You're benefiting your friends,
or do I need to go like
and
way?
it's being tyrannical because you're undermining these public institutions. So these two things actually do historically go hand in hand. And Trump, by the way, is the most corrupt president of my lifetime,
True.
and it's not even fucking close.
But pause.
True. Pause.
See, the
No,
reason
hold on.
that I think
Pause.
there's a huge disconnect here is you could have a administration that's rife with corruption, and
They
they
wouldn't
do
be tyrannical.
nothing to change the way democracy functions. They do nothing to change the way the vote works, and then they eventually get voted out of power.
Oh, and it's all
they're
good.
not tyrannical, they're corrupt. When you're tyrannical, it means that you are removing from the people the ability to govern themselves, right? That's what tyrannical is. And I haven't seen the Trump administration do anything that remotely reaches the level of tyranny that you've described. The
Voting
thing that I
lists,
would agree with
requests,
you that approaches
FBI
this
going into
is the
states to take for their
easiest one,
to take over their
which is why I
voting
didn't vote
lists,
for
like they
it.
did for Fulton
But
County,
in terms of this
foisting the
current
pardon on Tina
administration,
Peters,
this
who was
time around,
engaged
I've
in
not seen
election
anything like
corruption.
that. And because he's a
telling
second-term
the
president, I
USPS that they can't
don't
deliver
think
mail-in
that's going to happen
ballots
again.
unless they
But by
have
the way,
the states have
if
already
it
given their voter
does,
rolls to the
you
federal
can
government.
Rely on me showing up, breaking party lines, and being on your side because I am opposed to tyranny. So, but I like
Retard,
the fact
retard,
that-
retard,
I
retard.
guess the point I'm making is how could you possibly justify the level of tyranny you're talking about? And I've seen this very commonly on the left. Like people
Who the fuck is talking?
I remember I watched a Destiny stream and I was aghast when he said like
aghast.
the problem with the Trump administration is that they won the vote and they are legitimately elected, which is worse than Nazi Germany. Because at least in Nazi Germany you could say
Correct.
that there was some kind of power grab. Here the problem is that they got elected.
Yep.
And we need a way
That
to
we
find-
elected a
we need to
fucking
find way to
tyrant.
punish them even if it's not legal to do so.
I just,
And
just to
it's
hop
kind
on
of
one
wild.
thing, I need to check my audio. People are saying I'm blowing them out when I talk. How is it, gang? Okay, sorry. Go. I didn't mean, but like everyone's yelling at me at this point. So go ahead.
When I was that a hate brigade? Did I just hate
hope
brigade
that's
him?
improved. Yeah, I guess, so again, to circle back to the court packing topic, like if the point was that the Republicans did this thing with Garland and that was fucked up, so we should do the same thing back. I wouldn't
See?
even.
he wouldn't even be mad.
I don't think I'd even take that debate.
What if we did it twice? No, it's not back here. It's where you chase the stoat. Oh, fuck. So I need to go back the other way, or? What if we did it twice? He's okay with it happening one time because they'll still have a Supreme Court majority. That's the only reason why he's okay with it. It's so oh my God.
Prompt. I think I'd have to concede that one. Like I think, yeah, that probably would happen. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about something totally different.
So just that was very long, and there's like 3 distinct topics in there. And I really only have the third one still in my brain. Sorry. So you're basically saying that just so I know I understand what you said. You're saying that should the Democrats come into power and they hold the Senate, but it's still a Republican president, they should simply not vote on a new Supreme Court justice in the same way that McConnell did.
Yeah, I mean,
give them a taste of their own medicine.
Would it piss me off? Would I be like, shit, that's bad? Yeah, it would piss me off. I'd say that's bad, but like I think they're justified in doing it. I think the norm's been broken, and the thing about that, like, which is withholding advice and consent, is like the constitutional framework, is that it doesn't create open-ended court packing. Like the real danger of adding to the court is, let's say you guys pack to 13, and let's say you keep the Republicans out of power for like 20 years. When the Republicans get back in, they're going to pack to 20. And then when the Democrats get back in, they're going to repack. And when you do that 3, 4, 5 times, the entire concept of the rule of law, the entire concept of there being a governing constitution is basically gone. Like we're washing out the very fact that we have a constitution at all. And we're basically leaning into this glaring loophole where we can amend the Constitution from the bench in a way that we don't have political will to do through the proper amendment process. So I think that that's very, very dangerous. But yeah, to answer your question, if the Democrats withheld advice and consent from a Republican nominee for purely political reasons, I don't think that would. I think that you know, the toothpaste is out of the tube on that one, as it were.
Okay.
Okay. The issue is that it's no longer just about the one McConnell seat, because there's since been, you know, a downstream effect that's happened ever since then, right? So if you're okay with the Democrats refusing to vote on a single hypothetical seat, would you be okay with the Democrats refusing to vote on let's say 2 hypothetical seats?
Oh, no,
three hypothetical seats.
I'd go further. I don't think that norm exists anymore. I think that we can and should expect that if the president
doesn't get to nominate a Supreme Court justice anymore, it's literally an express power in the Constitution. What are you talking about? And that's not a load-bearing thing? That the president just loses his Supreme Court? Bro, get me the fuck out of here. I can't. Okay. I will find this thing. Wait, there's multiple stash spots. Okay, that's okay. All right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Stay safe. I can't. This guy is so fucking... Oh my God, he's so fucking retarded. I'm crashing out. I'm having an unk moment. A major unk crash out moment. Be careful. Those are side mission related. Feel free to save it for hard mode. Well, I just want to know what door I open. Where the fuck the door is. I'll find it.